relations within industry, within agriculture, and between agriculture and industry are three very important proportional relations in the whole national economy. This is because, among the economic links of production, exchange, distribution, and consumption, production is the determining link. And agriculture and industry are also basic sectors of production. Agriculture and light industry basically produce means of consumption. And heavy industry basically produces means of production. Once these three proportional relations are properly handled, the proportional relation between the two departments of social production, industries of means of production and industries of means of consumption, is basically arranged. Fourth, the proportions between industrial and agricultural production and the communications and transport industry. Marx classified the transport industry as the fourth sphere of material production, following the extractive industry, agriculture, and manufacture. Large-scale social production requires that the various sectors and enterprises expeditiously receive their supply of raw materials, processed materials, and fuel, and that they expeditiously ship their products to points of consumption. Planned production needs planned transport to tightly coordinate with it. Without corresponding development in communications and transport, industrial and agricultural production will be greatly hindered. 140. Fifth, the proportion between cultural and educational construction and economic construction. Cultural and educational construction serve economic construction. Economic construction also promotes and delimits the development of cultural and educational undertakings. To construct a socialist country with modern agriculture, industry, and national defense, the development of modern science and culture is indispensable. The development of economic construction requires a corresponding development of cultural and educational construction in order to facilitate the continuing supply of educated laborers with socialist consciousness. Sixth, the proportions between increases in production and the development of cultural and educational undertakings, on the one hand, and population growth, on the other. A planned development of material production and of culture and education objectively requires a planned population growth, that is, family planning. Family planning is not only a basic precondition for the reproduction of labor power, it is also a necessary condition for a planned arrangement of people's livelihood, the protection of the health of the mother and the baby, and planned development of socialist construction. Blind population growth will certainly interfere with planned and proportionate development of the national economy. In capitalist society, population growth is as chaotic as the production of things. Family planning applied over the whole society is inconceivable. Only under conditions in which the proletariat and the laboring people are the masters does it become possible to simultaneously plan the regulation of population growth and the regulation of goods production. Family planning is a result of having the proletariat control its own destiny and is a manifestation of the superiority of the socialist system. Seventh, the proportional relations between accumulation and consumption. Because socialist products possess varying degrees of commodity characteristics, there exists, in addition to the above-mentioned, primarily material proportional relations, a proportional relation, based on value, between accumulation and consumption. If this proportional relation is not properly handled, the development of the whole national economy will be hindered. This problem will be discussed in greater detail in Chapter 10. Finally, the proportional relations among various regions, namely, the rational distribution of production capacities. Socialist society. 141. Develops out of capitalist society, and the distribution of production capacities in capitalist society, effected within the framework of competition and the anarchy of production, embodies many irrational factors. Take the example of the early period after liberation in China. The total value of industrial production in the 7 provinces and 2 municipalities along China's coast accounted for more than 70% of the total value of national industrial production. 80% of iron and steel production capacity was distributed along the coast. There was almost no iron and steel industry in Inner Mongolia, the northwest, or the southwest, where material reserves were abundant. In the textile industry, more than 80% of the spindles and more than 90% of the weaving machines were distributed along the coast. There were very few textile factories in the cotton-producing area and the interior. Therefore, after the proletariat seized political power, it faced the task of geographically reallocating production capacities. A rational geographic distribution of production capacities must be such that it is favorable to consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat and to consolidating and strengthening national defense against possible aggression and threats from imperialism, favorable to narrowing the differences between town and country, favorable to strengthening the unity among the laboring people of various nationalities, favorable to utilizing various resources in the most rational manner, and favorable to building socialism with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. The key issue in the rational distribution of production capacities is to achieve industry dispersed over the whole country in the way best adapted to its own development and to trademark maintenance development of the other elements of production. In the more than 20 years after the establishment of the People's Republic and under the guidance of Chairman Mao's theory on the correct handling of the relations between coastal industry and interior industry, China's industry in the interior has developed rapidly. The newly established industrial bases are beginning to take shape. Former industrial bases in the provinces and municipalities along the coast have also been fully utilized and rationally developed. 142. The law of value still influences socialist production. Planning is primary, price is secondary. Socialist production is, to a certain extent, both direct social production and also commodity production. Commodity production has its own laws of operation. Wherever commodities and commodity production exist, there the law of value must also exist. 6. Thus, both the law of planned development of the national economy and the law of value act on socialist production. The substance of the law of value is: 1. The value of commodities is determined by the socially necessary labor time expended on their production. 2. Commodity exchange must be based on the principle of equivalent values. What the law of value embodies is about Joas right, the basic content of which in socialist society is not that much different from what it was in the old society. But under different social economic systems, the law of value will assume different forms and exert different effects on production. Under the capitalist system, social production is carried on under competitive and anarchic conditions of production. The price of commodities fluctuates with the change in the supply-demand relationship. Sometimes it is higher than the production price and sometimes lower. When the price is higher than the production price, profit is higher than the average profit. When the capitalist sees this opportunity for higher profit, he will rush in to invest his capital in those more profitable sectors. In the opposite situation, capital will be withdrawn. It is under these blind conditions that social production develops. These conditions demonstrate that the law of value under the capitalist system is manifested as an alien force working behind people's backs and is the overall regulator of social production. Under the socialist system, social production is carried on in a planned manner. Prices are based on values and are determined by the state in a unified manner. Prices no longer fluctuate with changes in supply-demand relationships. The law of value is no longer an alien. 143. Force ruling over people. Basically speaking, it is consciously utilized by people to serve socialist construction. Furthermore, the effects of the law of value on social production have also been greatly restricted. Their concrete manifestations are as follows: first, production in the socialist state enterprise is not subject to fluctuations according to the level of prices and the magnitude of profit. Production is not regulated by the law of value, but rather by the national economic plan formulated according to the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism, the satisfaction of the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people, and the law of planned development of the national economy. Based on the needs of the state and the people, the state plan stipulates what and how much to produce, and the state enterprise must thoroughly carry this out. The enterprise must produce according to the plan regardless of profit. Any loss is then made up by planned subsidies. If the leadership of an enterprise disobeys the stipulations of the plan and on its own expense production of highly profitable products, it will violate the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism and the law of planned development of the national economy and go astray on the capitalist road. Second, production in socialist rural collective enterprises is also carried out under the guidance of the state plan. Unlike the state enterprise, the collective enterprise is an economic unit responsible for its own profits and losses. The level of product prices and the magnitude of income directly influence the accumulation of the collective and the income of its members. Other conditions being equal, the collective enterprise generally tends to produce more of those products which have low costs and which command high income. In this respect, the law of value influences the production of the collective enterprise more than is the case with production in the state enterprise. However, the area sown for food grains, cotton, vegetable oil, and other major crops is stipulated by the state plan. The collective economy cannot arbitrarily expand the sown area of those crops commanding a higher income. It can only increase the yield per unit area of these crops within the sown area specified by the state through more intensive farming, more fertilizers, and better management. Therefore, with regard to the production of major products in the rural collective economy, the regulating role of importance is still played by the law of planned development of the national economy. The law of 144. Value merely plays a secondary role. Only for products which are not important to the state and the people, those not included in the state plan or procured through contracts, are the level of prices and the magnitude of income of greater importance. Products which command higher revenue develop easily, while products which command lower revenue develop only with great difficulty. The law of value performs a regulating role to a certain extent with regard to these products. As far as the whole of socialist production is concerned, planning is primary and price is secondary. That is to say, in the allocation of social labor among various production sectors, what and how much to produce are regulated by the state plan, which reflects the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism and the law of planned development of the national economy. The state plan plays a primary and decisive role. The law of value is still useful, but it plays only a secondary and supportive role. While there is a need to utilize, there is also a need to restrict under conditions of socialist public ownership. The law of value has a twofold effect on socialist production. On the one hand, if utilized correctly, it can have the effect of actively promoting the development of production. On the other hand, as the law of commodity production, it is, in the final analysis, a remnant of private economy. As long as the law of value exists, bourgeois right will also exist, and will bring danger and harm to socialist production. Hence, the socialist state must be extremely careful in utilizing the law of value, and must research, study, and sum up experiences. Only in this way can we make use of its positive effects on socialist production, while at the same time we restrict its negative, destructive effects. In the process of development of socialist production, the direction of effects exerted by the law of value and the law of planned development of the national economy is sometimes the same. For example, the law of planned development of the national economy requires the acceleration of production of certain cash crops to meet the demand for raw materials, due to rapid development of some light industries. The prices of these cash crops can also guarantee a reasonable income to the agricultural collective economy. Under these conditions, the 145. State plan's requirements for increased production are the same as the requirements of the agricultural collective economy for increased production and increased income. The plan for increased production can generally be fulfilled or overfulfilled. However, the direction of the effects exerted by these two laws can be different. With regard to the comparative price relations between food grain crops and cash crops, and among various cash crops within agricultural production, the prices of some cash crops can bring a relatively higher income to the collective economy than the prices of other cash crops. If the law of value is permitted to freely influence production, it will be detrimental to the requirement of the National Economic Plan that there be an overall increase in production of all crops, though in varying degrees for different crops. Thus we can see that when the effects of the two laws are identical, the law of value plays a constructive role in the process of fulfilling the state plan. But when the effects of the two laws are different, the law of value, if not handled well, disrupts the fulfillment of the state plan and plays a negative role. What has been described as conscious utilization of the law of value means that the role of the law of value must be comprehensively understood, and that through political and ideological work, arrangement of the state plan, and price policy, the positive role of the law of value must be utilized and its negative role restricted so that its effects on socialist production will be conducive to fulfilling the state plan. Our party and government have consistently emphasized socialist education of the peasant and planned leadership of agricultural production. At the same time, they have also paid attention to the rational arrangement of the purchase prices of agricultural and sideline products and to the comparative price relations among various agricultural and sideline products. They have struggled hard to be able both to satisfy the state's need for agricultural and sideline products and to promote the development of commune and brigade production and the increase of the commune members' income, thus correctly handling the interests of the state, the collective, and the individual. The conscious utilization of the law of value by the socialist country in order to promote socialist production is also manifested in its use in the system of economic accounting as a means of implementing the policy of running an enterprise with diligence and frugality. Based on 146. The requirement of the law of value, the socialist country charges the same price for the same products according to the average social expenditure of labor in producing the product. But since conditions in production technology and levels of management and operation will differ, the individual labor expended on the same product in different enterprises may differ. The individual labor expenditure in enterprises which are experienced in mobilizing the masses, constantly updating production technology, and lowering costs by careful and detailed calculation may be lower than the average social expenditure of labor. They can thus fulfill and overfulfill the plan targets assigned by the state and occupy an advanced position. Conversely, enterprises which are careless, wasteful, conservative, and inefficient in mobilizing the masses to transform their backward technological conditions may have individual labor expenditures which are higher than the social average. They cannot fulfill the plan targets assigned to them by the state and occupy a backward position. Therefore, the unified prices set by the socialist state, making use of the law of value, are conducive to exposing the contradictions of various enterprises in operation and management and aid in detecting disparities between the advanced and the backward. Thus, assorted enterprises can be pressed to constantly improve their operation and management, lower their production costs, and implement the policy of running an enterprise with diligence and frugality. But, as the state wants to use the law of value in its application to the management of state enterprises by means of the economic accounting system, it must use the economic categories of value, price, profit, etc. Thus, there will inevitably arise situations where price and value deviate from each other. And thus, under the influence of bourgeois thinking, some enterprises might use the bourgeois right embodied in the law of value, disregarding the needs of the state and the people, to produce high-priced, high-profit products, thereby violating the requirement of the fundamental socialist economic law and the law of planned development of the national economy. Such negative effects exerted by the law of value on the production of the state enterprises must be severely restricted. To correctly apply the law of value, we then have to follow the requirements of the law of value to set prices rationally, utilize the influence and effects of the law of value to organize production rationally, calculate precisely the volume of production and tap and utilize. 147. Production potentialities based on actual conditions, and constantly improve production methods, lower production costs, and implement economic accounting. These positive functions reveal that the law of value is a great school. Stalin observed, "It is a good practical school which accelerates the development of our executive personnel and their growth into genuine leaders of socialist production at the present stage of development." 7. In socialist society, the proletariat wants to make use of the law of value to promote the development of socialist construction, while the bourgeoisie tries hard to use the law of value to set up free markets and disrupt socialist construction. The Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao cliques tried hard to exaggerate the role of the law of value. They emphasized the almighty nature of the law of value and advocated the law of value as regulator of social production. In restoring capitalism, the Soviet revisionist, renegade clique has flagrantly used the law of value as an objective regulator of socialist social production. It has also launched a new economic system centering on putting profit in command and adopting material incentives in accordance with this revisionist theory. Even though the measures taken by the domestic and foreign revisionists are sometimes different, their purpose is the same, namely, to disrupt socialist construction and restore capitalism. The experience reflected in the struggles between the two lines with respect to the question of the law of value tells us that it is necessary to draw a line of demarcation between Marxism and revisionism and firmly adhere to the socialist road if the law of value is to correctly serve socialist production. We should never be careless, otherwise we will lose our way. The national economic plan must correctly reflect objective laws. Work on the national economic plan must reflect the requirements of objective laws. The law of planned development of the national economy and the law of value are both objective economic laws in socialist society. The roles of these laws are realized basically through their conscious application. The national economic plan of the socialist state is a form of 148. Conscious application of these laws. Work on the national economic plan includes research, formulation, implementation, inspection, adjustment, and summation. Without the work on the national economic plan, it is impossible to realize proportionate development of the socialist national economy. Of course, even if people do not consciously apply them, the law of planned development of the national economy and the law of value will eventually prevail. For example, if the economic leadership organs did not seriously investigate and study, did not respect the objective requirements of the law of planned development, or if they formulated the proportions carelessly or formulated the price plan without considering the requirements of the law of value, setting prices arbitrarily such that the socially necessary expenditure of some branches of production was not compensated, with the result that production could not continue, then various dislocations would appear in mutually dependent branches of social production. These phenomena would teach people by negative example to respect these laws and to take account of the requirements of these laws by strengthening and improving work on the national economic plan. An important link in the work on the national economic plan is the formulation of plans. Plans are formulated by people and are products of ideology. Ideology is a reflection of reality and also reacts back on reality. A correct plan promotes rapid development of the socialist economy. An incorrect plan hinders the development of the socialist economy. If the national economic plan is to be correct, it is necessary first of all for people to identify and grasp the objective requirements of the law of planned development, in all its aspects, in the process of formulating the plan. Its requirements must be reflected in their thinking. This is by no means easy. In socialist society, the bourgeoisie and all exploiting classes work overtime to disrupt and interfere with the planned development of the national economy and make it difficult for the proletariat to understand this law. Lin Piao and company had argued that planning is just a lot of idle talk and that if you want to get the right proportions, just go out and do it, aiming to confuse matters and sabotage socialist construction. Besides, the whole national economy is a complex entity full of contradictions. Imbalances crop up and then get resolved, only to crop up again. Objective conditions are changing all the time, hence, people must go through a learning process in order to grasp objective laws. But this is definitely not to say that the proportional relations in the national economy cannot be identified. Provided that we constantly sum up experience, penetratingly investigate and study, seriously analyze, rely on the masses, and do meticulous work, it is entirely possible to gradually identify the law of planned development and bring the national economic plan more into conformity with the requirements of this law. The law of planned development of the national economy merely requires that harmonious, proportional relations be maintained among interdependent sectors in the development process. It does not indicate the direction and duties of socialist economic development. It is the fundamental economic law of socialism, the satisfaction of the ever-increasing needs of the state and people, that indicates the essential direction and duties of socialist economic development. Therefore, an accurate national economic plan must correctly reflect not only the requirements of the law of planned development but also the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism in its various aspects. The national economic plan, which reflects the requirements of these objective laws, embodies the interests of the proletariat and the laboring people as a whole. It is the party program for economic construction and must be treated seriously and implemented resolutely. Overall balance is the basic method in planning work. In the work on the national economic plan, it is important to master overall balance. Overall balance is not balance within individual sectors. It is balance in agriculture, balance in industry, and balance between industry and agriculture. Overall balance is the basic method in a planned economy. The task of overall balance lies mainly in the arrangement of proportional relations in the national economy. In accordance with the major tasks of the state in the planning period, the state properly allocates labor, material resources, and finance to various sectors of the national economy and establishes a balance between social production and social needs so that the growth of production of the means of production corresponds to the needs of the ever-developing socialist production, and so that the growth of production in the means of consumption corresponds to the needs arising from the gradual improvement of the people's livelihood. The process of overall balance is a process of exposing, analyzing, and resolving contradictions. To do a good job in overall balance, we must handle contradictions with a positive attitude, energetically promote production of means of production temporarily in short supply, and accelerate the development of key sectors in the national economy that are temporarily backward so that a new balance can be established on a new and higher level. Only in this way can national defense construction, general economic construction, and the needs of the people's livelihood be better safeguarded. To oppose Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line, the Liu Shaoqi clique sometimes suggested so-called short-run balance and practiced passive balance in a big way to pull down the high to suit the low. 8. Sometimes they set targets so high that they were not feasible. When these targets could not be reached, they resorted to total retreats. They pushed a right opportunist line in planning work that was left in form but right in essence. Overall balance is the establishment of a balance in the whole national economy. But it is not an even application of force without differentiating what is more and what is less important. If 2 hands had to catch 10 fish at one time, the result would be that no fish could be caught. In the complex proportional relations of the whole national economy, there are the principal and the secondary, the dominant and the subordinate. To achieve overall balance, we must differentiate the more and less important and make sure to take care of the key points. We must first guarantee that the needs of the leading links and the key sectors in the development of the national economy be met. In formulating a plan for capital construction, the principle of concentrating forces to fight a battle of annihilation must be implemented. If we start from departmentalism, pay no attention to what is more important and what is less important, concentrate on too many items, and spread the limited labor power, material resources, and funds thinly over a long battle front, then our forces will be dispersed, and the early completion and operation of many key items will inevitably be affected. Of course, safeguarding the key points does not mean neglecting ordinary things. There are close relations of mutual dependence between the key points and ordinary things. Ordinary things will not develop properly if we neglect the key points. But if we neglect ordinary things, the development of the key points will also be affected. Therefore, provided that we take care of the key points, we must also pay attention to ordinary things. We must start from the whole and consider all vertical and horizontal relations in order to avoid the error of one-sidedness. In the work of overall balancing, attention must be paid to the balance of labor, materials, and funds. People are the most important factor of the productive forces, so of the three, the balance of labor must be arranged first. In conformity with the principle that agriculture is the foundation of the national economy, sufficient labor must first be secured for agriculture. Laborers will be transferred from agriculture to industry, or other sectors of the national economy, only when the development of agricultural production and agricultural mechanization enables the rural areas to succeed in providing surplus labor power and more marketable grain and commodity crops. If we depart from this prerequisite and transfer too much labor power from agriculture, the overall balance will be disrupted, and this would be unfavorable to the rapid, planned, and proportionate development of the national economy. There is an inevitable process of the emergence of imbalances and the establishment of new balances among the various sectors of the 152 national economy. To guarantee proportionate development among various sectors, it is necessary to establish and maintain a certain amount of material reserves. The amount of material reserves of various kinds must be appropriate. If the reserves are too low, they cannot satisfy the needs for filling the gap between two relative balances. As a result, some sectors will have to work below capacity because of a shortage in certain material resources, and this will affect the rapid development of the national economy as a whole. If the material reserves are so high as to exceed the need for filling a temporary shortage, then material resources which could have been used for current production will not be available, and this will also adversely affect the rapid development of the national economy. Follow the basic principles of planning work. To do a good job in planning work, in addition to using the basic method of overall balance, it is also necessary to observe some basic principles derived from the practical experience of planning work. Planning work must give full play to both central and local initiative and must combine centralized and unified leadership with local initiative. To formulate and implement a unified national economic plan, it is necessary to have a highly centralized and unified leadership. In national economic planning work, there can be no unified national economic plan if there is no centralized and unified leadership. The viewpoint of the whole situation must be promoted, and excessive decentralization, under which every local unit can make its own plans, must be opposed. However, socialist centralized leadership is built on a wide foundation of democracy. Centralized leadership must be combined with local initiative. In formulating a national economic plan, the central departments concerned must find out what local opinion is, consult with local units, and formulate plans with local units. In implementing the plan, it is also necessary to allow exceptions for local conditions. These exceptions are not excuses for creating independent kingdoms but are necessary allowances that suit the interests of the whole, permit full tapping of production potentialities according to local conditions, and better facilitate the fulfillment of the national economic plan. As for the system of planning work, it is necessary to implement a system combining unified planning with level-to-level. 153. Administration. Chairman Mao pointed out in the period of the founding of the People's Republic of China, what should be unified must be unified. Excessive decentralization, with each doing what they separately think best, cannot be permitted. But it is necessary to combine unification with local adaptations. 9 Later, Chairman Mao taught us more than once to rely on local initiative more often in handling the relations between the center and the localities. The local units should be encouraged to do more things under centralized and unified planning. Following Chairman Mao's teachings, the broad people of the country criticized and repudiated the dictatorship by regulations pushed by the Liu Shaoqi clique that stifled local initiative, and they better exercised both central and local initiative in the work of planning and management, thus promoting the rapid, planned, and proportionate development of China's socialist economy. Chairman Mao remarked, when the plan is being formulated, it is necessary to mobilize the masses and to leave leeway. 10 This is a very important principle in national economic planning work. In socialist construction, the mass line must be followed whatever the work may be. Mass movements must be vigorously launched. Planning work must also follow the mass line. The masses must be mobilized to discuss lines, expose contradictions, uncover disparities, and accelerate changes. If the plan targets are not discussed by the masses, they are the ideas of the coder. Only after the plans are discussed by the masses do they become the plans of the masses. Only then will the plan targets be both advanced and attainable, and will the enthusiasm of the broad masses be fully aroused. Plan targets should be advanced. Only an advanced plan can embody the superiority of the socialist system, and only an advanced plan can heighten morale. To formulate an advanced plan, it is necessary to struggle with conservative thought. Some people clearly realize there is immense production potential, but they set the plan targets very low. All they care about is to be able to fulfill the plan comfortably. The process of formulating a plan is also a process of struggle between advanced and conservative thought. Plan targets should be advanced. But this does not mean that the higher the targets, the better. Plan targets that are too high to be practicable not only will fail to unleash the enthusiasm of the masses but will dampen it. Advanced plan targets must have a scientific basis. They 154 must be attainable and practicable. Chairman Mao said, "No one should go off into wild flights of fancy, or make plans of action unwarranted by the objective situation, or stretch for the impossible." 11 Plan targets that are objectively possible should not be set too high. Leave some leeway. Practical experience demonstrates that plan targets which are not set too high and which enable the plan to be overfulfilled through the efforts of the masses are more favorable to unleashing the enthusiasm of the masses. It is necessary to combine long-range plans, plans covering 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, with short-range plans, annual plans, quarterly plans, and monthly plans, in national economic planning. If long-range plans are not set, it is difficult to arrange capital construction. Long-term plans embody long-term targets. They encourage people to raise their sights and to exert themselves. The worker comrades put it well, without big targets in our minds, even one simple straw is heavy enough to bend our backs. With big targets in our minds, even Mount Tai will not bend our backs. But long-term plans require that short-term plans materialize, that they are grasped, and that they serve the purpose of comparison and inspection so that the fulfillment of long-term plans will not fall short. The planning work for an economy under socialist collective ownership has its own characteristics. An economy under collective ownership must obey the leadership of a unified state plan. But it can retain a higher degree of flexibility and independence provided that the unified state plan and state policies and laws are not violated. This allows the initiative and enthusiasm of the collective economy in socialist production to be brought into fuller play through local adaptations, enabling the collective economy to develop in step with the state economy. 155. Major study references. Engels, Anti-Düring, Part 3, Chapter 2. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism. Mao, Correct Handling of Contradictions, Section 1. 7. We must rely on agriculture as the foundation and industry as the leading factor in developing the national economy. The interrelationship between socialist agriculture and industry. Agriculture and industry are the two major sectors of material production in the socialist national economy. Correctly understanding the importance and role of these two sectors in the national economy and correctly handling their relations are essential if we are to consolidate and develop the worker-peasant alliance and promote rapid and planned development of the socialist national economy. Agriculture is the foundation of the national economy. We must rely on agriculture as the foundation in developing the national economy to live, to produce, and to engage in cultural and social activities. People must first solve the problem of eating. Agricultural production is a precondition for the survival of human beings and for all productive activities. Agriculture, including gathering, planting, hunting, fishing, and animal husbandry, was the only sector of production in the early stages of human society. Because labor productivity was so exceedingly low in this epoch of human history, as a matter of sheer survival, it 157 was necessary that all available labor of the primitive commune engage in agricultural activities. Only when labor productivity in agriculture developed to the degree that a portion of the labor force could grow agricultural products in sufficient quantity to support all the members of society could labor be freed up to engage in other activities. Thus, the handicraft industry separated off from agriculture to become an independent branch of production, commerce emerged, and so did branches of human activity that were concerned with intellectual production, such as culture and education. The higher the labor productivity was in agriculture, the more developed were the branches outside of agriculture concerned with material and intellectual production. Marx observed, the less time the society requires to produce wheat, cattle, etc., the more time it wins for other production, material or mental. He also pointed out, this natural productivity of agricultural labor, is the basis of all surplus labor. In essence, agriculture is the basis of human survival and the basis for the independent existence and further development of the other branches of the national economy. This is an economic law applicable to all historical periods in human society. The role of agriculture as the foundation of the national economy is more pronounced in socialist society than in any previous society. In capitalist society, the objective law of agriculture as the foundation of the national economy plays its role under competition and the anarchy of production. Some imperialist countries whose domestic agriculture was underdeveloped plundered their colonies and semi-colonies for agricultural products by paying low prices to satisfy the developmental requirements of monopoly capital. In those countries, it was not domestic agriculture but foreign agriculture that served as a foundation. Degree 1e National economy. In socialist society, it is not permissible to punerte agriculture of backward countries. Even if exchanges are according to equal values, it is still not permissible to rely on for 8n countries or food, or to develop the socialist economy on the ASISO or in agriculture. To do so would be contrary to the Principes. Degree MEPE. Anins and self-reliance. In organizing the development OTE national economy, the socialist country must consciously apply the objective law of agriri.ir, c. Tin culture as the foundation of the national economy. 158. In concrete terms, the primary reason that the development of the socialist national economy must rely on agriculture as the foundation is that the development of the various branches of the socialist economy depends on agriculture to provide means of subsistence. Regardless of the enterprise, be it in industry, transportation, or education, the bottom line is that agriculture has to provide a certain amount of commodities and grain. Another reason that agriculture is the foundation for developing the socialist national economy is the fact that it is the source of industrial raw materials, with the exception of a portion of supply that comes from industry itself. For light industry in particular, raw materials are by and large provided by agriculture. At present, approximately 70% of the raw materials for our light industry is provided by agriculture. Heavy industry also requires certain agricultural products as inputs. If agriculture could not increase its supply of raw materials, industrial development would be gravely affected. Chairman Mao pointed out, light industry is closely related to agriculture. Without agriculture there can be no light industry. 3. Agriculture is directly related to industrial development, particularly that of light industry. Another reason why agriculture is the foundation for developing the socialist national economy is the fact that the rural areas constitute a vast market for industrial products. The rural population, accounting for approximately 80% of the total population, forms a major market for industry. The more developed agricultural production is, the more commodity grains and industrial raw materials will be produced, and the higher will be the peasants' purchasing power. The peasants' need for both light and heavy industrial products is always growing. Soon after the victorious implementation of China's cooperativization, Chairman Mao observed, it is not yet so clearly understood that agriculture provides heavy industry with an important market. This fact, however, will be more readily appreciated as gradual progress in the technical improvement and modernization of agriculture calls for more and more machinery, fertilizer, water conservancy, and electric power projects, and transport facilities for the farms, as well as fuel and building materials for the rural consumers. For another reason why agriculture must be relied on as the foundation in developing the socialist national economy is the fact that agriculture 159 is the main reservoir of labor power for industry and other sectors of the national economy. To develop socialist industry, commerce, and transportation, additional labor is required. It is not enough that we exert efforts to raise labor productivity in these sectors in order to free up the labor force thus saved for new needs. Additional labor must also come from outside these sectors, partly from the urban areas and partly from the rural areas. Chairman Mao pointed out, it is the peasants who are the source of China's industrial workers. 5. However, the share of the rural population that can be transferred as labor force to support the needs of other sectors of the national economy is not determined by these developmental needs as such but by the level of development of agricultural production, by how much agricultural labor productivity can be increased. Only under the conditions that agricultural labor productivity is being constantly raised and the output of agricultural and sideline products is constantly increasing is it possible to transfer an appropriate amount of labor power out of agriculture to support the development of other sectors of the national economy. There is yet another reason why agriculture must be relied on as a foundation in developing the socialist national economy. Agriculture is an important source of the accumulation funds of the state. In addition to directly providing the state with funds through agricultural axes, agriculture indirectly increases socialist accumulation by supplying agricultural products to light industry as raw materials. The development of agriculture also assumes significance by increasing state revenue, expanding the accumulation fund, and supporting socialist construction. Culture B or NA-B degree VE aspects, the importance and role of agri-CF the C*R1 nat ONA economy determine that the development of agriculture 11 economy CA not be separated from the development RE-FF agriculture is not properly developed, other sectors of China NOMI W*H not do well either. The experience bumper H Socha STC degree instruction has demonstrated that if there is a economy RNST a particular year, the development of the national conversed FA5 CE*RAT and the same year or in the following one air *S a lean year, the development of the national out down in the same year or the next one. This 160 should tell us that in socialist construction the principle of relying on agriculture as the foundation for developing the national economy must firmly take hold. The fundamental way out for agriculture lies in mechanization. Agriculture is the foundation of the national economy. In order to develop the national economy, we must treat the development of agriculture as a leading priority. Only when agriculture is developed as the foundation of the national economy can light industry, heavy industry, and other economic, cultural, and educational undertakings be developed. How can agriculture be developed? The socialist country cannot achieve agricultural mechanization before agricultural collectivization. Agricultural collectivization must precede the use of large machines. But after the collectivization of agriculture is accomplished, it is very important to achieve agricultural mechanization on the basis of agricultural collectivization. On the eve of China's upsurge in agricultural cooperation, Chairman Mao had already pointed out that China's countryside required not only the realization of social reform, the conversion of the system of individual ownership to one of collective ownership, but also the realization of technical innovation, the conversion of hand labor to mechanical production. The social and economic physiognomy of China will not undergo a complete change until the socialist transformation of the social and economic system is accomplished and until, in the technical field, machinery is used, wherever possible, in every branch of production and in every place. 6. After the victorious accomplishment of China's agricultural collectivization and the establishment of the rural people's communes, Chairman Mao opportunely proposed the grand task of steadily realizing agricultural mechanization. He clearly pointed out, the fundamental way out for agriculture lies in mechanization. By giving full play to the stimulating role of socialist relations of production, and with the support of socialist industry, especially heavy industry, the pace of agricultural mechanization will be quickened. Before liberation, Old China was a very backward agricultural country. In 1949, the food grain output of the whole country amounted to 161. Only 216.2 billion jin after liberation, when socialist relations of production were established and developed in the rural areas through agricultural collectivization and the people's communes, agricultural production developed substantially. The output of food grain in 1971 reached 492 billion jin, more than twice the amount of 1949. But the level of mechanization in China's agriculture is still not high. Agricultural labor productivity remains relatively low. Compared with other countries where the level of agricultural mechanization is fairly advanced, China's agricultural production is still in a relatively backward state. This condition is not in line with the development of China's industry and other sectors of the national economy. Therefore, it is necessary to go further with agricultural mechanization and promote rapid development of agricultural production on the basis of continuously consolidating and developing socialist relations of production in the rural areas. When machines are used in plowing, seeding, harvesting, and transportation, agricultural labor productivity will be raised tens and hundreds of times. Plowing by hand, a veteran worker can only plow 1 mu a day. With an ox, it is possible to plow 4 mu a day. With a medium or large tractor, several tens to several hundreds of mu can be plowed in a day, effectively raising agricultural labor productivity by tens to hundreds of times. The labor power saved through agricultural mechanization can be used to increase production, both intensively and extensively, by raising the yield per unit area and promoting the overall development of agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, sideline production, and fishery. The labor power saved can also be used to support the development needs of other sectors of the national economy. The realization of agricultural mechanization can also help bolster China's capacity to combat natural calamities and help lessen its dependence on the weather for food. With China's vast territory and many rivers, some drought and flooding will occur every year. But with electrically powered drainage and irrigation equipment, water can be more effectively controlled. The resulting reduction in damage due to possible droughts or floods will guarantee a steady and high yield in agricultural production. The poor and lower middle peasants put it well, the sound of machines in the river brings joy to the crops in the field. With no fear of drought and flooding, good harvests and high yields are guaranteed. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line, and especially after the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, there has been rapid development in China's agricultural mechanization. Comparing 1973 with 1965, electricity consumption in the rural areas increased 2.8 times, use of chemical fertilizers increased 1.9 times, ownership of large and medium tractors increased 2.2 times, and ownership of handheld tractors increased 75-fold. In this same period, of the total farmland, the area actually plowed by mechanized means increased by about 70%. Electric drainage and irrigation equipment increased 2.8 times. Over 90% of the counties in the country have repair shops for agricultural machinery. With the step-by-step achievement of agricultural mechanization in China, the drought control and drainage capacity of agriculture will increase, the people's ability to combat natural calamities will be strengthened, and the steady growth of agricultural production will be more assured. From this we can see that the further achievement of agricultural mechanization, on the basis of agricultural collectivization, is a necessary path for developing agricultural productive forces. Besides facilitating the development of agricultural productive forces, agricultural mechanization will also react powerfully on the development of heavy industry, especially the machine building, chemical, electric power, and fuel industries. Agricultural mechanization will also create favorable conditions for narrowing the differences between industry and agriculture, town and country, and mental and manual labor, thus further consolidating the worker-peasant alliance. In the process of gradually realizing agricultural mechanization, the material basis of the collective economy will grow daily, and the three-level ownership system of the rural people's commune will be further consolidated and developed. The experience of agricultural mechanization has demonstrated that large and medium-sized agricultural machines can be effectively utilized only if they are owned by the commune and the production brigade. Consequently, with the development of agricultural mechanization, the scale and role of the collective economy at the commune and brigade levels will gradually expand, and the superiority of the people's commune will be further revealed. 163. The poor and lower middle peasants will love the people's commune all the more and will be all the more resolute in following the socialist road. The poor and lower middle peasants used vivid language to depict the necessity of agricultural mechanization. The people's commune is full of strength. The collective economy blooms with the red flower. With agricultural mechanization, even a class 12 typhoon will fail to overpower us. In agriculture, learn from Takei. Agricultural mechanization will be gradually achieved on the basis of collectivization. This is an inevitable trend of development of socialist agriculture. But agricultural mechanization must be under the command of revolutionization. Chairman Mao teaches us, once the correct ideas characteristic of the advanced class are grasped by the masses, these ideas turn into a material force which changes society and changes the world. 7. When the broad masses of poor and lower middle peasants, who are the masters of socialist agriculture, study Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought and master Chairman Mao's line and general and specific policies, they acquire indomitable strength and become powerful enough to tame mountains and harness rivers. They can transform unfavorable natural conditions into favorable ones, transform low yields into high yields, advance from a condition of owning no agricultural machines to owning various agricultural machines, and realize the potential of agricultural mechanization. This is how the Takei Production Brigade of Takei Commune in Siyang County, Shanxi Province, was transformed. The Takei Production Brigade is situated in the Taihang Mountains. Before agricultural collectivization, it was a poor mountainous area with plenty of rocks and little soil. The poor and lower middle peasants of Takei described it this way: the mountain is high, and rocks are plentiful. When you go outside, you have to clamber up slopes. There are less than 3.5 mu of land for each family. Natural disasters are commonplace. When the elementary cooperative was started in 1953, the average per mu yield of food grain was 250 jin. In the process of developing from the elementary cooperative to the advanced cooperative and then to the people's commune, the party branch of Takei Production Brigade firmly adhered to the principle of 164. Putting proletarian politics in command. It issued the slogan "Transform the people, transform the land, and transform the yield," used Mao Zedong thought to educate the cadres and the masses, and carried out a big transformation in agricultural production through an ideological revolution among the people. The cadres and the masses of Takei Brigade smashed the sabotage of the landlord, the rich peasant, the counter-revolutionary, and the bad elements, and resisted interference from the revisionist line pushed by the Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao cliques. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's great policy of self-reliance through arduous struggle, Takei Brigade engaged in capital construction for water control and transformed the 3 lost fields, in which water, fertilizers, and soil were lost because of poor construction, into 3 retained fields, in which water, fertilizers, and soil were retained after the fields had been leveled and terraced. The average per mu yield of food grain in Takei Brigade was gradually raised from 250 jin in 1953 to 543 jin in 1958, 802 jin in 1964, and 1096 jin in 1967. Simultaneous with the rapid growth of food grain production, Takei Brigade achieved all-round development of agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and sideline production. In this process of transforming the people, transforming the land, and transforming the yield, the party branch of Takei Brigade also led the commune members to use their own hands to combine indigenous and foreign technology to substantially push forward the mechanization of plowing, cultivating, threshing, transporting, and processing food, grain and fodder, and to advance on the road of putting mechanization under the command of revolution. The heroic attitude of the poor and lower middle peasants to fight nature and farm for revolution is a powerful criticism and repudiation of the reactionary fallacies of Lin Piao, who slandered the worker peasant laboring people, saying, all they think about is how to make money, get rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and firewood, and take care of their wives and children, and of Confucius, who preached that the little people can only be persuaded by self-interest. The Takei Brigade is a model of how to develop socialist agriculture in accordance with Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line. The fundamental experience of the Takei Brigade lies in conducting the three great revolutionary movements of class struggle, the struggle for production, and scientific experiment, firmly adhering to the principle of putting proletarian politics and Mao Zedong thought. 165. In command, and maintaining the spirit of self-reliance and hard work and the communist style of loving the state and loving the collective. The most essential thing is to educate the peasants in Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, to consciously implement the basic line of the party, and to consolidate and strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie. In agriculture, learn from Takei is a great call from Chairman Mao. Countless examples have shown that in agriculture, whether to learn from Takei or not makes a big difference. Owing to the interference and sabotage of Liu Shaoqi's revisionist line before the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, Siang County, where Takei Brigade is located, did not unfold the mass movement of learning from Takei. Its agricultural production developed very slowly. The total output of food grain in the county as a whole hovered around 70 to 80 million jin. The annual maximum sale of food grain to the state was only 7 million jin. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution transformed the outlook of Siang County. Starting in 1967, the whole county vigorously unfolded the mass movement of learning from Takei. It also resisted the interference and sabotage of Lin Piao's revisionist line. The people of the whole county fought heaven and earth, transformed mountains and rivers, and greatly transformed the land acreage of Siang County. Agricultural production developed rapidly. The output of food grain doubled in 3 years and tripled in 5 years. The total output of food grain in 1971 reached 240 on jin, 3 times greater than the peak output before the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Commodity food grain sold to the state reached 80 million jin, a more than tenfold increase over the record revest achieved before the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The experience of Siang County's learning from Takei demonstrates that when the masses are armed with Mao Zedong thought, EY can overcome any difficulties and can perform any miracle in the human world. Vigorously unfolding the mass movement of learning Ram AC and letting the Takei flower bloom all over the country certainly accelerate the development of agricultural production, RTER consolidate the socialist base in the rural areas, and permit agriculture to play a greater role as the foundation of the national economy. 166. All trades and industries must support agriculture with their efforts. Agriculture is the foundation of the national economy. Agricultural production influences the development of the whole socialist national economy. If agriculture is not properly developed, other trades and industries cannot hope to develop either. If agriculture is properly developed, everything else will do well too. The development of socialist agriculture is related to all trades and industries. All trades and industries must attach great importance to the support of agriculture and must actively perform the job of supporting agriculture. The industrial sectors must, above all, regard the support of agriculture and the promotion of agricultural mechanization as a major task. They must resolutely orient their work toward the objective of treating agriculture as the foundation. Small local industries such as iron and steel, machine building, chemical fertilizer, and cement must all the more firmly adhere to the correct orientation of serving agricultural production. The support of agriculture by all trades and industries is an important characteristic of the socialist economy. In capitalist society, industry exploits agriculture, and the urban areas plunder the rural areas. Therefore, the relationship between the industrial capitalist and the laboring peasant is one of class antagonism. In the socialist economy, after the urban and rural areas have undergone socialist transformation, and on the basis of the system of socialist public ownership, the antagonism between the urban and rural areas and between industry and agriculture is eliminated. But there are still two forms of socialist public ownership. And because the economic, cultural, and technological level of the rural areas is still below that of the urban areas, there remain basic differences between them. The great program of the proletariat to build socialism and communism requires that, in the process of continuously developing agricultural production and carrying forward with social reform and technical innovation in agriculture, these basic differences be gradually narrowed and finally eliminated. Therefore, in developing the socialist economy, it is an objective necessity that all trades and industries lend their support to agriculture and to raising the economic, cultural, and technical level of the rural areas. The Proletarian Party calls on all trades and industries to firmly embrace the principle of treating agriculture as the foundation of the 167 national economy and to render their assistance to developing socialist agriculture from all sides and aspects. Out of their need to restore capitalism, the bourgeoisie and its agents inside the Proletarian Party not only will not narrow the differences between the urban and the rural areas but will introduce the capitalist method of letting industry exploit agriculture and letting the urban areas plunder the rural areas. The process of capitalist restoration in the Soviet Union is also the process of intensifying control and exploitation of the rural areas by the bureaucrat monopoly bourgeoisie headed by Brezhnev. The revisionist line of emphasizing industry at the expense of agriculture and squeezing agriculture to benefit industry, advocated by the Lushachi clique, was also a line that sought to widen the differences between town and country and between industry and agriculture and, ultimately, to restore capitalism. It is not an easy job to imbue people with the idea of treating agriculture as the foundation and of resolutely implementing the policy of having all trades and industries support agriculture. Under the influence of the revisionist line, people often develop the idea of upgrading industry and downgrading agriculture. After agriculture has reaped bumper harvests for several years in succession, the idea of treating agriculture as the foundation loses ground in people's minds. They pay lip service to agriculture, light industry, heavy industry but act according to heavy industry, light industry, agriculture. The tendency to neglect agriculture in the allocation of funds and the supply of material goods is obvious. These conditions demonstrate that to foster the principle of agriculture as the foundation, it is necessary to seriously study Chairman Mao's theories about the interrelations between agriculture and industry, to seriously study the general policy of developing the national economy with agriculture as the foundation and industry as the leading factor, and to further criticize and repudiate the various reactionary fallacies of modem revisionism that preach disdain for agriculture. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's revolutionary line, tens of millions of educated youths in China have answered his great call that educated youths must go to the villages and receive re-education from the poor and lower middle peasants and have gone to the rural areas and mountainous areas to fight in the forefront of agricultural production. This is a social revolution that changes the established customs of 168 society and a strategic measure for training a large number of successors to the proletarian revolutionary cause. Confucius, the spokesman for the declining slave-owning class, greatly despised agricultural labor. His student Fan Chi asked him how to grow crops and vegetables. He scolded him for being a small man. Lin Piao, the faithful disciple of Confucius, inherited this reactionary idea completely. He maliciously attacked the policy of sending educated youths to the rural and mountainous areas, branding it as equivalent to disguised labor reform. All exploiting classes despise both agriculture and the peasants. The hopeless intention of these classes is to ride as long as they can on the shoulders of the laboring people and exploit them. Chairman Mao thoroughly criticized and repudiated the reactionary ideas of people like Confucius. He pointed out that the political orientation and methods of work of the revolutionary youth are correct, that is, studying revolutionary theories, participating in production, and joining the worker-peasant masses. The rural areas are wide open. It is extremely important for the maturation of the educated youths themselves, the construction of a new socialist countryside, the criticism of Lin Piao and Confucius, and the narrowing of the basic differences between the worker and the peasant, and between mental and manual labor, that the educated youths go to the countryside to accept re-education from the poor and lower middle peasants, participate in class struggle, the struggle for production, and scientific experiment in the countryside, and be exposed to various experiences and tests. Industry is the leading factor in the socialist economy. Give full play to the role of industry as the leading factor. Agriculture is the foundation of the national economy. Industry is the leading factor of the national economy. Industry not only produces the means of consumption but also produces the means of production. The revolutionization of the means of production plays a significant role in the development of social production. Viewed historically, the evolution from bone implements to metal tools, and from metal tools to all kinds of machines can be seen to be as not only so many 169 stones in human history but also as benchmarks of the various economic epochs of human society. The leading role of industry in the national economy means that the development of industry will certainly bring forth advanced tools for the many sectors of the national economy, promote technical innovations in the national economy, and consequently increase labor productivity and social production. Industry is divided into light industry and heavy industry. Light industry is primarily concerned with producing means of consumption. Heavy industry is primarily concerned with producing capital goods and manufacturing means of production. If industry is to play the role as the leading factor in the national economy, it is necessary to give full scope to heavy industry, precisely because it produces means of production. In socialist society, taking industry as the leading factor means primarily taking heavy industry as the leading factor. The role of heavy industry can be described as follows: to provide various modern agricultural machines, motor power, chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and other means of production for agriculture, to produce various light industrial machines and light industrial raw materials, and to promote technical innovation and labor productivity in light industry so that light industry can provide ever richer and more varied industrial products for daily use, and to provide modem equipment for transportation, construction, and national defense industries, in order to promote technical innovation and development in these fields. From all of this, we can see that the role of heavy industry as the leading factor is not only manifested as the necessary condition for achieving agricultural mechanization, it is also manifested as a necessary condition for promoting technical innovation for the national economy as a whole and for consolidating national defense, guaranteeing national security, strengthening proletarian dictatorship, and supporting world revolution. Just as Chairman Mao pointed out, without industry there can be no solid national defense, no well-being for the people, no prosperity or strength for the nation. 9. Industry is the leading factor in the national economy, and this is determined by its important role as described above. If the role of industry as the leading factor is primarily fulfilled by heavy industry, this does not mean that light industry is unimportant. Although light industry does not generally produce production tools, it is still an important sector of the socialist national economy. It is basically a sector connected with the production of the means of 170. Sumption. Like agriculture, it is an indispensable sector for the reproduction of labor power. Light industry is a necessary complement to agriculture. It processes agricultural and sideline products, produces various and necessary consumer goods for the laboring people of the urban and rural areas, and assists agriculture to better play its role as the foundation of the national economy. Compared with heavy industry, light industry is characterized by small investment and quick returns. Light industry contributes to the accumulation fund of the state and is an important source of funds for the expansion of heavy industry. Chairman Mao paid special attention to the position and role of light industry in the national economy. As agriculture and light industry develop, heavy industry, assured of its market and funds, will grow faster. 10. Chairman Mao clearly pointed out that the development of heavy industry depends not only on agriculture but also on light industry. He emphasized the important role of light industry, something which people easily forget. Achieve socialist industrialization in a step-by-step way. The important role of industry in the national economy objectively requires the socialist country to pay attention to the development of socialist industry. For countries in which industrial development is relatively backward, an important task facing the proletariat after it seizes political power is to rapidly develop modern industry, realize socialist industrialization, and turn the originally economically backward country into a strong socialist country with modern agriculture, modern industry, modern national defense, and modern science and technology. In addition to more fully bringing into play the role of industry as the leading factor, and thus guaranteeing the independence of the national economy and consolidating national defense, the realization of socialist industrialization has more far-reaching significance. The step-by-step achievement of socialist industrialization will certainly increase the proportion of the economy under state ownership and strengthen the leading role of the state economy in the whole national economy. The development of socialist industrialization will accelerate the development of industry in areas where industry was formerly backward and change the irrational distribution of industries. At the same time, the 171 ranks of the working class will expand, which will be favorable to strengthening the leadership of the working class over the whole country. Socialist industrialization will also certainly accelerate agricultural mechanization and bolster industry's capacity to support agriculture, in this way creating favorable conditions for gradually narrowing the differences between town and country and between worker and peasant. Exactly because the realization of socialist industrialization has such significance, Chairman Mao, in personally directing the formulation of the party's general line in the 1953 transition period, stipulated that step-by-step socialist industrialization is an important task which the whole party and the whole people should strive to fulfill. Old China was a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country. Under the oppression of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, production was extremely backward. There were very few modern industries. And those modern industries that did exist were primarily the light industries, particularly textiles. When the country was liberated in 1949, the annual output of steel was only 158,000 tons. There was not much heavy industrial production. Faced with this poor and blank condition inherited from old China, the rapid achievement of industrialization was a very pressing problem for the Chinese proletariat, which now wielded political power. During the past 20 years or more, under the brilliant leadership of Chairman Mao, significant measures have been taken to accelerate the process of socialist industrialization. To achieve socialist industrialization in China, it is necessary to build a complete socialist industrial system which combines large, medium, and small enterprises, which are distributed geographically in a comparatively rational manner, and in which the iron and steel and the machine-building industries are at the core. This national industrial system is built on the foundation of industrial systems in the various provinces and coordinating regions. Once modern industrial systems that are complete and relatively independent but which all vary according to local conditions have been established in a planned and step-by-step manner. In every coordinating region and within the framework of many provinces, the formation of the national industrial system will have an even stronger foundation. How will socialist industrialization be achieved? Chairman Mao pointed out to us, in discussing our path to industrialization, I am here concerned principally with the relationship between the growth of heavy industry, light industry, and agriculture. 11. To achieve socialist industrialization, it is of course necessary to give priority to developing heavy industry, but that does not mean that agriculture and light industry can be ignored. Chairman Mao pointed out, it must be affirmed that heavy industry is the core of China's economic construction. At the same time, full attention must be paid to the development of agriculture and light industry. 12. Based on the interrelations among agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry, Chairman Mao formulated a revolutionary line to achieve socialist industrialization with greater, faster, better, and more economical results, namely, to develop heavy industry by developing more light industry and agriculture. Through this method, agriculture and light industry have developed. They not only can provide ever greater amounts of the means of livelihood and improve people's lives, agriculture and light industry can also solve the problem of accumulating funds and providing markets for heavy industry, thus ensuring more stable and reliable development of heavy industry. In the long run, this approach will actually promote greater and better development of heavy industry. In opposition to Chairman Mao's revolutionary line was the revisionist line of the Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao cliques. They advocated developing heavy industry at the expense of agriculture and light industry, that is, fewer, slower, and poorer results at higher costs. Because it neglects the development of agriculture and light industry, this line of lopsidedly developing heavy industry does not ensure the living standards of the broad masses and will certainly result in discontent among the people as well as the improper development of heavy industry. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's revolutionary line, the revisionist line of Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao has been criticized and repudiated, independence and self-reliance have been persisted in, the interrelations among agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry have been correctly handled, brilliant results have been achieved in China's 173. Socialist industrialization, and the rudiments of an independent and modern industrial system have been developed. On Chairman Mao's instructions, Premier Zhou Enlai had proposed in the report of the Fourth National People's Congress on the work of the government that we might envisage the development of our national economy in two stages beginning from the third five-year plan. The first stage is to build an independent and relatively comprehensive industrial and economic system in 15 years, that is, before 1980. The second stage is to accomplish the comprehensive modernization of agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology before the end of this century, so that our national economy will be advancing in the front ranks of the world. 13. Our socialist industrialization has achieved great successes. But compared to the long-term and great goal of socialist revolution and construction, we still have a fairly long way to go. We must continue to advance along the road of socialist industrialization charted by Chairman Mao, keen on the struggle, and build a powerful socialist country in the some 20 years before the end of this century. In industry, learn from T. Aking. The process of socialist industrialization is a process of intense struggle between the two classes, the two roads, and the two lines. In the process of leading China to accomplish socialist industrialization, Chairman Mao scientifically charted a road for socialist industrialization based on the interrelations among agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry. But in addition to this, he also advanced policies such as independence, self-reliance, arduous struggle, and smashing foreign conventions and following our own road to develop industry. This was a sharp criticism and repudiation of the line of servility to things for and trailing behind at a snail's pace advocated by the Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao cliques. Following Chairman Mao's teaching, China's warji class displayed the revolutionary spirit of daring to think, daring to speak up, and daring to act, and gave impetus to the rapid development of China's industrial construction. The Taching oil field is an in-Ustan model for building socialism with greater, faster, better, and economical results. TLE struggle between the two lines, it firmait to chain and Mao's proletarian revolutionary line. 174. The new Taching oil field was formerly a barren plain. When several hundreds of thousands of staff and workers arrived there in I-960 to construct the oil field, it was a blue sky above and a grass plain below. The weather was cold and the ground was frozen. There were no houses, no beds, no cooking equipment. Production conditions were also very difficult. Several dozens of giant drilling machines were soon set up on the grass plain. But the equipment was incomplete, there were not enough trucks or cranes, and there were no highways. Roads were muddy. Water and electricity supplies were grossly inadequate. Under such difficult conditions, the heroic Taching workers raised the battle cry, "Conquer the big oil field, and drive the imperialists, revisionists, and reactionaries nuts," persisted in putting proletarian politics in command, and diligently studied Chairman Mao's works, particularly on practice and on contradiction. They armed themselves with Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, raised high the banner of the Charter of the Anshan Iron and Steel Company, fought heaven and earth, fought class enemies, and displayed the revolutionary spirit of self-reliance and arduous struggle. In just a little over 3 years, a big, first-class, oil field had been established in China. China has been basically self-sufficient in oil products since 1963. The Taching workers also conducted a large amount of scientific research and solved several important technical problems related to prospecting and refining that are of worldwide significance. Following Chairman Mao's teaching on running an enterprise with diligence and thrift, the total state investment was recovered in 1963 on the eve of May Day 1974. The funds accumulated by Taching for the state amounted to 11 times the state investment, achieving greater, faster, better, and more economical results. Even more important, the Taching oil field has trained a worker battalion that has class consciousness, drive, a good style of work, organization, and discipline, and that can endure hardship and fight hard battles. It is this contingent of revolutionized workers that has enabled the Taching oil field to continually and rapidly develop. Taching represents a great victory for Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line. The Taching oil field is a red banner on China's socialist industrial front. In industry, learn from Taching is Chairman Mao's great call. There is a basic similarity between the Taching oil field and the Takei Brigade. Comrade Zhou Enlai pointed out in his Political 175 report to the 10th Party Congress, one basic experience from our socialist construction over more than 2 decades is to rely on the masses. In order to learn from Taching in industry and to learn from Takei in agriculture, we must persist in putting proletarian politics in command, vigorously launch mass movements, and give full scope to the enthusiasm, wisdom, and creativeness of the masses. In learning from Taching, just as in learning from Takei, of fundamental importance is putting proletarian politics in command, thoroughly implementing the basic line of the party, and keeping firmly to the socialist orientation. The experience of Taching demonstrated that educating people with Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought and forging a workers' contingent is the most basic element in socialist enterprise construction. With such a battalion of iron and steel armed with Mao Zedong thought, there is no fear of hardship or difficulties. The harder it is, the further the contingent will advance, overcoming all difficulties in order to build socialist industries with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. People like Lin Piao slandered the working class as being merely interested in matters of livelihood. The Taching experience is a slap in their faces. In building socialist industry, whether the political and ideological education of the staff and workers is given priority, whether we trust the masses, whether we dare to mobilize the masses, whether we insist on following the mass line, and whether the road of self-reliance and arduous struggle is followed are important indicators of whether the banner of an industry, learn from Taching, is truly upheld and whether Chairman Mao's revolutionary line has been truly put into practice. Chairman Mao's call in industry, learn from Taching, pointed the direction for China's industrial development. It greatly aroused the working class of China to be self-reliant, to strive hard, and to rapidly transform the face of China's industry. The deep unfolding of the mass movement to learn from Taching in industry will certainly accelerate the pace of China's socialist industrialization and build China into a great socialist country with modem agriculture, modem industry, modem national defense, and modem science and technology. 176. Correctly handling the relation between industry and agriculture, consolidating the worker-peasant alliance. The industry-agriculture linkage in socialist society has a dual character. Marx and Engels set forth that after seizing power, one of the major tasks that the proletariat must accomplish under its dictatorship is the combination of agriculture with manufacturing industries, gradual abolition of the distinction between town and country. 14. With the achievement of socialist public ownership, socialist society eliminates the antagonistic contradiction characteristic of capitalist society whereby industry exploits agriculture and town plunders country. But the differences between industry and agriculture, and between town and country, still exist. Thus, the linkage between industry and agriculture in socialist society possesses a dual character peculiar to the transitional period from capitalism to communism. In the history of human society, the connections between agriculture and industry have taken many forms. In the primitive commune economy, handicraft production, such as spinning and weaving and tool and utensil making, were carried out as sideline activities of agriculture. This constituted a kind of primitive linkage between industry and agriculture. Alongside the development of social productive forces, there also developed a more complex social division of labor. Private ownership was introduced, and the ties between handicrafts and agriculture were severed. From this point on, the linkage between agriculture and industry started to take a circular form of exchange through money. This form of linkage between industry and agriculture, involving exchange through money, has reached its highest development under the capitalist system. However, exchange through money enabled the bourgeoisie to expand the price scissors between industrial and agricultural products *, thereby exacerbating the antagonistic contradiction between industry and agriculture and between town and country. But this only hastens the process by which capitalism turns into its opposite. Marx pointed out, capitalist production, at the same time, creates the material conditions for a higher synthesis in the future, viz., the union of agriculture and industry on the basis of the more perfected forms they have each acquired. 15. The new, higher synthesis of agriculture and industry of which Marx speaks, and that now becomes possible with the abolition of the capitalist system, is the direct linkage in production between industry and agriculture, built on the foundation of the system of public ownership of the means of production and under the guidance of unified planning of society. In socialist society, with the achievement of the socialist transformation of the system of ownership of the means of production and with the implementation by the state of planned regulation of industrial and agricultural production, that new form of linkage between industry and agriculture that Marx foresaw begins to take shape. The socialist state links industry and agriculture in the realm of production through national economic planning. It ensures that socialist agriculture produces food grains in a planned way and that agriculture provides non-staple food and material demanded by the development of industry. The socialist state ensures that socialist industry produces in a planned way all kinds of daily industrial products demanded by rural villages, along with chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and all kinds of agricultural machinery and equipment demanded by the development of agriculture. Such planned linkages between industry and agriculture in the realm of production present a new relation of mutual support and mutual promotion between industry and agriculture. From this aspect of things, the linkage between socialist agriculture and industry already has a communist element. But, on the other hand, owing to the still existing differences between industry and agriculture and between town and country, and owing to the fact that socialist industry is mainly built on the foundation of the system of ownership by the whole people, while socialist agriculture is built mainly on the foundation of the system of collective ownership, and that, therefore, the planned linkage between industry and agriculture in the realm of production can only be realized through exchange. Through money, bourgeois right is an inevitable aspect of the ties between industry and agriculture. From this aspect of things, there still exist remnants of the old society in the relations between agriculture and industry in socialist society. 178. The dual character of the linkage between industry and agriculture in socialist society demands that we pay attention to two aspects of work in handling the relations between industry and agriculture. On one hand, and this is the principal aspect, we must do well in planning the linkages between industrial and agricultural production, ensuring that industrial production and agricultural production be brought into the orbit of state planning, and never allow capitalist liberalization in production. On the other hand, commodity exchange between industry and agriculture must be organized well. Even though this is the secondary aspect, it would be wrong to pay little attention to it. Since the linkage of socialist industry and agriculture is a linkage under the commodity system, the law of value must operate. Correctly utilizing the categories of commodity, value, money, price, etc., correctly handling problems in the exchange of industrial and agricultural products in accordance with socialist principles, gradually narrowing the price scissors between industrial and agricultural products, properly arranging the relative prices of various agricultural and sideline products that the state acquires from agriculture. All these factors play an active role in linking up socialist agriculture and industry. At the same time, it must be seen that in the process of linking up socialist agriculture and industry, the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is very sharp. The linking up of industry and agriculture requires the use of commodity and money relations, where commodity and money relations are precisely the soil breeding new bourgeois elements. Due to bourgeois influence, the existence of bourgeois right, the force of habit of small producers, it is inevitable that, batch after batch, new bourgeois elements will be engendered. The new and old bourgeois elements always want to use the commodity and money relations between industry and agriculture to speculate and make huge profits. These kinds of capitalist activities must be hit at. Bourgeois right in the process of linking up industry and agriculture must be restricted. The spontaneous tendencies of small producers must be criticized. Only in this way can the linkage of industry and agriculture be gradually rid of the traces of the old society, and advance in the direction of communism. 179. The essence of linking up industry and agriculture is a question of worker-peasant alliance. The question of linking socialist agriculture and industry is not only a question of the proportional relations between these two sectors of material production, it is also a question of the interrelations between two big laboring classes of workers and peasants, which is to say, it is a question of the worker-peasant alliance. Under the socialist system, the basic interests of the worker and the peasant are identical. Under the leadership of the working class, the worker-peasant alliance, an alliance of mutual support and promotion, is established for the purpose of waging a common struggle to build socialism and to achieve communism. But certain differences still exist between town and country and between worker and peasant with respect to economics, culture, technology, and material livelihood. These differences are the remnants of the old society. To allow these differences to continue to exist for a long time, much less to expand, and not to create conditions for narrowing and eliminating these differences can only be detrimental to the consolidation of the worker-peasant alliance. In his analysis of the relations between the leading class and the class which is led, Chairman Mao pointed out, the leading class and the leading party must fulfill two conditions in order to exercise their leadership of the classes, strata, political parties, and people's organizations which are being led. A. Lead those who are led, allies, to wage resolute struggles against the common enemy and achieve victories. B. Bring material benefits to those who are led or at least not damage their interests and at the same time give them political education. 16. After the working class has seized political power, led the peasants to overthrow the landlord class, and accomplished land reform and agricultural collectivization, it is still necessary to lead the peasants to fight a determined battle against the class enemy in the rural areas, to conduct socialist education to help them further realize agricultural mech. 180. Anization on the basis of collectivization. To raise their material and cultural living standards gradually on the basis of the development of production, and to lead them to resolutely follow the socialist road. In this way, the differences between town and country can be narrowed and the worker-peasant alliance can be further consolidated. Therefore, the question of linking industry and agriculture is fundamentally a question of correctly handling the relations between the worker and the peasant. The essence of this problem is the issue of consolidating the leadership of the working class, consolidating the alliance between worker and peasant, and seeing to it that the working class wages struggle with the bourgeoisie for the allegiance of the peasants. All this is a new issue of class struggle under the socialist system. Chairman Mao's theory of the interrelations among agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry, the general policy of developing the national economy with agriculture as the foundation and industry as the leading factor, and the arrangement of the national economic plan according to the order of agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry charted the path for solving these problems. 8. Frugality is an important principle in the socialist economy. Practice frugality and economic accounting. Socialist production is at once a process of the planned allocation of labor time and the striving to economize on labor time. Practicing frugality and economic accounting in all enterprises and in the management of the national economy as a whole are essential conditions for building socialism with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. Frugality is a necessity in socialist economic development. The significance of frugality to socialist economic development. What frugality means here is economizing on manpower, materials, and funds. Economizing on manpower means saving living labor, economizing on materials means saving materialized labor, and economizing on funds means saving living and materialized labor manifested in currency circulation. Therefore, all frugality is in fact economizing on living and materialized labor, or economization of labor time. In socialist society, economy of labor time assumes immense importance. Marx pointed out, economy of time, to this all economy ultimately reduces itself. Society likewise has to distribute its time in a purposeful way, in order to achieve a production adequate to its overall needs, just as the individual has to distribute his time correctly in order. 183. To achieve knowledge in proper proportions or in order to satisfy the various demands on his activity. Thus, economy of time, along with the planned distribution of labor time among the various branches of production, remains the first economic law on the basis of communal production. It becomes law, therefore, to an even higher degree. 1. The aim of socialist production is to meet the needs of the state and the people. In order to produce the maximum possible amount of use value with the minimum amount of labor expenditure, it is necessary to economize on labor time and to allocate labor time in a planned way over the whole of society. These are basic means for guaranteeing, to the greatest extent, the satisfaction of the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people. Practicing frugality thus corresponds to the objective requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism. To violate the law of frugality is to violate the basic requirements of socialist economic development and to violate the basic interests of the proletariat and the laboring people. Therefore, whether frugality is enforced is primarily an issue of whether the objective laws of socialist economy are accepted and whether the basic interests of the proletariat and the laboring people are valued. Practicing strict economy is an important means of increasing accumulation through self-reliance in the socialist country. To engage in large-scale economic construction, the socialist country requires a large amount of funds. Where do the funds come from? Unlike capitalist imperialism and social imperialism, the socialist country cannot exploit its own people, engage in external aggression and plunder, demand war damages, or sell national resources to develop its economy. The socialist country can only rely on the diligent labor of its laboring people and on internal frugality for accumulation. On the one hand, the production unit saves as much manpower, materials, and funds as possible, rationally allocates funds, and steadily expands the scale of production. On the other hand, non-production units, such as state organs, military units, schools, and people's organizations, must economize and eliminate waste in order to minimize the share of non-production expenditure in the state budget. In this way, a large amount of funds can be accumulated for economic construction. The socialist country must practice strict economy and combat waste in order to accelerate socialist construction and better satisfy the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people. 184. Frugality is especially important to China's socialist construction. China is not only a big country, it is also an economically backward and poor country, a developing country. Chairman Mao pointed out. We want to carry on large-scale construction, but our country is still very poor. Herein lies a contradiction. One way of resolving it is to make a sustained effort to practice strict economy in every field. 2. Therefore, Chairman Mao called upon the whole people, to run factories with diligence and economy, to run shops with diligence and to run all state enterprises and cooperative enterprises with diligence and economy, and to run all other enterprises with diligence and thrift. The principle of diligence and economy must be applied to everything. This, then, is the principle of frugality. 3. The broad workers and poor and lower middle peasants fighting on the front lines of production pay close attention to Chairman Mao's instructions. They understand the great significance of frugality. The laboring masses put it nicely: diligence without economy means pure waste of effort. Only through diligence and thrift can the laboring masses create wealth and play the greatest possible role. Can China soon be developed into a big and strong socialist country. At the same time, our country must fulfill internationalist obligations abroad. Only by saving more domestically, can we contribute more to world revolution. Chairman Mao pointed out, all the 600 million people of our country must strive for increased production and economy, and against extravagance and waste. This is of prime importance not only economically, but politically as well. For diligence and frugality have always been the virtue of the proletariat and the laboring people. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's revolutionary line, the broad masses of China practice diligence and frugality. It has developed into a common habit. Ostentatious display and waste are the poison of the bourgeoisie and all exploiting classes. Extravagance and waste are part of the very nature of the exploiting class. Like their master Confucius, the Lu Shaoqi and Lin Piao cliques were composed of people who never worked with their four limbs and who could not distinguish the 5 cereals. They hated Chairman Mao's policy of building up the country through diligence and frugality. In construction work, they went after the big, the foreign, and the glamorous projects. In resource management, they resorted to what was described as generous budget and generous expenditure. In operations and manage. 185. Meant, they went so far as to argue that we needn't worry about money escaping abroad, even if accounts aren't reckoned for 3 years. Their criminal design was to corrode the outlook of those in the revolutionary ranks who were irresolute, to waste national resources, to undermine socialism, to sabotage proletarian dictatorship, and to restore capitalism. Therefore, by practicing strict economy and combating waste, we will not only be accelerating socialist construction but will also be striking a powerful political blow against people like Lu Shaoqi and Lin Piao. This orientation also stands as a thorough criticism and repudiation of traditional concepts and conventional wisdom. We must consciously resist the corrosion and attacks of bourgeois ideology and uphold the glorious tradition of the proletariat, that is, we must establish new enterprises with ardor and practice diligence and strict economy. We must help all our young people to understand that ours is still a very poor country, that we cannot change the situation radically in a short time, and that only through the united efforts of our younger generation and all our people, working with their own hands, can China be made strong and prosperous within a period of several decades. 5. The socialist system opens a broad avenue to frugality. The development of socialist revolution and construction objectively demands that we practice strict economy. At the same time, the socialist system also opens a broad avenue to frugality. In socialist society, the laboring people have become masters. The ultimate purpose of saving as much manpower, material resources, and funds as possible in order to provide more accumulation for the state and the collective and to facilitate expanded reproduction is to satisfy the needs of the proletariat and the people. Hence, practicing strict economy is consistent with the fundamental interests of the working people, and, therefore, frugality can become the conscious activity of the broad laboring people. Once the socialist enthusiasm of the masses has been aroused, all methods for frugality are employed, warehouses and storehouses are inventoried to tap potential material resources, technical innovations are made, in a big way to tap the potential of unused equipment, labor organization and methods of operation are improved to tap labor. 186. Potential, and campaigns of multipurpose utilization are launched in order to turn waste into valuable items and to transform the useless into the useful. For example, the main plant of Northeast Pharmaceuticals mobilized the masses to launch such a campaign of multipurpose utilization. The laboring masses and technicians taxed their brains to find ways to use solid waste, fluid waste, and gaseous waste. As a result, many new products were added. The main distillery in Peking formerly produced only liquor. After launching a mass movement to increase production and practice strict economy, many important products were produced from the three wastes of the plant. It developed into a diversified enterprise, turning out a great variety of products. The broad laboring masses are concerned with frugality and practice it in thousands of ways. This is not possible in capitalist society. Under capitalism, the capitalist practices frugality in his own enterprise. The purpose is to maximize costs and extract maximum surplus value. The essence of frugality is to increase the exploitation of hired labor. Marx pointed out, capitalist production, when considered in isolation from the process of circulation and the excesses of competition, is very economical with the materialized labor incorporated in commodities. Yet, more than any other mode of production, it squanders human lives, or living labor, and not only blood and flesh, but also nerve and brain. 6. The laboring masses are extremely resentful of the so-called frugality practiced by the capitalist and will resolutely resist and rebel against it. Under the conditions of socialist public ownership, the law of frugality not only plays a role within various enterprises, more important, it plays a role in the national economy as a whole. The socialist economy is a planned economy. Labor times apportionment in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the proper proportion between the different kinds of work to be done and the various wants of the community. 7. The socialist country can, through the national economic plan, rationally utilize manpower, material resources, and funds, centrally organize production and circulation, unfold socialist cooperation over the whole country, and combine the frugality of individual enterprises with the frugality of the whole society. Under capitalism, owing to competition among enterprises and the anarchy of social production, it is basically not possible to practice strict economy in a systematic manner throughout the whole society. This is especially 187. So because of the serious waste of manpower, material resources, and funds associated with the periodic occurrence of business cycles. Marx pointed out, the capitalist mode of production, while on the one hand, enforcing economy in each individual business, on the other hand, begets, by its anarchical system of competition, the most outrageous squandering of labor power and of the social means of production. 8. Even though the socialist system has opened a broad avenue to frugality, if the possibility of practicing strict economy is to be turned into reality, we must strengthen the education of the masses and cadres in ideological and political line, unceasingly unfold struggle against waste, and foster the idea of building up the country through diligence, frugality, and arduous struggle. On the other hand, we must also combine ideological and political work with complex economic work and establish rational systems of rules and regulations to conduct such work. Strengthening economic accounting in the various enterprises and in the national economy as a whole and running socialist enterprises on the basis of economic accounting are a very important means by which the principle of frugality is being practiced. Economic accounting is an important means to develop the socialist economy with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. Use economic accounting to achieve greater, faster, better, and more economical results. Economic accounting involves the activities of recording, calculating, analyzing, and comparing productive consumption * and productive results in the production, or management, process. This is commonly referred to as bookkeeping or balancing the books. In the struggle for production, people learned a long time ago the importance of using economic accounting. In the primitive commune of India there was a bookkeeper to record agricultural accounts and all events connected with them. 9 Marx borrowed the story, popular among bourgeois economists, of Robinson Crusoe, who lived on an isolated island, to explain the necessity of bookkeeping in the production process. Moderate though he be, yet some few wants he has to satisfy, and must therefore do a little useful work of various sorts, such as making tools and furniture, taming goats, fishing, and hunting. Necessity itself compels him to apportion his time accurately between his different kinds of work. His stockbook contains a list of the objects of utility that belong to him, of the operations necessary for their production, and lastly, of the labor time that definite quantities of those objects have, on an average, cost him. 10 The more socialized the production process becomes, the greater the necessity for economic accounting. Bookkeeping is more necessary in capitalist production than in the scattered production of handicraft and peasant economy, more necessary in collective production than in capitalist production. 11 Under different social systems, the form, content, and social consequences of economic accounting are different. In capitalist society, the capitalist uses economic accounting to extract the greatest possible amount of surplus value with the smallest possible amount of capital. The stricter this economic accounting, the more capital is saved, the crueler is the exploitation of hired labor, and the poorer do the laboring people become. In socialist society, economic accounting no longer reflects capitalist relations of production. Rather, it reflects socialist relations of production. By promoting economy of time, socialist economic accounting also promotes the uninterrupted growth of socialist production, and can thereby better satisfy the ever-growing needs of the state and the people. Socialist economic accounting, as an important means of enforcing strict economy, demands all-round frugality. And it demands that the all-round development of the socialist economy with greater, faster, better, and more economical results be treated as a unified whole. In production, if we practice frugality, reduce the consumption of raw materials, fuel, and labor, and thereby lower costs, then we can use the same amount of labor, material resources, and funds to produce more products. Improving on the design of products and projects, and cutting out unnecessary work procedures and crafts, can shorten the time required for turning out products and completing construction projects, reduce the consumption of living labor and materialized labor, and accelerate production and construction. The rational selection of raw materials and the substitution of cheaper and better quality raw. 189. Materials for more expensive and poorer quality raw materials can lower production costs and raise the quality of products and projects. Therefore, there exists an objective unity as regards achieving greater, faster, better, and more economical results. We should not treat these elements as if they stood absolutely opposed to one another. Yet, by the same token, there is also an aspect of contradiction in achieving greater, faster, better, and more economical results. If we ignore the contradictions among these elements, and one-sidedly pursue saving which will in the end affect the quality of products and projects, then the results not only won't be greater, faster, and better, but in fact won't even be more economical. Instead, there will be great waste. The laboring masses are the masters of economic accounting. Socialist economic accounting is an important means of enforcing strict economy and developing the socialist economy with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. But it can only be realized while relying on the conscious activism of the broad laboring masses. This is an entirely different situation from that of capitalist economic accounting. Because economic accounting in the capitalist enterprise OTTHER registered EOSE is fundamentally opposed to the interests few boring people. Economic accounting is the business of only experts employed by the bourgeoisie. Socialist economic account basic 08 TE asterisk interests the laboring people and is in line with their ORIs. Therefore, economic accounting in the socialist enterprise not merely the work of experts but is also an economic activity conscious participation of the laboring masses. As an FOCST system requires as a necessary condition and furnishes expert lect VE possibility the combining of economic accounting by experi SEC degree nomic accounting by the laboring masses. China's account 06 demonstrates that in order to do a good job in economic expert masses must participate. Economic accounting by MQ1 UST be based on mass accounting. Because the broad laboring hard OHCNP replica experience gained from fighting long and produce P reclusion battlefront, they are familiar with their own C1 on conditions. They know clearly where waste exists and 190. Where frugality can be further increased. They know very well how to improve techniques to raise efficiency, and how to calculate labor costs, material resources, and funds in order to achieve greater, faster, better, and more economical results. Group accounting, organizations for economic supervision, and conferences to analyze economic activities in China's socialist enterprises are some of the better forms of economic accounting that have resulted from the masses taking control of financial management and from various combinations of the laboring masses and the experts. In the socialist enterprise, the masses, as their own masters, participate in group accounting, analysis of economic activities, and financial management. Thus, economic accounting not only plays a greater role in promoting greater, faster, better, and more economical results, it also presses the leading personnel and the broadcasters to act in accordance with the party's line and its general and specific policies so that the enterprise will advance along the socialist road. In socialist economic accounting, it is quite necessary to utilize experts. Keeping in touch with the various workshops and departments in the enterprise allows the experts to become more familiar with the situation of the whole enterprise and facilitates leadership and organization of many and varied economic activities. But this is not enough. The experts must also go down to the front lines of production, fully rely on the masses, strengthen investigation and research, respect the creativeness of the masses, and promptly solve problems of economic accounting that arise out of the production process. Only in this way can they play their proper role. The system of economic accounting is a management system of the socialist enterprise. The system of economic accounting embodies the relations between the state and state enterprises and the relations among state enterprises. After the socialist country establishes a socialist state economy, how should the state enterprise be managed? The state economy is the property of the laboring people as a whole. The socialist state controls and manages the state economy as the representative of the laboring people as a whole. The socialist state 191 fixes production and operational plan assignments for the state enterprise and centrally allocates the output and earnings of the state enterprise to meet the needs of the state and the people. Does state management of the state economy therefore imply that there is no relative economic independence in the many state enterprises? Does this mean that all means of production and funds for workers and staff are provided free to the state enterprise, that all products of the state enterprise are passed on to the state without compensation, and that there is no independent accounting of profit or loss in the state enterprise? This kind of enterprise management system, called the free supply system, does in fact have a history. During the 1918 to 1920 period in the Soviet Union, this system of state enterprise management was adopted, and it was necessary under the special historical conditions of war communism. But it is not practicable under the general conditions of building socialism. The absence of independent accounting of profit and loss under a free supply system would make it difficult to detect where inefficiencies or waste existed in the process of production and operation. Consequently, conditions would not be favorable to mobilizing the working personnel of the state enterprises to take operational responsibility for running these enterprises, and conditions would not be favorable to realizing the principle of frugality. It permissible to let state enterprises take independent responsibility for their own profits and losses. This is even less practicable. If this system were implemented, the system of socialist ownership by the whole people would exist only in name and would degenerate into a system of enterprise ownership, into a system of small group ownership, and ultimately into a system of capitalist private ownership. In socialist society, the economic management of enterprises by a state objectively requires a system along the lines of the system of economic accounting. What is the economic accounting system? In simple terms, it is an economic management system which guarantees a central leadership of the state but which at the same time permits a relatively independent operation of enterprises. As early as 1942, Chairman Mao raised the principle of centralization in leadership, and decentralization in management in his directive to establish an economic accounting system in all sectors of the state economy. Centralized leadership means planned management of 192 state enterprises in accordance with centralized lines, directives, and policies. In the light of concrete conditions, enterprises are assigned various production targets including variety, quantity, quality, output value, labor productivity, costs, and profits to be turned over to the state. The enterprise must be held accountable to the state plan and must fulfill the various targets assigned by the state. Decentralized management means that the state allots a certain amount of funds to the state enterprise to use, according to its production and operational requirements, and that the enterprise will organize its production, supply, and marketing activities but on the basis of the plan assignment given it by the state. Every state enterprise possesses a certain relative independence of operation. Each enterprise must conduct independent calculations, figuring out its own gains and losses, and each uses its own enterprise income to cover expenses and to furnish accumulation for the state. Decentralized management under centralized state leadership requires, on the one hand, that the state enterprise improve management of production and operation, strengthen economic accounting, and guarantee the fulfillment of the state plan. On the other hand, the state must create the requisite conditions such that the state enterprise can improve production and operation. For example, production plans must be promptly announced and the supply of raw materials and broad socialist cooperation must be properly organized. The management of the state enterprise by the state through the economic accounting system guarantees centralized leadership by the state over state enterprises and also facilitates the exercise of socialist operational initiative by the enterprise. This arrangement both avoids excessive control, which may be unfavorable to enterprise economic accounting, and prevents excessive enterprise independence, which may lead to the capitalist tendency of free operation. Under the system of economic accounting, the economic relations among state enterprises take the form of joint cooperation and independent accounting. State enterprises are the property of the proletariat and the entire laboring people. They are mutually linked not only by the social division of labor but also by the fact that they belong to the same owners and are objectively required to coordinate and closely cooperate on their own initiative. These enterprises are fundamentally different from capitalist enterprises based on the system of private ownership. However, under the conditions of implementing the economic account 193 ing system, state enterprises are also units with relatively independent management. Therefore, when manpower, material resources, and funds are exchanged among state enterprises, it is not only necessary to promote the cooperative style of communism, it is also necessary to observe the principle of exchange of equal value and to keep books and settle accounts so that economic effects can be calculated. Under the conditions of the economic accounting system, the above-mentioned relations between the state and state enterprises and among state enterprises enable hundreds of thousands of state enterprises to both closely cooperate and organize production in a coordinated way as an organic whole and to fully exercise their individual management responsibility and initiative. Lenin once pointed out, Trusts and factories have been founded on a self-supporting basis precisely in order that they themselves should be responsible and, moreover, fully responsible, for their enterprises working without a deficit. 12. Some people wonder, since all state enterprises are state property, why is it necessary to have such a refined accounting system for them? This idea, which negates the system of economic accounting, violates the socialist principle of frugality. In socialist society, the expansion of production and the practice of strict economy depend primarily on the party's ideological and political work, on its ability to raise the consciousness of the cadres and the masses. But it is also necessary to establish a system of responsibility with respect to operation and management. If the system of economic accounting were not implemented, conditions would not be favorable for strengthening the operational responsibility of the management personnel, and substantial waste of manpower, material resources, and funds would result. Strengthen management with the system of economic accounting in the rural people's communes. The implementation of management by means of economic accounting is necessary not only in the state economy but is also absolutely necessary in the collective economy. The means of production and products within the economy of socialist collective ownership by working people belong to each individual collective economic organization. Each collective economic organization is an accounting unit. It organizes production under the direction of the state plan and sells commodities. 194. According to prices set by the state. It operates independently and is responsible for its own profits and losses. Production and income distribution are carried on within the collective. At the same time, funds for accumulation are provided to the state through taxes. The socialist national economy is a unified whole. The unified national economic plan drawn up by the state encompasses the collective economy as well as the state economy. To implement management with the appropriate system of economic accounting in the collective economy and to promote the strengthening of economic accounting by each unit of the collective economy will benefit the development of the national economy as a whole as well as the consolidation and development of the collective economy. China's socialist economy under the system of collective ownership by working people exists in agriculture, industry, including the handicraft industry, transportation, and commerce. But it is most important in agriculture. Here we are mainly concerned with the problem of strengthening management by means of the economic accounting system in the collective economy of the rural people's commune. China's rural people's commune at present uses the system of three-level ownership of the commune, the production brigade, and the production team. The commune, the brigade, and the production team are all accounting units that operate independently and that are responsible for their profits and losses. Financial transactions among the communes, production brigades, and production teams, as well as the allocation of material resources and labor power, must be based on the principle of exchange of equivalents on a voluntary and mutually beneficial basis. In the economy of the rural people's commune under the system of collective ownership, management by means of the economic accounting system is implemented in commune-operated enterprises by the commune and in brigade-operated enterprises by the brigade. The commune and the brigade exercise unified leadership over their respective enterprises, allocate a certain amount of funds to each enterprise, demand that they use these funds in a responsible way to fulfill the production plan assignments given to them by the state, the commune, and the brigade, and require them to meet their expenses with their incomes and fulfill or overfulfill the accumulation assignments set by the commune and the brigade. With the development of 195 commune and brigade operated enterprises and with the development of the collective economy at various levels, more and more units within the people's commune are adopting management by the economic accounting system, and management by the economic accounting system must be further strengthened. The production team is a basic accounting unit that operates independently. The collective fund of the production team is not allotted by the production brigade or the commune. It comes from the contribution and accumulation of the production team members. The commune and the brigade should lead, help, and support the production team to develop the collective economy. They cannot use the funds of the production team to develop the commune or brigade economies. Between the production brigade and the production team, there does not exist a relationship of management by the economic accounting system. This is to say, the production brigade is not ultimately responsible for profits or losses incurred by the production team. The teams themselves are responsible for their own profits and losses. Although there does not exist a relationship of management by the economic accounting system as between the commune, the production brigade, and the production team must also adopt economic accounting. Economic accounting in the production team consists primarily of calculating the annual consumption of materialized and living labor in production, reckoning annual income and expenses, reducing expenses and costs, avoiding unproductive labor and other such expenditures, and firmly opposing extravagance and waste. Especially important is the establishment of a sound system of financial management. All financial expenditures must be subject to the required approval procedure. Democracy in financial matters must be practiced. All incoming and outgoing items must be announced monthly to the members. People must have separate responsibilities for food, grain, material resources, money, and accounts to prevent excessive consumption, theft, and losses. Once economic accounting is strengthened and the system of financial management is improved, production costs can be reduced, the accumulation of production funds and members' income can be increased, and the broad members will love the collective economy all the more, and will struggle for further consolidation and 196. Development of the collective economy and oppose spontaneous capitalist tendencies. Correctly handle the contradiction between calculation in use value and calculation in value. The state economy and collective economy that practice management by means of economic accounting all need to compare and calculate productive consumption and productive results of their production processes. The socialist production process is both a direct social labor process and a value creation process. As a direct social labor process, the laborers create, according to plans, various use values that suit and satisfy the needs of the state and the people. As a value creation process, the laborers also create new value, besides transferring the old value of the means of production and raw materials to products. Hence, calculation in use value, materials consumed and material output or use value accounting, and calculation in value, or value accounting, constitute the two aspects of socialist economic accounting. Calculation in use value and calculation in value have aspects both of unity as well as contradiction. Use value is the material carrier of value. For products of a given variety and specification, it is generally the case that the achievement of greater output volume and higher quality yields greater value. Hence, generally speaking, if the enterprise overall fulfills the use value targets fixed by the state with regard to product variety, specifications, output, and quality, etc., then it can also fulfill the value targets of output value, surrendered profits turned over to the state, etc. This is the aspect of unity between calculation in use value and calculation in value. But calculation in use value and calculation in value are, after all, two different kinds of calculation conducted from two different angles, hence, they must also have the aspect of contradiction. The value targets assigned by the state to the enterprise, such as output value, surrendered profits, etc., are combined targets expressed in monetary and price magnitudes. On the other hand, the use value targets assigned by the state to the enterprise, such as variety, output volume, etc., are stipulated as discrete targets. When the enterprise overall fulfills the value targets of output value, surrendered profits, etc., that does not necessarily mean 197. That it has fulfilled the use value targets of variety, output, etc. Thus the contradiction often faced by the enterprise in the process of conducting economic accounting is between calculation in use value and calculation in value. In order to handle correctly the contradiction between calculation in use value and calculation in value, we must first of all have a correct understanding of the nature of value categories in socialist economic accounting. Capital funds, production costs, profits, and other value categories in the system of socialist economic accounting are linked with socialist public ownership, hence, they reflect specific relations of production and are different from capital, production costs, profits, and other value categories in the system of capitalist economic accounting. Under capitalism, capital is value that generates surplus value, and the value category reflects the exploitative relations of capital over hired labor. Capital funds in the socialist state enterprise are that part of the accumulated state wealth used for production and operation. The use of these funds by the enterprise in production and operational activities follows the requirements of the fundamental socialist economic law of the satisfaction of the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people and serves expanded reproduction. The rational use of capital funds has tremendous significance in developing the socialist economy. Cost in a capitalist enterprise is the consumption of capital. Cost reduction in a capitalist enterprise means capital saving and intensification of the exploitation of labor. Cost in a socialist enterprise is the expense incurred in the production of a certain quantity of products. Because enterprises under the system of economic accounting depend on income from the sale of products to cover expenses and to obtain profits, the continual reduction of production costs means the continual saving of labor time and the raising of labor productivity. The state or the collective can thus accumulate more, and, as a result, more products can be produced to satisfy the needs of the state and the people. Capitalist profits consist of transformed surplus value expropriated by the capitalists. Profits in socialist enterprises are the net social income created by the laboring masses. These profits are centralized in the hands of the state in the two forms of surrendered profits and 198. Taxes, and are mainly used to expand socialist production and to improve the people's livelihoods and living standards. Profits in the socialist economy can also be looked at from the perspective of the national economy as a whole. Under certain conditions, the socialist state can allow some enterprises to just break even or even to operate at a loss. For example, in order to bring about a rational distribution of industrial capacity throughout the country, local industries in the interior are developed. Some individual enterprises among them may not be making profits for a period of time owing to unfavorable conditions. Yet the state still supports their development. Or, to take another example, some enterprises producing certain industrial products, especially new products, new materials, and products which support agriculture may sustain losses over a certain period of time. But, in the interests of the national economy as a whole and the consolidation of the worker-peasant alliance, temporary planned losses are allowed. This kind of profit, examined from the standpoint of the overall interests of the national economy as a whole, is called higher-level profit or higher-level gain. And this kind of 199 higher-level profit embodies the superiority of the socialist system. Of course, this is not to say that profits in individual enterprises and sectors are no longer important, or that excuses should be made for poor management on the part of individual enterprises. Profits of the whole national economy are ultimately based on profits from individual enterprises and sectors. Therefore, enterprises suffering temporary losses should try hard to improve operation, reduce production costs, reduce losses, and turn losses into profits in order to increase socialist accumulation. From the above analysis, it can be seen that capital funds, costs, profits, and other value categories in socialist economic accounting reflect socialist relations of production. These categories are used by the proletariat to serve socialist construction. Hence, in handling the contradiction between use-value accounting and value accounting, we cannot treat the question of fulfilling the value targets assigned by the state as unimportant but must rather take it seriously and actively strive to fulfill various value targets in an all-round way. On the other hand, it must also be recognized that value categories are, after all, remnants of the economic system of private ownership. Value categories are bound up with the commodity system and embody bourgeois right. For example, since prices will deviate from values, enterprises expending an equal amount of labor to produce products of different varieties and specifications will obtain unequal amounts of output value and profit. If enterprises set out to produce more products yielding high value and high profit, they will have an easier time fulfilling the targets of output value and surrendered profits assigned them by the state. If enterprises find themselves producing more products yielding low value and low profit, they will have a much harder time fulfilling the targets of output value and surrendered profits assigned them by the state. Here we have another example of bourgeois right. The class interest of the proletariat demands that, in handling the contradiction between use-value accounting and value accounting, people consciously restrict this kind of bourgeois right, criticize the line of output value first and profit in command, put the creation of use values that satisfy the needs of the state and the people in first place, and subordinate calculation in value to calculation in use value. The bourgeoisie and its representatives in the party want to use and 200. Expand bourgeois right, carry out the line of output value first and profit in command in the departments and enterprises they control, produce more of what yields high profit, produce less of what yields low profit, and produce none of what yields no profit. The total economic accounting system implemented by the Soviet revisionist renegade clique is designed to carry out this thoroughly capitalist principle of profits in command. In the total economic accounting system, the most important summary indicators of the financial activities of enterprises are profits and the rate of profit. In actuality, the enterprise determines the variety and quantity of production according to the expected profits. To increase profits, the enterprises can dismiss workers and increase labor intensity to reduce production costs. This total economic accounting system, which puts profits in command, has already become a system of exploitation imposed on the working people of the Soviet Union by the Soviet revisionist bureaucrat monopoly bourgeoisie, and is an important means through which capitalism has been restored in the Soviet Union. Therefore we can see that, in the final analysis, the contradiction between calculation in use value and calculation in value in socialist economic accounting manifests itself as the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the socialist road and the capitalist road. Only by grasping this key link in the struggle between the two classes and the two roads, and by restricting bourgeois right in the realm of value accounting, can we correctly understand and handle this contradiction, subordinate calculation in value to calculation in use value, and prevent economic accounting from following a deviant course. 9. Exchange is an economic form that links production to consumption, exchange and currency, circulation in socialist society. Most products of labor in socialist society can only enter into the realms of productive and personal consumption by being exchanged. What are the characteristics of exchange in socialist society? How is such exchange realized? What are the objective laws that govern it? These issues must be clearly understood if the socialist economy is to develop. Socialist exchange possesses new qualities, characteristics, and functions. The characteristics of the three types of exchange in a socialist society. Exchange is determined by production. Production in socialist society has a dual character, and this determines the necessary complexity of socialist exchange. To understand the qualities and characteristics of socialist exchange, it is necessary, first and foremost, to identify the essential exchange relations that actually exist in a given socialist society. After the socialist transformation of the ownership of the means of production had been basically completed in China, there existed three main categories of exchange relations. 203. 1. Exchange based on the system of private ownership, the vestiges of private ownership in industry and agriculture, private plots in the hands of collective farm members, and family sideline production. This type of exchange materializes mainly in the form of trade at county fairs. But there is still another part that materializes in the form of selling to the socialist commercial sector. 2. Exchange between socialist state enterprises and the collective economy, as well as exchange within the collective economy itself. Members of the rural collective economy buy commodities from the state-run shops with the money distributed by the collective economy. This is essentially exchange between the state-run economy and the collective economy. 3. exchange within the system of socialist ownership by the whole people, including exchange between socialist state-run enterprises, as well as exchange between the state and staff and workers. The existence of these three types of exchange relations clearly reveals the transitional character of socialism, that is, as an historical period of transition from capitalism to communism. The first type of exchange relation is commodity exchange with private ownership as the foundation. It is basically the same in nature as commodity exchange in the old society. This exchange relation does not constitute the main body of exchange relations in socialist society. The second type of exchange relation is socialist commodity exchange based on two kinds of socialist public ownership. The qualities and characteristics of this type of exchange need to be examined from two different aspects. On the one hand, since this exchange relation is based on socialist public ownership, the commodities exchanged have the attributes of being direct products of a socialist system. Hence, based on the general principle that production determines exchange, the characteristics of socialist production will inevitably be reflected in exchange and thus reveal the following. 1. The aim of this type of exchange is not profit, but rather satisfying the need STSF the state and the people. 204. Exchange. 2. This type of exchange is not carried out amidst competition and anarchy, but rather is conducted under the guidance of a state plan. 3. Prices of products do not form spontaneously in the market, but rather are set by the socialist state. These characteristics reveal that exchange based on two kinds of socialist public ownership is different from the exchange of commodities in the old society. On the other hand, since this type of exchange remains exchange between different owners, it still has the general characteristics of commodity exchange, with these attributes. 1. Since it is commodity exchange, it must, of necessity, be subject to regulation by the law of value, which objectively calls forth the practice of exchange at equal values. 2. This type of exchange still requires the use of money as the medium of exchange. Between these two sectors of socialist public ownership, there still exists the relationship of buying and selling and exchange through money. 3. The value of the exchanged commodity still must be expressed in terms of price. Thus, there will continue to be deviations between the price and value of commodities. The commodity whose price exceeds its value will still enable its owner to gain extra income through exchange. The commodity whose price falls below its value will reduce the income of the owner. From these characteristics, we can see that bourgeois right continues to exist in the commodity exchange based on two kinds of socialist public ownership, and is not that much different from bourgeois right in the exchange relations of the old society. The third type of exchange relation is commodity exchange within the state sector of socialist ownership by the whole people. There is a big difference between this type of exchange and any previously existing form of commodity exchange. Throughout history, all commodity exchange from the exchange of commodities between primitive communes to commodity exchange under capitalism involved. 205. Exchanges among different owners. The type of exchange we are now examining is exchange within a unitary system of ownership, that is, exchanges among the same owners. Hence, the qualities and characteristics of exchange have already undergone change. Below, we will individually examine exchange between the state and staff and workers, and exchanges among state-run enterprises. Exchange between the state and staff and workers assumes the concrete form of the staff and workers of state enterprises using money paid out as wages by the state to buy consumer goods from state shops. This type of exchange is different from previous forms of commodity exchange. Historically, all commodity exchange expressed the movement of commodity to commodity or commodity to money to commodity. This was a relationship in which both parties were buying and selling. For example, in capitalist society the worker sells his labor power to the capitalist, and receives in return a monetary income. He then uses a part of the money to buy consumer goods from the capitalist. This type of exchange takes the form of commodity labor power to money wages to commodity consumer goods. But in a socialist country, in the exchange relation between state and staff and workers. The staff and workers are the owners of the state and enterprise, so they are not in fact selling their labor power. Because of this, all commodity exchange manifests itself as a one-sided action. On the worker and staff side, there is only buying and no selling, and on the state side, there is only selling and no buying. This situation, where the state enterprise staff member or worker receives monetary wages and goes to a state-run shop to buy consumer goods, approximates the situation described by Marx in the Critique of the Gotha program. The worker receives a certificate from society that he has furnished such and such an amount of labor, after deducting his labor for the common funds, and with this certificate he draws from the social stock of means of consumption as much as the same amount of labor costs. The same amount of labor which he has given to society in one degree n.f. receives back in another. 1. This is also a relation of exchange, and it follows the same principle that regulates commodity exchange. A might amount of labor of one form can be exchanged in its entirety or same amount of labor in another form. But the exchange between state and the staff and workers constitutes a special kind of exchange relation. It is actually a form through which the socialist 206 exchange state uses commodities and money relations to distribute personal consumer goods among the staff and workers. Compared with traditional commodity exchange, this type of exchange already possesses new content and characteristics. Exchanges among socialist state enterprises are manifested mainly as mutual buying of the means of production from each other. Since the system of socialist ownership by the whole people enters into relations of commodity exchange with the system of collective ownership, and since each socialist state enterprise must maintain relative independence in operation and management, then it follows that if one state enterprise requires the product of another, it still must calculate price, pay money, and practice the principle of compensation of equal value. Looking at it from this aspect, exchanges among state enterprises still have the character of commodity exchange as their nature. What distinguishes this type of exchange from other forms of commodity exchange in the past is this. Historically, commodity exchange was an exchange between different owners. On being exchanged, ownership of the product was being transferred. The seller lost ownership and the buyer obtained ownership of the product. Exchange between state-run enterprises, however, is exchange between the same owners. When a product is exchanged from one state enterprise to another, it is still the property of the state. This exchange does not result in any change of ownership. At the same time, since the object of exchange between state enterprises is mainly means of production, this type of exchange mediates production and productive consumption. It bears a direct relation to production, hence this commodity exchange relation requires stricter planning than the exchange of consumer goods would normally require. It should be brought even more directly into the orbit of the state plan so as to meet the needs of socialist direct social production. In the important exchanges of means of production among state enterprises, allocation and allotment should be state planned and should not go through market transactions. This type of exchange, though still possessing the characteristics of commodity exchange, has already begun to acquire the elements of a future communist society, namely, the direct social distribution of products. This is one transitional form that socialist commodity exchange assumes as it progressively develops toward communist direct social distribution of products. 207. The three categories of exchange relations discussed above amply illustrate the complexity of exchange relations during the socialist period. Commodity exchange exists on the basis of private ownership of the means of production. Socialist commodity exchange exists on the basis of public ownership of the means of production. Importantly, commodity exchange continues to operate within the state sector of the socialist economy, that is, within the system of ownership by the whole people. Exchange within the state sector contains elements of commodity exchange as well as elements of the future communist direct social distribution of products. How to handle the three categories of exchange relations, according to their different qualities and characteristics, is a major problem that confronts the proletariat as it undertakes socialist construction and consolidates its dictatorship. Bourgeois right in socialist exchange must be restricted, since socialist exchange, to varying degrees, remains commodity exchange. Bourgeois right will inevitably assert itself in exchange. We must recognize, and both utilize as well as restrict, such bourgeois right. Bourgeois right in commodity exchange is the fertile soil engendering capitalism and bourgeois elements. Historically, capitalism and the bourgeoisie were incubated in commodity exchange and emerged out of the polarization of small commodity producers. Because commodity exchange continues to exist in socialist society, capitalism and new bourgeois elements will inevitably be generated. Under the conditions of practicing the commodity system, it is entirely necessary for socialist enterprises to calculate output value and profit. But this could possibly result in situations in particular departments and units in which the needs of the state and the people, and the requirements of the state plan, are disregarded, situations in which output value and profit are put in command, situations in which capitalist free operations are carried out. These practices will cause some socialist enterprises to degenerate into capitalist enterprises. Furthermore, under the conditions of commodity exchange, there will always be contradictions between supply and demand, and there will always be deviations of prices from values. This will induce some people to unscrupulously take advantage of supply/demand and price/value contradictions in order to indulge in 208. Exchange, speculation, trafficking of goods, and the opening of underground factories, and thereby engendering batch after batch of new bourgeois elements. Thus, if the state under the dictatorship of the proletariat does not restrict bourgeois right in commodity exchange, capitalism will develop even more rapidly. In the Soviet Union, new and old bourgeois elements have collaborated and used the old base of commodity exchange to corrode and disintegrate the socialist economic base through various legal and illegal means in order to bring about the all-around restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union. This fact is of great significance. We must fully recognize the sharp and complex class struggle that exists in the process of socialist exchange. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique has replaced the socialist planned economy with the market economy of capitalism in the sphere of circulation. Previously serving the development of socialist production and the betterment of people's livelihoods, socialist exchange has been completely transformed into a system of capitalist commercial activities serving the pursuit of profit. In view of the circulation of means of production, capitalist commercialization is already at work in the Soviet Union today. 1/3 of the means of production are exchanged through wholesale business channels, and the remaining 2/3 are exchanged via free trade between those enterprises supplying and those enterprises demanding means of production. The circulation of means of consumption also completely adheres to the principles of capitalist operation with the goal of seeking profit. State-run shops of Brezhnev and company fleece consumers and bleed the staff and workers. Apart from the state-run shops, there are three kinds of free market for the buying and selling of consumer goods in the Soviet Union: collective farm markets, consumer cooperatives specializing in high-priced commercial goods, and free markets for consumer manufactures. 70% of the Soviet revisionists' collective farm markets are set up in the cities, where market prices fluctuate all day long and all kinds of speculation and profiteering activities run rampant. The high-priced commercial cooperatives also carry agricultural subsidiary goods. They operate according to the principle of buying cheap and selling dear, and also do business on a commission basis. They are not much different from the collective farm markets. Many high-priced commercial cooperatives are set up in collective farm mar. 209. Kets. Most goods sold in the free markets for manufactured consumer goods are obtained through fraudulent or corrupt means, through the back door, under the table, or by relying on special privileges and access to internal shops within the factories producing a given good. Otherwise, these goods are obtained from foreign tourists and seamen, and then resold in these free markets. The goods sold here are mainly items which are out of stock at the state-run shops for a long period of time or simply not available there. The prices are generally 2 to 3 times higher than what is charged at the state-run shops. Many of the sellers in these free markets are speculators and profiteers who travel back and forth logging thousands of miles trafficking goods for sale. Just like the collective farm markets, the free markets for manufactured consumer goods are also paradises for speculators. In analyzing the relationship of commodity exchange in socialist society to the regeneration of capitalism, Lenin pointed out, commodity exchange and freedom of trade inevitably imply the appearance of capitalists and capitalist relationships. To the shocking manifestations of the all-round restoration of capitalism in the sphere of circulation in the Soviet Union, of the sort described above, have been justified under the rubric of free trade. Such is the result of the expansion and strengthening without limit of bourgeois right in commodity exchange. How does the proletariat restrict bourgeois right in the sphere of circulation? The most important thing is to bring the production and exchange of commodities into the orbit of the state plan. It is absolutely impermissible to carry out free trade in violation of state plans. The bourgeoisie and their representatives in the party will use any means possible to oppose such restrictions. Whenever there is a chance, they will sabotage the state plan and carry on free trade. Hence, sharp struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie over the question of restriction and counter-restriction in the sphere of circulation is inevitable under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Such struggle in our country has been extremely acute. People like Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao did their utmost to promote the revisionist line of free trade, espousing the fallacies of free market, free pricing, and free competition etc. They strenuously opposed efforts by the proletariat to restrict bourgeois right in the sphere of circulation. They had tried to flood this realm with the capitalist forces of town and country. They trotted out contraband notions like profit in command, business first, etc., and tried to introduce the principles of capitalist management into socialist exchange. Liu Shaoqi also advocated that people in a given field of economic activity can be permitted to buy more items of that field. Lin Piao peddled the fallacies that human dealings are above society's laws, going through the back door is legal, and so on. They tried to corrupt people's minds. Other old and new bourgeois elements in society are also trying to stir up trouble in the sphere of circulation and to attack the proletariat and socialism. They use bribery to corrupt cadres, and seek to turn state and collective assets into their own property. They caney on speculation and trafficking to disrupt and sabotage the socialist market. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's revolutionary line, and after repeated trials of strength, the people smashed the conspiracies of Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao and company. Capitalist forces have been continually dealt heavy blows. But as long as commodity exchange exists, and with it bourgeois right, there will be fertile soil giving rise to capitalism and the bourgeoisie. Hence, class struggle between the proletariat and bourgeoisie in the sphere of exchange will have to continue. The proletariat must bring the exchange of basic means of production into the orbit of the socialist plan, provide leadership to unfold socialist cooperation, and prevent the old and new bourgeois elements from utilizing means of production to reinitiate capitalist operation. The proletariat must maintain the flow of exchange in materials and goods between town and country, strengthen management of the market and price, and prevent capitalist forces in town and country from disrupting and sabotaging the market. Only on this basis can we effectively restrict bourgeois right in exchange, continually dig out and eventually eliminate the soil-breeding capitalism and the bourgeoisie, and can socialist exchange be made to better serve industrial and agricultural production, better serve the worker-peasant-soldier masses, and better serve proletarian politics. Develop socialist exchange, promote the development of production, and improve the people's livelihood in the process of social reproduction. Production plays a determining role. However, exchange, both directly and indirectly, reacts back on 211. Production. Engels said, each of these two social functions of production and exchange is subject to the influence of what are for a large part special external factors, and consequently each has what are also for a large part its own special laws. But on the other hand, they constantly determine and influence each other to such an extent that they might be termed the abscissa and the ordinate of the economic curve. 3. This statement of Engels is applicable to socialist commodity exchange as well. The development of socialist industrial and agricultural production is the material basis of socialist production and commodity exchange. As early as 1942, Chairman Mao pointed out, the general policy guiding our economic and financial work is to develop the economy and ensure supplies. For this is to say, only when agricultural production is developed can there be enough means of production to satisfy the needs for further developing production and expanding economic construction, and can there be enough consumer goods to maintain thriving markets and stable prices. Without the development of industrial and agricultural production, it is impossible to improve socialist commodity exchange. On the other hand, socialist exchange also plays an immense, initiating role in the development of socialist industrial and agricultural production. Only through socialist exchange can the exchanges of material resources among various regions of the country and among various state enterprises in different sectors of the national economy be effected. Only through socialist commodity exchange can the relations between agriculture and industry, production and consumption, the economy under state ownership and that under collective ownership, and between the urban and rural areas be properly arranged. The state material supply departments and the commercial departments in charge of socialist exchange actively organize the exchanges of means of production among state enterprises. The socialist commercial departments responsible for socialist commodity exchange actively organize for the purchase of commodities at the appropriate time from the industrial and agricultural production sectors and sell them to consumers in a planned and systematic manner. This plays an enormous role in rapidly developing the national economy in a planned and proportionate manner and in improving the living conditions in the urban and rural areas. It is also an important aspect of consolidating the worker-peasant alliance. In addition to recognizing and correctly dealing with bourgeois right in the sphere of socialist exchange, we must also correctly handle the contradictions specific to the various types of exchange relations, so as to give full scope to the role of socialist exchange in accelerating production and expanding consumption. A very important link in the development of exchange within the sector of state-owned enterprises is the ability of the material supply departments to fully understand and correctly handle the contradictions between supply and demand for means of production. In the process of high-speed development of socialist construction, the supply of the means of production generally increases at a faster rate than does the supply of consumer goods. On the other hand, the quantity, quality, variety, and specifications of the means of production often do not fully meet the developmental requirements of socialist construction. Contradictions between supply and demand for means of production will objectively exist for a long time and will be reflected in the various departments of the national economy, in the various regions, and in the various state enterprises. Only through regular study and by properly balancing plans and matching supply with demand can a continuous relative balance between the production of and the requirements for means of production be maintained, and can the rapid development of socialist production be promoted. The process of exchange between the state economy and the collective economy, among the various levels and units of the collective economy, and between the state and staff and workers is even more complicated. The objects of commodity exchange are mainly consumer goods, but such exchange also includes a certain amount of means of production. The contradiction between supply and demand, as manifested in these complex exchange relationships, will exist for a long time. It will concretely express itself as the contradiction between the commercial sector and agriculture and between industry and the consumer. The contradictions between socialist commerce and agriculture are mainly manifested in the proportions of sideline products that are purchased or retained, in purchase prices, in the forms through which products are purchased, and by the supply and prices of industrial products. A portion of agricultural and sideline production is commodity production to satisfy society's needs. The other portion is self-provided production to satisfy the peasant's own needs. Thus, in purchasing agricultural and sideline goods, it is necessary for the commercial departments to work out the proper ratios between what is purchased by the state and 213. what is retained by the peasants, this so that the state can obtain the required amount of agricultural and sideline products, and so that the peasants can also take care of their production and consumption needs. At the same time, when socialist state commerce purchases agricultural and sideline products, it must also be good at supplying industrial products to the rural areas. It must strive to ensure the inflow and outflow of goods and materials to fully meet the requirements of both socialist agricultural production and the peasant's livelihood. The purchase prices of agricultural and sideline products and the supply prices of industrial products directly influence the income of the peasant, the expansion of agricultural production, and state accumulation. It is necessary to determine reasonable purchase prices for agricultural and sideline products and set reasonable prices for industrial products. It is necessary to create conditions to progressively narrow the historically long-standing scissors differential between industrial and agricultural prices. In this way, an exchange relationship based on exchange of equivalent values between industrial and agricultural products can be maintained. Handling the contradictions between commerce and agriculture in accordance with correct principles makes it possible to do a good job in commodity exchange between the urban and rural areas, and is favorable to arousing the enthusiasm of the peasants in socialist production, promoting the development of industrial and agricultural production, and consolidating the worker-peasant alliance. The contradictions between socialist commerce and industry are mainly contradictions internal to the state economy. State industry is engaged in production. State commerce is engaged in marketing. The contradictions between industry and commerce are mainly contradictions involving, on the one hand, the quantity, quality, variety, and price of industrial products, and, on the other, market requirements. There is relative stability in industrial production. But market requirements change. The contradictions between relatively stable industrial production and variable market requirements often issue in contradictions between industry and commerce. Other contradictions flow from the lack of coordination between the production plan and the marketing plan, which results from inadequate investigation and research into developments and changes and into the laws of production and the market. The influence of capitalist ideas of operation, or the interference of the revisionist line, further aggravates the contradictions between industry and commerce. To correctly handle the contradictions between industry and commerce, the commercial departments must obey the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism, strengthen investigation and research, duly report the requirements of consumers to the industrial departments, foster closer cooperation between industry and commerce, and actively assist the industrial departments to develop production, expand variety, and raise quality in order to better satisfy both the needs of the state and the people. The contradictions between production and demand in the commodity exchange process are ultimately manifested as contradictions between socialist commerce and the broad masses of consumers. With rapid industrial and agricultural development, the purchasing power of the people has been steadily raised. It is natural that they require of socialist commerce that it provide them with a greater and improved variety of consumer goods. However, the growth of social production always lags behind the growth of social demand. Therefore, correctly handling the contradictions between commerce and agriculture and between commerce and industry is a necessary condition for correctly handling the contradictions between commerce and the consumers. Furthermore, to correctly resolve the contradictions between commerce and the consumers, it is essential that those who work in commerce embrace the principle of wholeheartedly serving the people. China's commercial workers put it well, the shelf is only 3 feet high, but service to the workers, peasants, and soldiers has no bounds. Only when this world outlook becomes deeply rooted can socialist commerce actively organize supplies of commodities, rationally distribute commodities, and properly arrange the socialist market according to the various requirements of the workers, peasants, and soldiers. At the same time, in organizing for the people's consumption needs, socialist commerce should not merely passively adapt to consumer demand, it should actively influence and guide consumption, and do a better job of organizing for people's living requirements according to the developmental conditions of socialist industrial and agricultural production and the conditions of national resources. 215. Socialist exchange must have appropriate forms of organization. Establish an appropriate supply system and appropriate exchange channels. The circulation of means of production between those state enterprises that produce them and those state enterprises that consume them is a very complex process. Appropriate forms of exchange, under the guidance of a central state plan, are required to facilitate the movement of means of production from the sphere of production to the sphere of productive consumption. The means of production must circulate in a timely way, in the right amount, and must meet certain standards of quality if they are to promote the development of production. Exchanges of means of production among state enterprises reflect the interrelations among enterprises owned by the whole people, the interrelations among regions, among departments, and between the central economic departments and the local economic departments. China's experience in socialist construction teaches us that it is very important to set up a rational system for supplying material resources as part of the process of handling these interrelations. China's material resources supply system should adhere to the principles of centralized leadership, level-to-level administration, and specialized operation, in keeping with Chairman Mao's great strategic policy that we must be prepared against war, be prepared against natural disasters, and do everything for the people. And his teaching, let the local units do more things under a unified central plan. At present, based on the above principle, China's material resources supply system is selectively and gradually adopting in a step-by-step way the method of regional balance, differential allocation, regulation of variety, and guaranteed delivery to the state under a unified state plan. This requires, within the framework of a unified state plan and guaranteed delivery to the state, that locally produced raw materials and equipment should be kept in local balance, and that complete sets of equipment should be manufactured locally. This method assists in carrying out the great strategic policy of preparing against wars, preparing against natural disasters, and doing everything for the people. It encourages the step-by-step establishment of industrial systems in the various coordinating regions, and even at the level of individual provinces, the mobilization of central and local initiative, the proper handling of the interrelations between the central and local units, as well as among regions and among enterprises, and it promotes the development of the productive forces. After a proper material resources supply system is established, the appropriate forms of exchange, along with concrete channels for conducting such exchange, must be set up to expedite the flow of goods. With rational links in circulation, the means of production can be circulated from one state enterprise to another more quickly and economically. At present, the concrete forms of exchange of means of production in the state sector are of three basic types. There are three channels through which means of production circulate among China's state enterprises. The first is direct supply. This is a form of exchange in which raw materials, equipment, etc., produced by a state enterprise are directly delivered to the user without going through any middle link. It is arranged under a unified state plan and according to supply contracts between enterprises. This form of exchange shortens circulation time, reduces circulation expenses, stabilizes supply-demand relations, and helps improve product quality. It is the direction of development of product exchange between state enterprises. But this form of exchange cannot be used under all circumstances. In general, it is a suitable channel of circulation for those enterprises where supply-demand volumes are large and supply-demand relations of products stable. The second form of exchange is supply by material resources departments. This too is conducted under a unified state plan. Like the previous form of exchange, it also falls within the scope of plan allocation. However, the product must go through the material resources departments. In other words, according to the product supply contract, raw materials, equipment, etc., produced by a state enterprise must first be collected and sent to state material resources branches. After necessary processing and arrangement by the material resources departments, they are supplied to enterprises for consumption. Raw materials and equipment subject to this form of exchange are generally in great demand, although the demand from some enterprises is small. Now if all goods were delivered directly by the producing enterprises to the consuming enterprises, the producing enterprise would have to develop a vast supply organization in order to deliver these goods on time. Consequently, although it seems slower and more expensive to use state material resources departments rather than the channels of direct supply, in fact, it means that storage charges and transportation fees can be reduced and means of production can be supplied faster to the consuming enterprises. In addition, because the state needs to maintain a reserve of some means of production and because state enterprises may also experience a sudden surge in demand for some means of production, due to changes in plan assignments, state material resource departments are needed as a middle link for managing and organizing supplies of the means of production. The third channel of circulation is supply organized by commercial departments. This involves products which can be used either for productive consumption or personal consumption. Some are small spare parts and small metal tools of various specifications and of more limited use. It is more convenient to have these small and assorted means of production managed by commercial departments so that they can be bought by the user unit in the market at any time. Bring the effects of socialist commerce fully into play. Exchange between socialist state enterprises is realized mainly by direct supply and through the material resources departments acting as intermediate links. The mediating role of the commercial departments is not essential in this kind of exchange. But in exchange between the state economy and the collective economy, within and between the levels and units of the collective economy, and between the state and staff and workers, it is essential for the commercial departments to fully function in their intermediary capacity. At the present stage, China's socialist commerce takes two forms, state NM commerce and collective-run commerce. Taken together, these constitute China's planned and unified socialist market. State commerce constitutes the main body and leading force in the unified socialist market. It controls the overwhelming majority of retail shops and all commercial wholesale links. All consumer goods and a portion of producer goods manufactured by state industry are purchased by state commerce. Major agricultural sideline products and a portion of the industrial products turned out by the collective enterprises will also be purchased primarily by state commerce. Commodities are delivered to the consumer by the state commercial departments. These departments must take the whole population of the country into consideration in a planned manner and follow the principles of overall planning, making proper arrangements, and guaranteeing key points. In 1973, state commerce already accounted for 93.5% of the total volume of retail trade. Collective commerce assists state commerce. Collective commerce refers mainly to rural supply and marketing cooperatives. Urban cooperative stores also belong to the category of commerce under the system of collective ownership. In China, after the seizure of political power by the proletariat, there existed an exceedingly vast rural market in which the individual economy predominated. If socialism had failed to take over, this market would have fallen into the clutches of capitalism and become a hotbed for the growth of capitalism. While actively developing state commerce, it was also necessary to arouse the masses to energetically develop cooperative commerce through their own efforts. Cooperative commerce is an auxiliary to state commerce. It assists in regulating supply and demand, controlling the market, and stabilizing prices. Practice has shown that the establishment and development of supply and marketing cooperatives in China have played a very important role in augmenting the strength of socialist commerce, in cutting the connection between individual economy and capitalist economy, and contributing to the socialist transformation of the individual economy. After 20 years of development, there has been great change in the 219 funding and management of the rural supply and marketing cooperatives. Whereas in their early period of formation, money was raised in the form of shares, today this accounts for only a small proportion of the cooperatives' funds. In fact, the supply and marketing cooperatives are now actually already a component of socialist commerce by the whole people. The cooperative stores were originally formed by individual laborers in the urban areas. These cooperatives represented a transitional form from individual commerce to state commerce. Already in some areas of China, cooperative stores have largely been transformed into state-run stores. In other areas, various forms are being adopted to continue carrying out socialist transformation. Existing cooperative stores provide a convenience to the urban inhabitants, facilitating small purchases of daily commodities. In 1973, collective commerce accounted for 7.3% of the total volume of retail trade. Apart from the two kinds of socialist commerce, state commerce and collective commerce, there still remains a certain amount of trade conducted at rural trade fairs. The rural trade fair is a form of trade that corresponds to commodity exchange on the basis of private ownership. Rural trade fairs are a supplement to the socialist planned market. There the peasants sell that part, relatively small quantities, of the farm produce grown on their private plots and household sideline products which they neither keep for their own personal needs nor sell to the state. The rural trade fairs are organized according to strict state regulations. Trade fairs are places where peasants exchange what they have for what they want and where peasants exchange directly with urban people. No middle merchants are allowed. Rural trade fairs have a dual character. On the one hand, as adjuncts to the socialist planned market, they have the effect of increasing the social product, increasing the team members' income, and enlivening the rural economy. On the other hand, rural trade fairs are an unplanned market. If they are allowed to develop spontaneously and unchecked, they will interfere with the socialist planned market and nurture capitalist forces. If rural trade fairs are to be allowed to exist for a period of time under the socialist system, it is necessary to strengthen leadership and management over them in order to bring into play their positive effects and restrict their negative effects so that they serve the socialist economy better. Money must be the servant of socialist exchange. Money under the socialist system begins to acquire new properties and functions when commodity production and commodity exchange reached a certain level of development in human history. Money appeared as the general equivalent of all other commodities, and unit of account. Since commodity production and commodity exchange continue to exist in socialist society, money is still necessary. Owing to the dual character of social production and the products of social labor in a socialist society, the nature and function of money begin to change. Money, in its relation to commodity production and commodity exchange, is still a unit of account under the socialist system. But it no longer reflects capitalist relations of production. Capitalist commodity production and commodity exchange, which embody the exploitation of hired labor, are no longer associated with this money. Money is now associated with socialist commodity production and exchange, which embody the mutual exchange of labor within and between the two laboring classes, the proletariat and the peasantry. Let us examine the properties of money in socialist direct social production. In its planned leadership over the national economy, the socialist state must use money as a unified standard to measure social labor, whether in the formulation of production targets, the allocation of material resources, or the distribution of the total social product. This means that money under the socialist system begins to acquire a new property, namely, as a means to measure labor in national economic planning work. And the further socialist direct social production progresses, the more important this new property of money becomes. In the course of development, with the gradual elimination of commodity production and commodity exchange, money as a unit of account will also gradually be eliminated. Even then, however, a means of measuring labor will still be necessary in national economic work. 221. In the distribution of personal consumer goods in socialist society, in addition to being a unit of account, money also serves as labor certificates. The distribution of personal consumer goods in the departments under socialist state ownership is conducted this way: the state pays money wages to the staff and workers following the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work, and the staff and workers use the money to buy the consumer goods they need. Here, the role of money is similar to that of labor certificates described by Marx. The certificate of labor is merely evidence of the part taken by the individual in the common labor, and of his right to a certain portion of the common produce destined for consumption. 5. The change in the nature of money under the socialist system reflects the characteristics of socialist relations of production. But this change is also embodied in the functions of money. The first function of money is that of a measure of value. This is also the case in socialist society. In socialist society, apart from using money to measure the social labor embodied in commodities, money is also used as a tool for the planned management of the state economy. The socialist state uses money's function as a measure of value to set the prices of commodities and products and to fix targets of production, costs, and profits in value terms in order to exercise planned management of the national economy. Money acts as a means of circulation in all three of the major exchange relations of the socialist system. In socialist society, this function of money is carried out by paper currencies. Paper currencies have no intrinsic value. They are merely symbols of value. In China, these symbols of value, or legal tender, are the renminbi issued by the People's Bank of China. The socialist state uses money's function as a means of circulation to promote the economic relations between industry and agriculture, between the urban and rural areas, and among state enterprises. Although currency remains a means of circulation, the individual who possesses it has already been denied the right to buy substantial means of production or labor power, which is a condition basic to money under capitalism. Money can only be used to purchase some tools needed for handicrafts and personal items of consumption. Under such conditions, great limitations have already been placed on the effective range of action of money as a means of circulation. In socialist society, money functions as a means of payment. Socialist state enterprises use this function of money to pay taxes and profits to the state and wages to the staff and workers and to repay loans from fraternal enterprises. The socialist state uses this function of money to centralize and distribute state budgetary and credit funds in order to ensure and promote socialist construction. In socialist society, money also functions as a means of accumulation and savings. The net social income created by the laboring people becomes the socialist accumulation of the state in the form of money. The portion of the labor compensation of the laboring people that is not yet spent is also deposited in the state bank in the form of money, also to be used to promote socialist construction. In the foreign economic relations of the socialist state, gold functions as world money. In the socialist state's foreign aid and foreign trade, gold serves as a universal means of payment and an embodiment of social wealth. Because China's renminbi is a rare and stable money in the world, it has earned an ever higher reputation. In China's foreign trade, more and more countries are willing to use the renminbi as a means of calculating prices and for international accounting. In socialist society, by virtue of the establishment of public ownership of the means of production and the resulting changes in production and exchange, the production relations reflected by money and the functions it performs are vastly different from the situation in capitalist society. In capitalist society, money is converted into capital that the capitalist uses to buy labor power and means of production in order to extract surplus value from the worker. The bourgeois state uses its power to print money as a means of patching up its financial deficits. This leads to monetary inflation and increases the misery of the laboring people. The bourgeois state also uses money as a means to economically invade and expand outside its national borders and to grab super profits. In socialist society, the issuance and management of money are mainly in the hands of the state under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and money is used to measure and calculate the expenditure of labor on the social product and to strengthen and expand the economic links between industry and agriculture and among various state enterprises. Money also facilitates the distribution of individual consumer goods, which follows the socialist principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work. Money is a tool used by the 223 state of the dictatorship of the proletariat to wage class struggle, to administer socialist production, and to distribute products. But money is like commodities, it is a remnant of the private economy, a survival of yesterday's exploitation. 6. In using money to serve the socialist economy, we must see this clearly. In socialist society, money as general equivalent and unit of account is still the direct incarnation of social wealth. Its functions as measure of value, means of circulation, means of payment, means of saving, and world money are still operative. This is not that much different from the old society. The existence of money remains the soil breeding capitalism and new bourgeois elements. The commodity of commodities, money had been discovered, that which holds all other commodities hidden in itself, the magic instrument which can change at will into everything desirable and desired. 7. In the money form, bourgeois right has attained concentrated expression. Before money, people are formally equal. Anyone can own money. Everyone can use money to buy the commodities they need. It is the same for everyone. But this equality actually embodies inequality. Those who own more money not only can enjoy a higher standard of living but also can use it to exploit others under certain conditions. In capitalist society, operating a factory, speculation, usury, and corruption are essentially the same. They are all exploitative methods of owning another's labor and exploitative means of obtaining more money. In socialist society, not only does the system of distributing money income according to work embody inequality, there also exists the possibility of using exchange through money to secure ownership over another's labor. These exploitative activities are of course illegal under the dictatorship of the proletariat. But as long as money exists, the old and new capitalist forces of the city and countryside will risk disobeying the law to practice speculation, operate underground factories, engage in usury, etc., in order to secure ownership over another's labor and grab huge amounts of money. In his criticism of Dühring's discussion of economic communes, Engels made this point. By accepting money in payment without any question, the commune leaves open the door to the possibility that this money may have been obtained otherwise than by the individual's own labor. Non-olet. It does not smell. The common does not know where it comes from. 8. Lenin also pointed out, until we can abolish money, we must put 224. Exchange up with equality in words. In the Constitution, we must put up with a situation in which everybody who possesses money practically has the right to exploit. 9. The thesis of Engels and Lenin, that as long as money exists it will be transformed into capital under certain conditions and will engender new bourgeois elements, is extremely important. When we use money to serve socialist construction, we must do so with a clear head. The harmful effects of money must be restricted by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Illegal activities such as using money to employ and exploit workers and to engage in speculation and usury must be severely attacked and punished. In a socialist society, the potentially harmful effects associated with the use of money are already held in check as a result of the establishment of public ownership of the means of production and the restriction of bourgeois right in commodity production and commodity exchange. The social and economic foundations of money fetishism will be greatly weakened. However, since money remains the independent form of exchange value, money is still that absolutely social form of wealth ever ready for use. 10. Money can be exchanged for almost any commodity, consequently, money fetishism could not possibly disappear in a short period of time. Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao and company advocated material incentives. Make big profits with little capital. Let us all get rich. We must repeatedly criticize and repudiate such ideas of the exploiting class as, money can bribe the gods, with money even ghosts will grind wheat, and get promoted and make a fortune. Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao and company did their utmost to poison the minds of the working people with money fetishes and undermine the socialist system. In taking further steps to weaken and progressively eliminate money fetishism, we must create the requisite conditions to weaken its social and economic base, and we must never cease struggling against old and new bourgeois elements who use money to conduct criminal activities such as corruption, theft, bribery, speculation, and opening underground factories. At the same time, we must pass severe judgment on the modern-day revisionists who advocate material incentives. We must propagate Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought among the masses of people, foster the advanced sentiment of working for the revolution and plowing for the revolution, and insist on continuing the revolution. The struggle against money fetishism is an essential means by which the proletariat exercises all-round dictatorship over the bourgeoisie. This is an important task of the proletariat and all laboring people throughout the historical period of socialism. Master the law of money circulation to serve socialist construction in the process of production, exchange, distribution, and consumption. There is a movement of money corresponding to the movement of commodities. In capitalist society, production and exchange are carried on blindly and spontaneously. The circulation of money in the market is also carried on blindly and spontaneously. In socialist society, production, exchange, and distribution are all carried on according to plans. The socialist state can expand and contract the money supply in a planned way, and can bring planning into money circulation and exchange through money. And it can restrict bourgeois right in exchange through money, guard against the dangers associated with the use of money, and ensure that money serves socialist construction. To achieve planned money circulation, it is first necessary to understand the movement of money under the socialist system and to know the objective law of money circulation. In socialist society, exchanges among state enterprises do not generally require actual money, cash, transactions. Price calculation in the exchange process is carried out by utilizing money as a measure of value. When money performs its function as a measure of value, no cash need be on hand. Only the concept of money is required. Payments in the exchanges among enterprises are generally settled through clearing accounts in the state bank, so no money transaction is required for this either. In socialist society, there are four main channels for issuing and recovering money. First, state enterprises, business units, and state organs obtain money from the state bank to pay wages to staff and workers. Staff and workers use their wages to buy personal consumer goods, or to meet other living expenses. In this way, money flows back to the bank through the commercial sector and the service industries. In addition, staff and workers can save by directly depositing money in the bank without any commodity exchange. Second, the commercial branches obtain money from the state bank to purchase agricultural and sideline products from the rural collective economy. A part of the money income from the sale of agricultural and sideline products is used by the collective units to buy chemical fertilizers, insecticides, agricultural machines, and other means of production from the state. In this way, this part of the money again returns to the bank. Another part of the money income of the collective economy is distributed to the peasants of the collectives according to their labor contributions. The peasants use it to buy industrial products from commercial branches or save it. In this way, this part of the money also ultimately returns to the bank. Third, through their purchases at trade fairs, a part of the money income of the urban people also circulates. However, it must also finally return to the bank through the peasants' purchases of industrial products and savings deposits. Fourth, economic transactions among state enterprises, business units, and state organs are basically conducted by transfers of credit. But some assorted and small payments also require cash. State enterprises, business units, and state organs can only retain the amount of cash specified by the state. Any amount over and above this limit must be deposited in the state bank. Therefore, the amount of money needed for such circulation is limited. These channels of money circulation are closely related to socialist commodity exchange. Money circulation is determined by commodity circulation. According to the law of money circulation explained by Marx, the formula for money circulation is, amount of money as total money value of commodities means of circulation velocity of money circulation. This formula is still valid under the socialist system. This formula says that the amount of money needed for circulation in a given period of time is directly proportional to the total money value of commodities which require money to be realized and inversely proportional to the velocity of money circulation. Since paper currencies are merely symbols of value, the issuance of paper currencies should correspond 227 to the amount of money needed for circulation. Only in this way can the value of money be kept stable and its active role in a dynamic socialist economy be brought into full play. If too little money is issued, commodities may pile up in the circulation sphere, because the medium of exchange is lacking, and they will not reach the consumer in time. If too much money is issued, the result will be too much money chasing too few commodities. The prices of commodities will then rise in the trade fairs, and the value of the paper currency will fall. The socialist state consciously uses the law of money circulation to match money circulation with commodity circulation and promote the planned movements of socialist production, exchange, distribution, consumption, and other links through a planned regulation of the channels of money circulation. As indicated, China's renminbi is a rare and stable money in the world. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line, China's industry and agriculture steadily develop, fiscal revenues are plentiful, and international payments are balanced. A strong socialist economy lays a stable material foundation for China's money and permits the state to steadily release a large amount of commodities into the market at stable prices to match the demand from the increasing purchasing power of the people. The stable value of the renminbi is also a result of the state's conscious use of the law of money circulation and the planned management of money circulation to achieve a balance between income and cash payments. On the one hand, the state controls the release of money through planned regulation of the number of staff and workers, the rate of wage increases, and the purchasing power of state enterprises, business units, and state organs, and through regulation of purchase prices of agricultural products. On the other hand, the state organizes the withdrawal of money from circulation by duly and sufficiently supplying commodities required by the urban and rural populace, by regulating prices in a planned way, and by mobilizing the people to save. In this way, the amount of renminbi in circulation is matched by the amount of circulation required, thus guaranteeing the stable value of the renminbi. The planned regulation of money circulation in the socialist state is carried on through the state bank. In China, the People's Bank is the state bank. The People's Bank of China which issues and withdraws renminbi and regulates money circulation in a planned way. According to the development of production and the requirements of commodity circulation, becomes a nationwide cash income-outgo center. The People's Bank of China is a nationwide clearinghouse for all non-cash transactions among all the state economic branches, enterprises, and units. It is also a nationwide credit center that seeks to achieve a fuller use of idle money through its holdings of receipts, payments, and deposits. In summary, all money accounting and payment activities develop from the central hub of the state bank. The Socialist Bank is not only an economic organization but also a state bank in charge of managing the national economy of the proletarian state. It plays a very important role in socialist revolution and socialist construction. 10. Correctly handle the relations between the state, the collective, and the individual. The distribution and redistribution of socialist national income products produced in socialist society must generally be exchanged and distributed before they can be consumed. The process by which production, exchange, distribution, and consumption are repeated and continuously renewed is a process of reproduction. The correct handling of the relations between the state, the collective, and the individual with respect to distribution and the correct distribution of the social product and national income play an important role in the smooth management of socialist reproduction. Socialist national income comes from the people and is expended on the people. Socialist national income can increase steadily and rapidly. Socialist reproduction has its own characteristics. In essence, what is involved is simply the repeated occurrence of the characteristics of socialist production. The aim of reproduction is to satisfy the ever-increasing needs of the socialist state and the people. It is not for the purpose of exploitation as under capitalism. Socialist reproduction is carried on in a planned and proportionate way. It is not the blind. 231. Competition of capitalism. Socialist reproduction is continuous expanded reproduction. It is not interrupted by cyclical economic crises as under capitalism. These characteristics of socialist reproduction are inevitably reflected in the creation and distribution of the socialist national income. National income is the total social product produced by the laborers employed in the branches of material production in a given country over a given period of time, usually a year, minus the depreciation of the means of production. It is the wealth created by the laborers in the branches of material production. Because of the dual character of socialist production, the national income created by socialist production is manifested in products as well as in value. National income in the form of products cannot be calculated by simple addition due to the wide variety of products. But since the total social product minus depreciation has value, its total and its rate of increase can be calculated at current or constant prices. The main factors determining the creation and increase of national income are as follows: increases in social labor, increases in the productivity of labor, and savings in the social consumption of the means of production. In general, other factors being equal, the greater the amount of labor engaged in social production, the greater the national income created, both in physical and in value terms. Under socialism, the aim of production and reproduction is to satisfy the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people. The scale of reproduction increases year after year, and the national income can sustain this growth. Under capitalism, the aim of production and reproduction is exploitation. The expansion of extended reproduction is often interrupted by economic crises. Relative overproduction is aggravated, leading to mass unemployment, which is a unique social problem under capitalism. Thus the increase in the capitalist national income will certainly be adversely affected. If the amount of labor is constant, then the faster that the productivity of labor in the production enterprise increases, the faster will the physical volume of national income grow, that is, national income, computed at constant prices, will increase. In socialist society, the initiative and enthusiasm of the laboring people can be fully mobilized. Advanced technology can be widely disseminated. Mass movements. 232. For technical innovation and technical revolution open a broad vista for increasing labor productivity and national income. In capitalist society, the laboring people are oppressed and exploited, and their initiative and labor activism are suppressed. Advanced technology is used only if it results in more surplus value. Thus, increasing the productivity of labor and increasing national income face tremendous obstacles. Let us look at the third factor determining national income. If the total social product is fixed, then the greater the savings in the consumption of means of production in the production process, the smaller will be the deduction from the total social product and the faster will be the growth of national income. In socialist society, the laboring people are the masters. They can be actively concerned with saving, substitution, multipurpose use of raw materials, and with regular maintenance and full utilization of the means of production. The planned nature of socialist reproduction allows for the fuller and more rational utilization of the means of production on a society-wide basis. These conditions make it possible to economize on means of production, reduce their consumption, and increase national income. In capitalist society, although the capitalist tries to economize on means of production to reduce capital expenses, a large amount of waste results from competition and the anarchy of production. In addition, underutilization of capacity in the enterprises frequently idles a large amount of equipment. These conditions are unfavorable to increasing national income. Because the factors determining the creation and growth of national income are different under different social conditions, the national income of the socialist country can increase faster in the long run than is possible in a capitalist country. The distribution of national income corresponds to the basic interests of the laboring people. How is national income to be distributed after it has been created? The distribution of national income is ultimately determined by the form of ownership of the means of production. In socialist society, the means of production are publicly owned. The laboring people are the masters in production. Therefore, the distribution of national income must correspond to the interests of the laboring people and 233. Satisfy the ever-increasing needs of the state and the laboring people in a planned manner. National income is created by the laborers of the branches of material production. It must first undergo an initial distribution within the branches of material production. In enterprises under socialist state ownership, national income is divided into two parts after this initial distribution. One part is wages to be used by the laborer in state enterprises for personal consumption, the other part is net income, which becomes the centralized net income of the state after it is turned over to the state in the form of taxes and profits. In enterprises under collective ownership, after an initial distribution, one part of the national income is distributed as labor compensation to commune members for their personal consumption needs, while the other part becomes the net income of the collective. The net income of enterprises under collective ownership, unlike net income of enterprises under state ownership, is not remitted wholly to the state. Only a part of it is transferred to the state as taxes to become part of the centralized net income of the state. The other part is retained as a public accumulation fund and a public welfare fund to be used for expanded reproduction of collective enterprises and for collective welfare. After the initial distribution in the branches of material production, the socialist national income becomes state income, income of collective enterprises, and income of individual laborers. It is an important matter of principle to correctly handle the relations between the state, the collective, and the individual with respect to distribution. Chairman Mao teaches us, on the question of the distribution of income, we must take account of the interests of the state, the collective and the individual. We must properly handle the three-way relationship between the state agricultural tax, the cooperative's accumulation fund and the peasant's personal income, and take constant care to make readjustments so as to resolve contradictions between them. 1. This instruction of Chairman Mao was in reference to the collective economy. But this principle also applies to the distribution of the whole national income. After the initial distribution, a part of the national income must be redistributed to form a second round of income. 2. Why must national income be redistributed? This is because in socialist society, in addition, 234. To the branches of material production, there are also cultural, educational, and health branches, some service industries, the armed forces, and state organs of administration. These branches of non-material production do not create national income, but they are necessary for the development of socialist society, the enrichment of the material and cultural life of the laboring people, and the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The personal income of the laborer in these branches of non-material production is provided through a redistribution of the national income. In addition, a redistribution of the national income is required to satisfy the needs for social welfare and social assistance, and in this way, it becomes the personal income of those who benefit from such welfare and assistance. The redistribution of the national income is carried out mainly through the socialist state budget. But the activities of the service industries can also bring about a redistribution of the national income. For example, barber shops and laundries charge certain fees to those who have received their services. From these charges, a part is used to pay wages to their employees. In this way, personal income from the initial distribution is transformed into personal income of laborers in service industries, constituting a redistribution of the national income. The redistribution of national income is also, to a certain extent, brought about through price adjustments. For example, by lowering the prices of industrial commodities and agricultural capital goods and raising the purchase prices of agricultural products, the income of the peasant is in effect raised. National income in socialist society is divided into two parts after distribution and redistribution. One part is under the control of the socialist state and enterprises under collective ownership to expand reproduction and satisfy other common social needs. The other part belongs to the individual laborer to satisfy his or her personal living requirements. These two parts of the national income are finally grouped into accumulation funds and consumption funds according to their different uses. After distribution and redistribution of the social product and the national income, the final result can be categorized as appears in the accompanying table. After distribution and redistribution, all the socialist national income is directly or indirectly used to serve the laboring people. The part that goes to society contributes to the laborers' collective welfare and their long-term interests. Just as Marx said, the undiminished proceeds of labor have already surreptitiously become converted into the diminished proceeds, although what is withheld from the producer in his capacity as a private individual benefits him directly or indirectly in his capacity as a member of society. 3. The socialist national income comes from the people and is expended on the people. It is fundamentally different from the distribution of the national income in the old society. In a society dominated by the exploiting class, the national income created by the laboring people is largely expropriated by the exploiting class to support a handful of parasites. People like Lin Piao sought to restore this order in which man exploits man. They followed in the footsteps of Mencius, a faithful disciple of Confucius, who declared, "Without the gentleman, no one will rule the uncultured, without the uncultured, no one will support the gentleman." In their eyes, domination and oppression of the laboring people were immutable laws. However, we live in the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution. The system of exploitation is doomed, and is in fact already extinct in socialist society. The laboring people will no longer support the gentlemen of the exploiting class. People like Lin Piao who futilely attempted to turn the wheel of history back could not escape being crushed by that wheel. The important role of public finance in the distribution and redistribution of national income. The state budget is an important link in the financial system in socialist society. The distribution and redistribution of national income is effected mainly through finance. The socialist financial system consists of the state budget, state bank credits and loans, and state enterprise finance. Of these, state enterprise finance is the basis of the socialist financial system. It systematically reflects the use and turnover of capital funds in the production activities of enterprises. It also brings about an initial distribution of national income to form the Sen. 237. Tralized net income of the state. State banks distribute temporarily idle funds in the national economy, in the form of loans, to meet the needs for short-term working capital in production. The state budget obtains its revenues from its participation in the distribution of national income to meet the needs of consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat and economic and cultural construction. A fairly large part of the national income that is distributed, especially that which forms the major part of socialist accumulation, is brought about through state budget allocations. The state budget is an important link in the system of socialist finance. How does the state budget participate in the distribution of national income? Because the state budget consists of revenues and expenditures, this question has to be answered from these two aspects of the budget. Budget revenues of the socialist state generally include income from enterprise and services, various taxes, and other income items. These income items of the budget derive largely from the net income of socialist enterprises. In China at present, the net income of socialist state enterprises is handed over entirely to the state budget in the form of taxes and profits. In the current budget revenues of China, more than 99% are payments from the state economy and collective economy. In China's budget, the items of public debt and foreign debt no longer exist. China has become a socialist country without any internal or external debt. Socialist state budget expenditures generally include expenditures for economic construction, expenditures for social, cultural, and educational undertakings, and expenditures for national defense and foreign aid. Through these budget expenditures, various funds are established in a planned manner to meet the needs of consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat, expanding production, and developing cultural, educational, and health services. Among budget expenditures, economic construction, and social, cultural, and educational expenditures are of major importance. Expenditures for these two items increased from about 36% of China's state budget expenditures in 1950 to about 70% in 1973. By contrast, in the imperialist and social imperialist countries, expenditures for armament expansion and government administration represent a very substantial proportion of state budget expenditures. Imperialism requires such expenditures in order to encroach upon and plunder the laboring people of foreign 238 countries and to oppress and exploit the laboring people of the imperialist countries. Expenditures often exceed revenues, resulting in sizable budget deficits. The conditions that have been described demonstrate that socialist finance is a distributive relationship centering on the socialist state's participation in the distribution and redistribution of national income. Socialist finance is a tool to consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat, to develop the economy and cultural, educational, and health services, and to fulfill internationalist duties. The differences between socialist finance and capitalist finance lie in the fact that socialist finance ultimately serves the interests of the broad masses of laboring people, rather than encroaching on those interests, and that socialist finance participates in the distribution and redistribution of national income both within and outside of the sphere of production. Socialist finance links the state budget, state bank credit, and state enterprise finance closely together to serve the growth of production. The economy determines finance, and finance influences the economy. Since socialist finance is a relationship of distribution and redistribution of national income centered on the state, it is bound up with the development of the national economy. Marxism tells us that production determines distribution and distribution in turn reacts back on production. Different forms of distribution in different societies are determined by different forms of social production. And the wealth made available by society for distribution is also determined by the national income created within the sphere of production. Chairman Mao instructed us on the dialectical relations between the economy and finance. The general policy guiding our economic and financial work is to develop the economy and ensure supplies. While a good or a bad financial policy affects the economy, it is the economy that determines finance. For since liberation, the vast numbers of financial personnel have followed Chairman Mao's instruction. They first paid special attention to the economy to promote a sustained increase in industrial and agricultural production. As a result, a stable and reliable material base for China's finance has been secured, and the scale of revenues and expenditures has developed relatively rapidly. From 239, 1950 to 1973, as measured in value terms, China's agricultural production has increased 1.8 times, light industrial production increased 12.8 times, and heavy industrial production increased 59 times. In this same period, China's financial revenues have increased approximately 13-fold, while financial expenditures have increased 11-fold. The economy determines finance. Thus, a one-sided emphasis on finance, the belittling of the importance of developing the economy, and the adoption of a purely financial viewpoint, which seeks to solve financial problems by purely financial means, are all erroneous. People holding a purely financial viewpoint do not understand the dialectical relations linking the economy, finance, production, and distribution and do not actively concern themselves with and promote the growth of production. They will not be able to solve the problem of financial revenues and expenditures. The economy determines finance, but finance is not simply a passive or a negative factor. Finance in turn plays a very important role in economic development. When the state wants to carry out economic construction and the enterprise wants to increase production, the necessary funds must be arranged. Through its participation in the distribution of national income, socialist finance allocates budgetary funds from the centralized net income of the state to state enterprises, which then use these funds for economic construction. In the allocation of funds, a balance should be achieved in the distribution of material resources. In other words, if the movement of value can be coupled with the movement of material resources, use values, so that a certain amount of funds can be exchanged for a corresponding amount of resources, and if these resources are used economically and properly, then the high-speed development of the national economy in a planned and proportionate way can be guaranteed. Conversely, if socialist finance improperly funds, such that the movement of value is decoupled from the movement of material resources, or if material resources are not used rationally, then the development of the national economy will be hindered. Socialist finance centralizes the national income that is created in the sphere of production in the hands of the state. This centralized net income of the state is then used to develop the national economy. But this by itself is not enough. The vast numbers of financial workers, having wide contact with and knowledge of the conditions of various 240 enterprises, have an important role to play. They should assist enterprises in improving management and operation, in forging cooperative relationships, in perfecting mutual relations within the enterprise and among enterprises, and in doing a better job of tapping potentialities in order to steadily promote the development of social production and the increase in national income. In this way, and on the basis of developing the economy, the sources of socialist finance can be augmented and guaranteed. The proportional relations between accumulation and consumption are overall proportional relations. Socialist accumulation is the source of expanded reproduction in the distribution and redistribution of national income. There are proportional relations between accumulation and consumption which directly affect the development of the national economy and the improvement of the people's livelihood *, like the proportional relations between industry and agriculture and the proportional relations involving agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry. The proportional relations between accumulation and consumption are also overall proportional relations. In the process of distributing and redistributing national income, socialist finance must ensure that a certain amount of accumulation be used for expanded reproduction. Accumulation is the source of extended reproduction. However, in different societies, accumulation has different characteristics. In capitalist society, the means of production are in the hands of the capitalists, and the only form of accumulation is capitalist accumulation. This accumulation serves to further the exploitation and oppression of the laboring people by the exploiting class. In socialist society, the laboring people control political power and own the means of production. Consequently, they can accumulate funds through the state and the collective and use these funds to expand reproduction and to serve the interests of the laboring people. The more wealth accumulated by socialist society, the larger the scale and capacity of social production and the higher the standard of material and cultural life. The result will be overall moral, intellectual, and physical development. The material and ideological conditions will also be gradually created for the transition to communist society. However, opportunists and revisionists of every hue have attempted to gloss over the essential difference between socialist and capitalist accumulation. Typically, they have advocated that the socialist national income be distributed in its entirety. More than 100 years ago, a leader of the German workers' movement, Lotta, proposed the so-called undiminished proceeds of labor. Düring proposed a similarly absurd complete labor income. Like Lotta, Düring, and other swindlers of the same ilk, Liu Shaoqi also clamored that socialism meant more distribution and more take-home pay. Lin Piao maliciously slandered China as a rich state with poor people. He attacked socialist accumulation as disguised exploitation and conspired to liquidate socialist accumulation. Marx and Engels took such ridiculous propaganda head-on in critique of the Gotha program and anti-Düring. If the revisionist fallacies were implemented, there would be no social accumulation. As a result, the socialist economy would not be able to carry on expanded reproduction. It could only maintain simple reproduction, or the function of accumulation would be transferred to private parties. The end result would be the restoration of capitalism. Thus we can see that the fallacies of distributing and spending everything, which were peddled by Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao, represent a desperate attempt to undermine the socialist economy and restore capitalism. There must be a proper ratio between accumulation and consumption. Aside from what is used as accumulation funds, what remains of the socialist national income is used as consumption funds. To decide the TW degree between accumulation and consumption within each of sectors of socialist economy. and also between the two sessmissiles is a complicated problem for which it is not easy to war out a perfectly rational solution all at once. 5 for any given peri-THF sectors are that in which the means of production are owned by the whole POP and that in which the means of production are collectively owned. 242. OD of time, the national income is limited. If the proportion used to increase accumulation is raised, then the proportion used to increase consumption has to be somewhat lower. A higher level of accumulation will certainly accelerate the pace of socialist reproduction, but it will also mean that the improvement in the laboring people's livelihood will have to be temporarily slowed down. Conversely, if the proportion used to increase consumption is raised, the proportion used to increase accumulation must be somewhat lower. A higher level of consumption can, of course, better satisfy the current living requirements of the laboring people, but the pace of socialist expanded production must then be slower, which will adversely affect future improvement of the laboring people's livelihood. These conditions reveal that there are contradictions between socialist accumulation and consumption. But the contradictions are not antagonistic in nature. They are contradictions between state interests, collective interests, and individual interests. In other words, they are contradictions between overall interests and partial interests and contradictions between the people's long-term and short-term interests. In arranging the proportional relations between accumulation and consumption, we must first base any increase in accumulation on appropriately improving the livelihood of the laboring people. At the same time, any increase in consumption must also be based on steadily expanding production and improving labor productivity. The interests of the state, the collective, and the individual must be considered simultaneously. If we pay no attention to improving the livelihood of the laboring people and one-sidedly emphasize accumulation, we will not have met the objective requirements of socialist economic development. This will dampen the laboring people's enthusiasm for labor. Conversely, if we pay no attention to accumulation and one-sidedly emphasize consumption, this will not be in the basic and long-term interests of the laboring people. In order to create favorable conditions for the correct handling of this contradiction, we must strive to develop social production. As long as production is developed and national income is increased, the livelihood of the laboring people can still be improved even if accumulation is appropriately increased. Therefore, for the overall and long-term interests of socialism, it is necessary to emphasize the revolutionary spirit of arduous struggle and building up the country through diligence and frugality. 243. Accumulation and consumption are a proportional relation in value terms. The proper handling of this proportional relation requires corresponding material resources as a guarantee. As for accumulation, it is used for capital construction and expanded reproduction. Once a certain amount of funds is available, there must also be a corresponding amount of the means of production. 6 of the total social product in socialist production, only the added newly created portion is to be used for expanded reproduction, while the other portion, equivalent to the previous year's consumption depreciation of means of production, is to be used for simple reproduction. Therefore, to maintain a balance between supply and demand, accumulated funds must first accommodate the increase in the means of production. If this is not the case, then either the accumulation fund will not have sufficient means of production to purchase, making complete realization of expanded reproduction impossible, or the added means of production will not be sold, thereby creating an unplanned surplus. In either case, socialist expanded reproduction will be adversely affected. As far as consumption is concerned, since consumption funds are used to meet the material and cultural needs of the socialist state and the broad masses of laboring people, an adequate supply of consumer goods must be available to guarantee that these needs will be satisfied. If the increase in consumption funds does not correspond to the increase in consumer goods, then either the supply of consumer goods will exceed the demand, resulting in unplanned inventory accumulation, or demand for consumer goods will exceed their supply, resulting in shortages. Either way, it will be difficult to properly attain the goal of satisfying the needs of the state and the laboring people. It can thus be seen that in order to maintain the proper proportion relations between accumulation and consumption, it is necessary to vigorously develop production. Only when the production of the means of production and consumer goods is solved can both accumulation and consumption be increased and the contradiction between accumulation and consumption be better resolved. Here, it is of decisive importance the use of continually raise labor productivity, economize on means of production, and create more material wealth while saving on manpower, material resources, and finance. 11. How are personal consumer goods distributed in socialist society? The socialist principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work. The distribution of personal consumer goods is an important aspect of the relations of production. Like the distribution of national income, the distribution of personal consumer goods is fundamentally determined by the form of the system of ownership of the means of production. But the form of distribution reacts back on the system of ownership, influencing its consolidation and development. Personal consumer goods are distributed in accordance with the socialist principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work. Distribution is determined by the system of ownership of the means of production. In no society are the relations of distribution of articles of consumption determined by human will or choice. It is the relations of ownership that determine the relations of distribution. Who controls the means of production is a matter of decisive importance. Marx pointed out, the prevailing distribution of the means of consumption is only a consequence of the distribution of the conditions of production themselves. 247. The latter distribution, however, is a feature of the mode of production itself. 1. In capitalist society, because the means of production are controlled by the capitalist, destitute workers can only sell their labor power and subject themselves to exploitation and oppression by the capitalist. In socialist society, because the means of production are controlled by the proletariat and the laboring people as a whole, a socialist system of public ownership is established. The power to distribute goods is in the hands of the proletariat and the laboring people, and the socialist principle of distribution favors the laboring people. Therefore, distribution cannot be divorced from the system of ownership. To treat distribution without any reference to the system of ownership is distribution determinism. More than 100 years ago, Lassalle, a scab hidden in the German workers' movement, argued that poverty among the laboring people could be eliminated if there was equitable distribution. Liu Shaoqi nonsensically asserted that the contradictions between the relations and forces of production in socialist society are mainly manifested around the question of distribution. A key member of the Lin Piao anti-party clique wrote in his black notes, "Distribution according to labor and the principle of material interests are the determining, motive force in developing production." These are merely refurbished versions of distribution determinism. Under conditions in which the proletariat had yet to seize political power, those advocating distribution determinism were in effect praising the capitalist mode of production. According to them, the only fault with capitalism, and it was a minor one, was inequitable distribution. Therefore, the capitalist system did not need to be overthrown, all that was required was to improve distribution. However, since the means of production were controlled by the bourgeoisie, how could the relations of distribution be fundamentally altered? Distribution determinism is a poison that saps the fighting spirit of the revolutionary people. After the proletariat seized political power, those advocating distribution determinism were doing nothing less than attempting to divert the revolutionary people from the revolutionary goal, to lead them onto the path of bourgeois welfarism, and to make them forget the question of the consolidation and development of the system of ownership and the historical mission of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat in order to facilitate the 248th restoration of capitalism by such swindlers as Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao. In criticizing distribution determinism, we must at the same time understand that distribution is not a completely passive element. Distribution is determined by the ownership system but also reacts back on the ownership system. To underestimate the role of distribution is also incorrect. From each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work is a negation of exploitative systems in socialist society. The social product belongs to the laboring people. Does this mean that the entire social product can be distributed directly to the laboring individuals in the various branches of production? Certainly not. Marx pointed out in his critique of the Gotha program that in socialist society the following deductions should be made from the gross social product before distribution to the laboring individuals. First, funds for the replacement of means of production used up; second, additional funds for expanded reproduction; and third, reserve or insurance funds against natural disasters and for emergencies. And there are other deductions that must be made before distribution to individuals takes place. First, funds for general costs of administration not directly related to production; second, cultural and welfare funds intended to meet common social needs, such as educational and health facilities; and third, funds for disabled persons, and so forth. Today, in addition to the above deductions, the socialist state must also set aside funds to support the revolutionary struggles of the world's people. What remains of the gross social product after necessary social deductions becomes personal consumer goods that can be distributed to the laborers in the various branches of production. In socialist society, the basic principle governing the distribution of personal consumer goods is from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work. This is to say, all laborers must do their level best in productive labor, and then society will distribute to the individual laborers an amount of consumer goods which corresponds to the amount of labor each has provided. 249. The realization of the principle from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work represents enormous progress in the system of distribution in human history. In the several thousand years during which class antagonism has existed in human society, there have been all kinds of systems by which man has exploited man, man has oppressed man, and man has destroyed man according to the principle of those who labor do not reap, those who reap do not labor. In slave society, the slave owner treated his slaves as talking tools, and forced them to live like cattle and horses. In feudal society, the peasant had to deliver 50, 60, or even 80% of his harvest to the landlord while living in abject poverty. In capitalist society, the wages from the workers' labor are not enough to feed or clothe their families. Moreover, the worker is constantly threatened by unemployment. Inequality in the ownership of the means of production inevitably generates inequality between the exploiter and the exploited in the realm of distribution. In socialist society, public ownership of the means of production replaces private ownership. This makes it possible to realize the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work, which benefits the laboring people. This principle takes labor as a yardstick for the distribution of consumer goods. All able-bodied people must participate in labor. Those who do not work do not eat. This is a fundamental negation of the system of distribution in which man exploited man for several thousand years. It is a very big advance in the system of distribution. In socialist society, why must the distribution of personal consumer goods follow the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work rather than the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's need? This is because socialist society has barely emerged from capitalist society, and the differences between worker and peasant, between urban and rural areas, and between mental and manual labor have not yet been eliminated. For most people, labor has still not become their life's prime want *, the social product has not reached a level of abundance. And owing to the existence of classes and class struggle in socialist society, the exploiting class always spreads the evil thoughts of loving leisure and hating labor and reaping without laboring to poison the laboring people. Under these conditions, it is not possible or practical to institute distribution according to need. Only the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work meets the developmental needs of the productive forces and can be understood and accepted by the broad masses of laboring people. Distribution according to work differs very little from the old society in the socialist stage. It is necessary to observe the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work in the distribution of personal consumer goods. But distribution according to work definitely is not the highest ideal of the proletariat. What the proletariat strives to achieve in the future is the communist principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's need. This is because equal right embodied in distribution according to work is still in principle bourgeois right. 3. The inequality of bourgeois right continues to prevail as long as products are divided according to the amount of labor performed. 4. In his directive on the need to study Marxist theory, Chairman Mao pointed out that distribution according to work differs very little from the old society. 5. Why is it said that distribution according to work differs very little from the old society, and that the equal right that it embodies is still bourgeois right? The reason is that distribution according to work still follows the same principle that regulates commodity exchange, that is, the exchange between a given amount of labor in one form and an equal amount of labor in another form. This exchange principle is equal on its face, but unequal in fact. From the standpoint that society uses an equal yardstick labor as a measure to determine the distribution of consumer goods according to the amount of labor various individuals put in, everyone is equal. But conditions vary among laborers, some are stronger than others, and some have higher cultural and technical levels than others. Therefore, the amount of labor that they can contribute to society is unequal, and the equal right embodied in distribution according to work tacitly recognizes unequal individual endowment and thus productive capacity of the worker as natural privileges. 6. At the same time, the family burdens of various laborers are 251. Not the same, some have to support more people, while others support only a few, and so forth. Under the conditions in which an equal amount of labor obtains an equal amount of compensation, the standard of living of those who are strong, skilled, and have few mouths to feed is higher. For those in the reverse situation, the standard of living is lower. De facto inequality results. This inequality is different from that in the old society. Here, the issue of man exploiting man does not arise. But it is still a defect compared with the ideal of common abundance shared by the proletariat and with the communist principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's need. These defects are inevitable in the first phase of communist society as it is when it has just emerged after prolonged birth pangs from capitalist society. Right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. 7. On the one hand, the principle of distributing articles for personal consumption according to the labor provided is historically necessary and cannot be negated at will. On the other hand, the equal rights that it embodies are still bourgeois rights, and are the soil and condition out of which capitalism can be regenerated. Therefore, these rights must be restricted under the dictatorship of the proletariat. To view distribution according to work as something sacred that should be set in concrete, and to consolidate, expand, and strengthen bourgeois right, will inevitably lead to the polarization of society into rich and poor. Capitalism and the bourgeoisie will develop faster. Therefore, with an ever-increasing abundance of the social product and an ever higher communist consciousness among the people, it is necessary to make the transition from distribution according to work to distribution according to need. In socialist society, there are some elements of distribution according to need in the social welfare services run by the state or the collective, such as free medical care for staff and workers and the labor insurance provided by the state. Therefore, at present, we must adhere to the theory of development of the revolution by stages and implement the socialist principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work. But we must also insist on the theory of uninterrupted revolution, actively create favorable conditions, gradually increase the elements of distribution according to need, and, when future conditions are ripe, replace distribution according to work with distribution according to need. 252. Avoid two tendencies in the distribution of personal consumer goods. In socialist society, there is acute struggle over the issue of distribution according to work. The Liu Shaoqi clique advocated high wages, high bonuses, and high compensation for literary work. they attempted to create a large gap between the highest and lowest paid to undermine the solidarity among the people, to discourage the masses' initiative in production and enthusiasm for labor, to obstruct the development of the productive forces, and to nurture a privileged class as their social base for restoring capitalism. This conspiracy of the Liu Shaoqi clique was smashed during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Opposing polarization and gradually narrowing differences in distribution are part of the revolutionary mission of the proletariat. In his summary of the experience of the first proletarian government in the world, the Paris Commune, Marx praised the Commune heroes for adopting the principle which insisted, from the members of the Commune downwards, the public service had to be done at workmen's wages. 8. He regarded that as a great innovation and fully upheld this revolutionary experience. In the early period following the establishment of the Soviet government, owing to the exigencies of the class struggle, Lenin temporarily had to resort to high salaries for the bourgeois educated class. But he clearly pointed out, the corrupting influence of high salaries both upon the Soviet authorities and upon the mass of the workers is indisputable. 9. And he deeply criticized and repudiated high salaries. Chairman Mao consistently teaches us, all our cadres, whatever their rank, are servants of the people. 10. He opposes high salaries for the minority and demands of us that we rationally bring about a gradual narrowing of the differences in personal income between and among the working personnel of the party, the state, the enterprises, the people's communes, and the people in general. Why do the teachers of proletarian revolution repeatedly remind us to pay attention to this problem and repeatedly affirm the Paris Commune principle? First, because polarization in distribution is not consistent with socialist public ownership and socialist mutual relations between people. In socialist society, the laboring people are masters of the state and enterprises. Their labor skills are basically taught. 253. By society. Their labor contribution to society may vary as a result of the division of labor practiced in the old society and other conditions, but differences in the standard of living cannot be too large. A gradual narrowing of the three major differences is objectively required to advance on the road towards common abundance. Second, if polarization in distribution were allowed to develop, a privileged stratum in society would form. It would serve as a social base for a bourgeois restoration of capitalism. This is unfavorable to the consolidation of proletarian dictatorship. In today's Soviet Union, a bourgeois privileged stratum, which expropriates others' labor product, has formed into a bureaucrat monopoly bourgeoisie. This is the new exploiting class represented by the Brezhnev renegade clique and which rules the laboring people of the Soviet Union. Third, polarization in distribution is unfavorable to strengthening solidarity among the laboring people. It also provides oxygen to bourgeois ideas like chasing after fame and gain. Therefore, we must guard against this tendency. To oppose polarization in distribution does not mean absolute egalitarianism, whereby all labor compensation is equalized regardless of the difficulty of the work and the differences in labor intensity and individual contributions. The Paris Commune advocated that all state employees should only get salaries equivalent to those of the worker. However, it also accepted wage differentials among workers. But this differential could not be large. Absolute egalitarianism is totally inconsistent with the socialist principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work. It must be opposed. More than 40 years ago, Chairman Mao pointed out clearly that absolute egalitarianism is a mere illusion of peasants and small proprietors, and that even under socialism there can be no absolute equality, for material things will then be distributed on the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work as well as on that of meeting the needs of the work. 11. As with polarization in distribution, absolute egalitarianism is harmful to labor activism, hinders the development of production, adversely affects the growth of the social product, and is unfavorable to socialist enterprise. In socialist society, the distribution of personal consumer goods requires, on the one hand, that we implement the principle of distribution according to work and accept the existence of differences. On the other hand, socialist distribution also requires that we guard against. 254. Polarization and consciously restrict the bourgeois right embodied in distribution according to work, in this way enabling the living standards among the laborers to gradually even out so as to achieve common abundance. This is a contradiction, and even if this contradiction is handled relatively correctly under given conditions, new contradictions will arise when conditions change. This requires that we seriously study Marxism, firmly grasp the party's policies, investigate and do research in depth, firmly rely on the masses, and correctly handle these contradictions by putting proletarian politics in command. There are two basic forms of distribution of personal consumer goods. The wage system is the chief form of distribution in the state economy. Commodity production and commodity exchange still exist in the socialist stage. Under these conditions, the state pays out a given amount of money to the staff and workers as labor compensation for a given amount of labor provided to society. These money incomes of the staff and workers are known as wages, and they are paid out according to a fixed standard under the system of socialist state ownership. Wages under the socialist system and wages under the capitalist system reflect different relations of production. Under the capitalist system, labor power is a commodity. Wages are incomes received in exchange for the sale of labor power. These wages embody the relations between employer and employee, the relations between exploiter and exploited that bind the worker to the capitalist. Under the socialist system, workers are masters of the state and the enterprises. Labor power is not a commodity. Wages are no longer a transformation of the value or price of labor power. They are a form of state distribution of personal consumer goods, through the use of money, according to the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work. There are two major forms of wages, namely, time rate wages and piece rate wages. Time rate wages are calculated on the basis of labor time. Within a given period, a fixed wage is paid by the day or month on the basis of the wage level set according to the socialist principle of 255. Distribution. Piece rate wages are calculated on the basis of labor product. Wages are paid at a per unit rate according to the number of pieces of product of a certain quality which the laborer completes. In China, these two forms of wages have undergone a process of development. Before 1958, the piece rate wage system was used in a large number of occupations and jobs that were done by hand. This was consistent with the level of development of the productive forces in China and the degree of ideological consciousness among the broad staff and workers. It was instrumental in the rehabilitation and development of production. However, with the development of mechanization and automation, and with the enhancement of the ideological level of the staff and workers, especially after the Great Leap Forward in 1958, many defects and negative effects of the piece rate wage system were revealed. First, with technical progress, it was increasingly difficult to implement individual piece rates in many kinds of work. Also, piece rate wages adversely affect technical innovation. Second, the piece rate system was unfavorable to solidarity among workers. It easily led to contradictions between time rate workers and piece rate workers, between new and old workers, between the upstream and downstream work processes, and between workers on different shifts. Third, the piece rate system easily nurtured the idea of being primarily concerned with personal income and not with the collective enterprise. It was also unfavorable to raising political and ideological consciousness. Therefore, at the demand of the broad staff and workers, the piece rate system was abolished in most enterprises and the time rate system was adopted. The form of wages used in China today is mainly time rate wages. Piece rate wages are used only in some units and for some types of work. The issue of wages is a complicated one. It involves not only the relations between the state, the collective, and the individual but also the relations among workers, between worker and peasant, and between worker and peasant on the one hand and other laboring people on the other. The issue of wages must be handled with extreme seriousness and caution. Despite several transformations in China's wage system, there still exist many problems that need to be resolved. Chairman Mao pointed out, our country at present practices a commodity system, the wage system is unequal, too, as in the 8th-grade wage scale, and so forth. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat such 256 things can only be restricted. 12. Inequality of the wage system is the expression of the inequality of distribution according to work. The 8th-grade wage system is a wage system practiced among the production workers. It emphasizes the incentive role played by wage differences in stimulating enthusiasm for labor, and uses the complexity and skill of labor as the only standard to determine wage grades. The practice of the 8th-grade wage system fosters significant differences in wage incomes between complex and simple labor and between skilled and unskilled labor. Since it is more apparent that this wage system embodies bourgeois right, it is even more necessary that it be restricted under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Besides wages, at certain times and under certain conditions in socialist society, the form of bonuses is also used to praise those staff and workers who have done better work and achieved certain results. The form of bonuses does not escape the bourgeois framework of working to make money. Before the great proletarian cultural revolution, and under the influence of the revisionist line of Liu Shaokai, many factories and enterprises in China did not promote proletarian politics and resorted to handing out bonuses. As Chairman Mao pointed out, not that there were no good people in the leadership of factories. But they followed that line of Liu Shaoqi's, just resorting to material incentive, putting profit in command, and instead of promoting proletarian politics, handing out bonuses, and so forth. 13. This experience revealed that when proletarian politics were not put in command, when the communist consciousness of the masses was not raised, and when, instead, bourgeois right was expanded and strengthened by resorting to material incentives and using bonuses as baits to unleash the activism of the masses in production, it was inevitable that the world outlook of the masses would be corroded, sowing discord among the workers and causing enterprises to veer off in the wrong direction and to slide into the mudhole of revisionism. The experience in socialist revolution and construction shows that in handling the issue of wages, we must persist in putting politics in command and strengthen ideological education. We must also pay attention to the following principles. On the basis of developing production and increasing labor productivity, the wages of the staff and workers are gradually increased, but not excessively. The magnitude of wage increases cannot exceed the increase in labor productivity. 2. 257. Determine wage standards and increases. An overall arrangement must be made taking into account the relation between worker and peasant. In determining wage scales of staff and workers, we must oppose the tendency toward polarization and wider differences, while at the same time guarding against any development that may, by negating differentiation of wages, lead to absolute egalitarianism. Increments in wages and collective welfare must go hand in hand, so as to gradually raise the proportion of collective welfare to individual incomes and so as to bring forward and test out those factors that will result in distribution according to needs. Under the socialist system, the conditions of distribution according to need have improved with the development of production. Therefore, any increase in the standard of living among the workers is reflected not only in wage increases but also in the improvement of the conditions of distribution according to need, such as social welfare. In the modern revolutionary Peking opera On the Docks, the retired wharf worker Ma Hongliang sang, "In the new society, we wharf workers become proud masters. We are taken care of in birth, old age, illness, and death. The benevolence of the Communist Party and Chairman Mao is higher than heaven." These sentences represent the true feelings of the working class who are liberated in the new society. They reflect the immense superiority of socialist relations of production. It is very important to understand the fundamental difference between capitalist wages and socialist wages and the fundamental difference between the distributional relations of the new and the old societies. This understanding can strengthen our responsibility as masters of our destiny and raise the consciousness of socialist labor. The work point system is the chief form of distribution in the rural collective economy. The distribution of personal consumer goods in the collective economy of the rural people's commune also follows the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work. However, because the degree of public ownership in the system of collective ownership is different from that in the system of ownership by the whole people, its concrete forms of distribution have different characteristics. In units under ownership by the whole people, the 258 means of production and products belong to the state and are allocated and distributed centrally by the state. Therefore, labor compensation in the whole society can be standardized and wages can be paid in money. In the collective economy of the rural people's commune, the system of three-level ownership with the production team at the basic level has been adopted at the present stage. The means of production and products belong to various collective units. Therefore, distribution cannot be carried out at the level of society as a whole. It cannot even break beyond the bounds of the communes or production teams to achieve egalitarian distribution. Distribution can only be carried out independently within a collective unit according to its own conditions of production. With the exception of commune-run enterprises, in which the wage system is partially in force because their revenues are relatively stable, distribution according to work in the collective economy of the rural people's commune is carried out by means of work evaluation and points allotment. In some production teams, work points based on labor quotas for some farming activities also take into account the specific customs of the masses. Work points are a standard with which to measure the members' participation in collective labor. They are also a standard for the distribution of income for work. The amount of income obtained by a member from a production team is determined by the amount of work points as well as by the money value of each work point, the work point value. The money value of work points is not specified in advance. It is determined by the annual income of the production team after a certain amount of funds have been deducted for accumulation. Owing to differences in management and operation, technique and equipment, and natural factors and conditions of transport, the income of various production teams will vary. And there may also be differences in the level of deductions for accumulation. Therefore, the incomes of members in different production teams are not uniform. These differences should be gradually reduced by actively helping the backward communes, brigades, and teams to catch up with the advanced units. But absolute egalitarianism must be avoided, or the development of agricultural production and the consolidation of the collective economy will be adversely affected. We should do everything possible to enable the peasants to raise their personal incomes year by year in normal years on the basis of 259. Increased production. 14. It is important that this requirement be fulfilled. It is not only favorable to improving the livelihood of the peasant but is also favorable to consolidating and developing the collective economy and consolidating proletarian political power. How then can the income of the peasant be increased? Ultimately, we must develop production before we can improve distribution. To develop production, we must persist in putting proletarian politics in command, educate the peasants with Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, and promote the idea of farming for the revolution in order to fully mobilize the labor activism of the broad masses of peasants. We must insist on thorough implementation of the policy of taking grain as the key link to ensure all-round development and fully utilize manpower, material resources, and finance in the rural areas. We must strengthen management and operation and practice scientific farming to increase crop yields. We must budget carefully, practice strict economy, and find substitutes to reduce costs as much as possible and increase production and income, and so forth. In calculating labor compensation for members of the production teams, we must not only oppose the method of putting work points in command, paying no attention to ideological education, but must also carry out the principle of from each according to one's ability and to each according to one's work. Between male and female members, the principle of equal pay for equal work for men and women must be carried out. Unequal pay for equal work in which men get 10 work points for each labor day but women should not get more than 8 points is contrary to the socialist principle of distribution. Criticize and repudiate the ideology of bourgeois right, nurture the communist attitude toward labor. Building socialism and achieving communism require that we nurture the communist attitude toward labor in socialist society. The principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work in the distribution of personal consumer goods must be carried out. This is for certain. But the principle of distribution according to work is not impervious to change. As conditions change, it will evolve, step by step, into distribution. 260. According to need, and will be completely replaced by distribution according to need when we advance to the communist society in the future. This requires that we grasp the socialist principle of distribution in our work. But it also requires that we look further ahead, and that we repudiate the ideology of bourgeois right and warmly praise and fully support the communist attitude toward labor. What is communist labor? Lenin said, communist labor in the narrower and stricter sense of the term is labor performed gratis for the benefit of society, labor performed not as a definite duty, not for the purpose of obtaining a right to certain products, not according to previously established and legally fixed quotas, but voluntary labor, irrespective of quotas. It is labor performed without expectation of reward, without reward as a condition. 15. Only after the proletariat seizes political power and only when the laboring people become masters of the state and enterprises can communist labor arise and gradually develop. Under systems of exploitation, the laboring people all toil for the exploiting classes, thus, there cannot be any enthusiasm for labor or labor activism. In socialist society, things are completely different. The laboring people have been transformed from hired slaves into masters of the state and enterprises. Every job and every product of labor is related to the interests of the laboring people. The laboring people no longer labor for the exploiter but for their own class, thus, there is immense socialist enthusiasm and activism among the laboring people. This is a basic condition for the gradual development of the communist attitude toward labor. The appearance and step-by-step development of the communist attitude toward labor are significant events in the history of human development. We should publicize and applaud the communist attitude toward labor. We should spread it and forge it into a powerful force for overthrowing the old world and establishing the communist new world. The development of the communist attitude toward labor represents the most radical rupture with traditional property relations, the most radical rupture with traditional ideas, 16, and a thorough rupture with the ideology of bourgeois right. The ideology of bourgeois right is the reflection of bourgeois right in the realm of ideology. In the distribution of personal consumer goods, the narrow horizon of bourgeois right compels one to cal. 261. Calculate with the cold-heartedness of a Shylock whether one has not worked half an hour more than somebody else, whether one is not getting less pay than somebody else. 17. If we did not make a thorough rupture with the ideology of bourgeois right and deeply criticize and repudiate the capitalist creed of working only for money, proletarian ideology would not triumph on this battleground, the communist attitude toward labor could not take hold, and socialist revolution and construction would be hindered. Therefore, we should spread communist ideas more widely. 18. So that more comrades will become models who are willing to work hard without expectation of reward. Nurturing the communist attitude toward labor can accelerate socialist construction and actively prepare favorable conditions for the achievement of communism. Communist society is the brightest and most beautiful form of human society. This is a goal for which the proletariat and the laboring people must strive. Although communist society is an irresistible trend of social development, it can only be achieved through the dauntless struggle and diligent and arduous labor of millions of revolutionary people. Before liberation, our revolutionary elders had only 5 cents per person per day for cooking oil, salt, and vegetables. They had no wages or welfare. Under extremely difficult conditions, they struggled against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism and for the liberation of the proletariat. They worked hard and fought courageously. It was this communist spirit that helped our revolutionary elders defeat the reactionaries and establish a new China. Today, we still need to foster this communist spirit of arduous labor without concern for pay and carry on the revolutionary tradition of courageous struggle if we are to build socialist society and achieve the communist society of the future. In nurturing the communist attitude toward labor, we must criticize and repudiate material incentives. The appearance and step-by-step establishment of the communist attitude toward labor indicate the gradual growth of communist ideology and the gradual decline of capitalist ideology. Therefore, in the process of nurturing and fostering the communist attitude toward labor, it is inevitable that an acute struggle between the two classes, the two ideologies, and the two lines will unfold. It is of the nature of the boor. 262. Geoicy to be attracted by money and profit. But the bourgeoisie generalizes this as universal human nature. Proclaiming that the desire to work for money is only human, they hope to poison the proletariat. Modem revisionists try to replace the socialist principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work with material incentives. They treat the laboring people as hired slaves and think that if money is not used as an incentive, there will not be any labor activism. The Soviet revisionists have consistently advocated material incentives. They have nonsensically declared that material incentives are a most important lever for increasing labor productivity. In advocating material incentives, people like Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao went so far as to base their arguments on such fallacies as Confucius's saying that the gentleman pursues what is right, the small people seek what is profitable. They claimed that the drive to work is stimulated by material incentives and labor activism will not be high if we don't use a little more money. They slandered the laboring people, declaring that the only thing on these people's minds is financial windfalls and thoughts of wealth and treasure. They regarded material incentives as a panacea, praising the strong roll of wages. Why did they make so much noise? Their ultimate intention is to expand and strengthen bourgeois right in distribution, to nurture new bourgeois elements, and to restore capitalism. The worker comrades put it nicely: material incentives are the opiate to paralyze the revolutionary fighting spirit, sugar-coated arsenic, and a soft dagger that can kill without shedding a drop of blood. In socialist society, the bourgeois preference for leisure over labor is inevitably reflected among the laboring people so that some of them do not work hard and their socialist labor activism is not high. What can we do about such cases? Should we insist on putting politics in command and on strengthening ideological education, or should we rely on putting material incentives and cash in command? This is an issue of fundamental orientation for the proletariat and the laboring people. It is an issue of which road to follow. Politics is the commander and the soul. Only by persisting in putting proletarian politics in command, doing a good job in ideology and politics, continually imbuing the broad masses with the socialist and communist ideology, criticizing and repudiating capitalist tendencies, and at the same time seriously carrying out the principle of from each. 263. Th. Shanghai textbook. According to one's ability, to each according to one's work can the socialist enthusiasm and activism of the masses be fully mobilized. To educate the laboring masses with Marxist ideology is meticulous work. It has to be done with perseverance and a great deal of effort. But the activism thus unleashed is socialist, communist, solid, and long-lasting. People who had been deeply affected by the poison of capitalist material incentives behaved differently. They had basic doubts about the effects of ideological work. Some began by doing some ideological work, but after a couple of unpleasant experiences, they would shake their heads, thinking that there were no lasting effects to ideological work. They would say, "It does not work. Only money can do the trick." They were afraid of conducting arduous and meticulous ideological work. Once difficulties were encountered, they would resort to bonuses. But the result was usually no better: the more rewards are given, the worse it gets. Ideology would be declared bankrupt and evil practices would multiply. Such people were not good at discovering the essence of the masses' enthusiasm for socialism. They did not have faith that anything can be transformed under certain conditions. In fact, while it is true that the consciousness among the laboring people will not uniformly be at the same level and that the transformation of consciousness will proceed unevenly, favorable results can be achieved if we persevere in putting proletarian politics in command, conducting ideological education and being patient and meticulous in our work. Chairman Mao consistently extols the communist attitude toward labor. He more than once has called upon us to learn from the selfless spirit of Comrade Norman Bethune and from the complete and thorough devotion to the interests of the people of Comrade Chang Tse. Their wholehearted devotion to revolution and to the people will forever illumine the communist path and encourage us to advance courageously along the road of revolution. 12. From Socialist Society to Communist Society. The theory of socialist political economy advanced by Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought scientifically analyzes the laws of motion of the formation and development of socialist relations of production. It also reveals the historical necessity of socialist society developing into communist society. Communism is the highest ideal of the proletariat and the millions of laboring people. It is the most complete, most progressive, most revolutionary, and most rational social system. It is the ultimate goal of proletarian revolution. Chairman Mao pointed out, the ultimate aim for which all communists strive is to bring about a socialist and communist society. Every revolutionary warrior should struggle for communism for all of his or her life. Communism is an irresistible trend of historical development. Socialist society is a necessary stage on the way to communist society. Lenin pointed out, from capitalism mankind can pass directly only to socialism, i.e., to the social ownership of the means of production and the distribution of products according to the amount of work performed by each individual. 2. In socialist society, public ownership of the means of production has been established, the laboring people have become masters of society and enterprises, and Marxism has 267 become the guiding thought of society. In these respects, socialist society possesses elements of communism. However, socialist society is merely the first stage of communist society. It is still an immature communist society. In socialist society, as regards both the relations of production and the superstructure, there still exist capitalist traditions and birthmarks, and there still exist bourgeois rights and the ideology of bourgeois right. Viewed from the perspective of class relations, there exist classes, class contradictions, and class struggles from beginning to end. There is the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and there is the struggle between the socialist road and the capitalist road. In these respects, socialist society is different from communist society. The historical task of the proletariat in the socialist period is to persevere in exercising all-round dictatorship over the bourgeoisie in all spheres and at all stages of development of the revolution, thoroughly defeat the bourgeoisie, abolish all classes and class distinctions generally, abolish all the relations of production on which they rest, abolish all the social relations that correspond to these relations of production, revolutionize all the ideas that result from these social relations, and propel socialist society toward a higher and more mature communist society. Therefore, socialist society constitutes the necessary preparation for communist society, and communist society is, in turn, an objective trend of development of socialist society. Then what is a mature communist society? Communist society is the most complete, most progressive, most revolutionary, and most rational society there is. Precise content to scientific communism. According to Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, communist society is a society that has completely eliminated classes and class distinctions. It is a society in which the entire people possess a high degree of communist consciousness and communist morality. It is a society in which the social product is abundant. It is a society in which the principle of from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's need is adopted. It is a society in which the state has withered away. Marx pointed out, in a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor. 268. And with it also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life but itself life's prime want, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-round development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's needs. 3. According to the Marxist theory of scientific communism, the realization of communist society requires the creation of the following conditions. First, the thorough elimination of all classes and class distinctions, including the differences between worker and peasant, town and country, and mental and manual labor, and the thorough elimination of bourgeois right. In communist society, the basis for capitalist restoration will have been thoroughly eliminated. Everyone will become fully developed new communists. People will consciously grasp the objective laws of social development and propel communist society ceaselessly forward. Of course, the elimination of classes and class distinctions does not mean that there will be no contradictions and no struggles in communist society. There will still be contradictions between the superstructure and the economic base, and between the relations and forces of production, and there will be struggles between the advanced and the backward, and between correct and erroneous lines. Therefore, even in communist society, it will still be necessary to continue revolution. Second, the achievement of a single communist system of ownership over the means of production by the whole people. In communist society, the communist system of ownership by the whole people will become the sole economic base. The most advanced communist relations of production, which are based on this system of ownership, will guarantee the fastest possible development of the productive forces so as to increase labor productivity at an ever-increasing pace. In order to achieve communist ownership by the whole people, it is necessary to create the conditions in the socialist stage of development, that is, ultimately eliminating bourgeois right in the system of ownership, gradually raising socialist collective ownership to the level of socialist ownership by the whole people, and then from socialist ownership by the 269 whole people to communist ownership by the whole people. The People's Commune created by the Chinese people is the best organizational form for facilitating this transition. Third, the creation of a very abundant social product. When communist society is achieved, the social productive forces will have developed to a new level. People's ability to conquer nature will be incomparably greater than it is now. At that time, people will fully utilize all natural resources to serve human society and will create a very abundant social product to satisfy the needs of the whole society and all the laborers. At that time, commodity production will have ceased. Commodities and money, which are in the domain of the commodity economy, will finally be retired from the historical stage and relegated to the museum of history. In communist society, the level of development of the social productive forces cannot be compared with the present level of development of the productive forces. To realize communism, it is necessary to greatly develop the social productive forces. Fourth, the cultivation of a high degree of communist ideological consciousness and moral standards among the whole people. Communist society will thoroughly sweep away bourgeois thought and all concepts of self-interest. Labor will no longer be merely a means of life, a way of earning a living, but will itself become life's prime want. The whole world will assume a completely new appearance, and the new thought, new culture, new customs, and new ideological standards of behavior of the proletariat will become common practice. Just as Chairman Mao pointed out, the epoch of world communism will be reached when all mankind voluntarily and consciously changes itself and the world. For, of course, even at that time, there will still be contradictions between the advanced and the backward, between the correct and the incorrect, and between materialism and idealism, and there will still be struggle among people. But the nature and form of the struggle will be different than is the case in class society. Fifth, the adoption of the principle of from each according to one's ability and to each according to one's need. When communist society is achieved, because the means of production will all have been brought under a single communist system of ownership by the whole people, because the fundamental difference between mental and manual labor will be eliminated, because the social product will be very abundant and people's ideological consciousness will have been great. 270. Heightened, and because labor will no longer be merely the means of life but itself life's prime want, the distribution of personal consumer goods will no longer be determined by people's contribution of labor to society but by their needs. By then, all the reasonable needs of people's material and cultural lives will be fully satisfied. Sixth, the state will automatically wither away. With the thorough elimination of imperialism, capitalism, and all exploitative systems throughout the whole world, and with the elimination of classes and class distinctions, the state as an instrument of class struggle will of necessity disappear. Chairman Mao pointed out, when classes disappear, all instruments of class struggle parties and the state machinery will lose their function, cease to be necessary, therefore gradually wither away and end their historical mission, and human society will move to a higher stage. 5. Chairman Mao instructed us a long time ago, communism is at once a complete system of proletarian ideology and a new social system. It is different from any other ideology or social system, and is the most complete, progressive, revolutionary, and rational system in human history. 6. Communist society is a society of boundless brilliance and boundless beauty. It is the most ideal society of mankind. Phony communism is genuine capitalism. The dialectics of history were such that the theoretical victory of Marxism compelled its enemies to disguise themselves as Marxists. 7. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique and swindlers like Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao are contemporary pseudo-Marxists. They use the label communism to engage in capitalist restoration. The phony communism of the Soviet revisionist renegade clique is a typical representative of all sorts of contemporary phony communism. The Soviet revisionists start from such reactionary positions as the theory of the productive forces and human nature and foolishly declare that communism is the most humane and benevolent ideological system, is all for the people and all for people's happiness, and is a good dish of beef with beans. They have never mentioned the thorough elimination of all classes and class distinctions, nor the restriction and final abolition of bourgeois right, which is the soil that engenders the bourgeoisie and capitalism. They completely empty scientific communism of its revolutionary content. This brand of communism is not only false but also very reactionary. This is communism centered on the decaying bourgeois outlook. This is communism modeled on the bourgeois lifestyle. This is phony communism and genuine capitalism. In China, renegades like Lin Piao also strove to peddle phony communism. They proclaimed that communism was public propertyism, that property is the word to be stressed on the banner, and that communism was to make everyone rich. The renegade clique never talked about eliminating the landlord and the bourgeoisie. All they cared about were the words public and property. What class's public was it? What class's property was it? It is obvious. Their so-called public was what Confucius and his kind advocated: when the great Tao prevails in the world, a public spirit will rule all under heaven. Hence, it was the slave owner's public, the landlord's public, and the bourgeoisie's public. The so-called property was the slave owner's property, the landlord's property, and the bourgeoisie's property. Getting rich could only mean that this handful from the exploiting classes would become millionaires. Had the renegades succeeded in carrying out their conspiracies, the proletariat and the broad masses of laborers would have once again lost all the means of production and would once again have been reduced to slaves in the abyss of hardship and suffering. This is what has happened in the Soviet Union. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique has already expropriated the wealth created jointly by the proletariat and the broad masses of laborers. This wealth has become the public property of a tiny bureaucrat monopoly bourgeoisie. The broad masses of people of the Soviet Union are once again leading the miserable life of the Tsarist period and are trapped in an abyss of agony. Chairman Mao pointed out incisively, the Soviet Union today is under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, a dictatorship of the big bourgeoisie, a dictatorship of the German fascist type, a dictatorship of the Hitler type. 8. Therefore, it is evident that the public propertyism advocated by the Lin Piao clique contradicts the scientific communism of Marxism and is the same type of stuff as the phony communism of Soviet revisionism. The history of the communist movement clearly shows, communism is irresistible. No matter how hard the reactionaries try to turn back the wheel of history, communism will ultimately win thorough victory throughout the whole world. 272. The achievement of communism is a profound social revolution. Persevering in continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat is the only path for achieving communism. In the transition from socialist society to communist society, the proletariat must thoroughly defeat the bourgeoisie and its ideology and eliminate all classes and class distinctions. Therefore, whether in the sphere of production relations or in the superstructure, this transformation represents a qualitative leap and comprises a series of profound social revolutions. State power under the dictatorship of the proletariat, like food and clothing, is something a victorious people cannot do without even for a moment. It is an excellent thing, a protective talisman, an heirloom, which should under no circumstances be discarded before the thorough and total abolition of imperialism abroad and of classes within the country. 9. On the basis of the fundamental principles of Marxism, Chairman Mao summed up the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat and put forward the theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Adhering to the theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat requires that we be good at applying the method, theory, and outlook of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought in observing and analyzing socialist society, and that we persevere in the party's general line for the entire historical period of socialism. This is the key link in further strengthening the proletariat's all-round dictatorship over the bourgeoisie in the political, economic, ideological, cultural, and educational realms. This is the basic guarantee for building socialism and making the transition to communism. Whether or not the exercise of all-round proletarian dictatorship over the bourgeoisie is firmly upheld and whether or not continuing the revolution under proletarian dictatorship is firmly upheld are issues of fundamental importance in determining whether we are advancing toward communism or retrogressing toward capitalism. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique tries hard to distort the Marxist theory of scientific communism, claiming that neither revolution nor class struggle 273. GLE nor the dictatorship of the proletariat is necessary in the transition from socialism to communism. They absurdly declare that there are no antagonistic classes in socialist society and that, therefore, the passage from socialism to communism does not involve social revolution or class antagonism. Although this renegade clique also calls for the realization of communism, this is merely a smokescreen to deceive the people, sabotage the dictatorship of the proletariat, and restore capitalism. It is by means of negating the basic Marxist theory in respect to the existence of classes, class contradictions, and class struggle that the Soviet revisionist renegade clique abolishes proletarian dictatorship, ceases continuing revolution under proletarian dictatorship, mobilizes the bourgeoisie to attack the proletariat, converts proletarian dictatorship into bourgeois dictatorship, and converts the socialist system into the capitalist system. Only by persisting in continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat can the dictatorship of the proletariat be consolidated, the restoration of capitalism be prevented, socialism be built, and all the conditions necessary for the realization of communism be created. Uphold proletarian internationalism and support world revolution. The era we live in is the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Chairman Mao pointed out, ever since the monster of imperialism came into being, the affairs of the world have become so closely interwoven that it is impossible to separate them. 10. To achieve communism, we must thoroughly eliminate imperialism, capitalism, and all systems in which man exploits man, so that all of humanity can be thoroughly emancipated. Therefore, the seizure of political power in one country or several countries and the establishment of a socialist society by the proletariat do not mean the end of revolution. Only by emancipating all mankind can the proletariat finally emancipate itself. This is because capital is an international force. As long as imperialism, capitalism, and exploitative systems still exist, imperialism and social imperialism will certainly use the two reactionary methods of armed intervention and peaceful penetration and fragmentation to oppose the socialist countries. Under these conditions, the socialist state will 274. Always face the threats of aggression and sabotage from imperialism and social imperialism. Since capital is an international force, the proletarian cause cannot but be an international cause. When the Russian proletariat seized political power in the October Revolution and began unfolding socialist revolution and socialist construction, Lenin clearly and precisely pointed out, final victory is only possible on a world scale, and only by the joint efforts of the workers of all countries. 11. In his struggle with Trotsky, Stalin firmly adhered to, and defended, Leninism. But the Khrushchev-Brezhnev renegade clique repeatedly claimed that in the Soviet Union, socialism has achieved not only a complete victory, but a thorough victory. This is a downright betrayal of Leninism. Domestically, the purpose of the ridiculous claims of this renegade clique was to obscure the acute struggles between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and conceal its conspiracy to restore capitalism internally. Internationally, this betrayal of Marxism was designed to spread the illusion that the aggressive nature of imperialism has changed and to conceal the ugly features of this clique in its struggle for hegemony with the other superpower. Against the distortion and betrayal of Leninism by modem revisionism, Chairman Mao has defended and enriched Leninism. Chairman Mao pointed out, "We have won a great victory. But the defeated class will still struggle. These people are still around, and this class still exists. Therefore, we cannot speak of a final victory. Not even for decades. We must not lose our vigilance." According to the Leninist viewpoint, the final victory of a socialist country not only requires the efforts of the proletariat and the broad masses of the people at home, but also involves the victory of the world revolution, and the abolition of the system of exploitation of man by man over the whole globe, upon which all mankind will be emancipated. Therefore, it is wrong to speak lightly of the final victory of the revolution in our country. It runs counter to Leninism and does not conform to the facts. 12. To attain final victory in the socialist revolution and to achieve communism throughout the whole world, the proletariat of various countries is holding high the banner of proletarian internationalism, supporting each other, struggling together, and advancing courageously, keeping firmly to the Marxist general line of international communism. In the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution, part of the capitalist system has already entered the museum of history, the remain. 275. Moribund part, like a setting sun dangling precariously on a western hill, is struggling for its last breath, and it too will soon enter the museum. It is the communist doctrine and its social system that are sweeping across the world like 10,000 thunderbolts striking at the same time, powerful as towering mountains and mighty as billowing oceans. Communism shall ever retain its youth and vitality. Basing itself on the objective laws of development of human society, Marxist political economy analyzes the motion and development of the production relations of various forms of society and arrives at the scientific conclusion that the capitalist system is bound to perish and that the socialist and communist systems are bound to prevail. Marxist political economy reveals the general trend of historical development and is a powerful ideological weapon for the proletariat in making revolution. History develops through struggle. The world advances amidst instability. The dawn of a new world in which there will be no imperialism, no capitalism, and no exploitative systems is within sight. The great Chairman Mao teaches us, the future is bright, the road is tortuous. 13. Let us raise high the victorious banner of Marxism-Leninism. Mao Zedong thought, unite with the international proletariat and the oppressed people and nations of the world, be resolute, fear no sacrifice, and surmount every difficulty to win victory. Afterward. The theory and practice of Maoist planning. In defense of a viable and visionary socialism. By Raymond Lotta. Can a socialist planned economy really work, and can it work to lead forward and away from the inequality and dehumanization of class society? The ideologues of capitalism claim that a socialist economy not only has not worked, where and when it has been tried, but could never work. Usually two reasons are given for this. First, it is said that a modem economy is just too complex to be centrally planned and run effectively. Planners would have to obtain and process an unmanageably large amount of information. Since, it is argued, that's not possible, socialist state planning inescapably leads to misjudgment, waste, and bureaucracy. So only through the free market and the interplay of competing firms can economic information be reliably generated and acted upon. Second, socialism is said to crash against insurmountable motivational obstacles. A planned economy does not operate with the rewards and penalties that promote rational, read, capitalist, economic behavior. If self-interest is suppressed, enterprises will have no spur to economize, innovate, and satisfy consumer demand, and individuals will have no incentive to work hard and well. And so the bourgeois experts chant their mantra, there is no workable alternative to the market. That, the argument goes, is the lesson of the demise of the Soviet Union. Yet 20 years ago, 1/4 of humanity was engaged in a remarkable effort to create a society and economy profoundly different from the private monopoly capitalism of the West and, after 1956, the state monopoly capitalism, that masqueraded as socialism, of the former Soviet Union. This was socialist China. Millions of the formerly poor and powerless were consciously uprooting feudalism and capitalism. Workers and peasants were consciously building a different kind of society, one based on cooperation, community, and the common struggle to do away with the class divisions and dog-eat-dog social relations of capitalism and its imprisoning cash nexus. This was the highest development yet of human society. China's socialist revolution, which lasted from 1949 until 1976, when it was overthrown by capitalist forces, was living testimony to the fact that a socialist planned economy can release creative energies on a scale unseen in human history, can enable the masses to consciously utilize the productive forces to overcome economic and social inequalities and foster the transformation and socialization of work, living, and learning, and can promote the conscious involvement and increasingly all-sided capability of the majority of society. This more profound dimension of economic performance and progress is not captured by the conventional data of bourgeois economics, more to the point, it doesn't compute with bourgeois economics. But even as measured by standard growth indicators, revolutionary China stacked up quite well during the Maoist years. Still, the experts and ideologues have their way of evading any substantive discussion of the Maoist achievement. They simply dismiss it as utopian totalitarianism. Communist revolutions, we are told, must resort to unspeakable evil because they seek to impose social change on an unwilling population. After firing this ideological mortar, presumably nothing more need be said. One would expect as much from the defenders of privilege and exploitation. But even among many professing socialist convictions, one encounters what can only be described as a willful refusal to deal seriously with the Maoist achievement. West-HT Marxism's treatment of Mao has been conditioned by a deeply ingrained Eurocauvinist prejudice. It is all too common among socialist scholars to write off revolutionary China as too backward to be of any possible relevance to Western society and its rational and democratic traditions, to dismiss Mao as too crude a thinker, he wrote for the masses, and to view the Cultural Revolution as nothing more than an exercise in mob terror. Regrettably, many who should know better have bought into the lies and distortions churned out by the anti-Maoists who rule China today and by the Western bourgeois experts. There have been two great revolutions in this century, the Bolshevik and Chinese, and many intellectuals familiar with matters of socialist economics have a certain fluency with the Soviet experience. They can tell you about Bukharin's line on agriculture, or Preobrazhensky's views on the financing of industrialization. But the discussion rarely takes the theory and practice of Maoist economics into account. Outside the universe of China specialists, Very few socialist intellectuals know about Mao's insights into agricultural-industrial interrelations contained in his essays on the question of agricultural cooperation and on the 10 Great Relationships, or the far-sighted ideas of appropriate technology that informed the Great Leap Forward, or the bold principles of socialist enterprise management summed up in the Constitution of the Anshan Steel Works, or the lofty mass debates on material and moral incentives that raged during the Cultural Revolution. More often than not, Western socialists conceptualize Maoist China as a variety of Stalinist command economics, defined by highly centralized party ministerial control over investment and production and tight control over enterprise management, punctuated by wild utopian episodes. So no need to bother with Mao. Even though Mao's critiques of Soviet economic theory and practice rank among the most important writings on socialist political economy, even though Mao had broken with Stalin's approach of micromanagement from above and had led in forging a multileveled planning system over the whole of China that took in even the smallest cooperatives. Revolutionary China traveled a rather different path of economic construction than had the Soviet Union, although Mao had learned greatly from the Soviet experience under Stalin. The Maoist revolutionaries developed a coherent and innovative approach to planning that combined non-bureaucratic methods of central coordination with forms of administrative decentralization and enterprise flexibility, without giving free play to the market and its polarizing forces. They linked planning with mass participation and mass supervision. They integrated economic priorities with issues of urban-rural relations, health and population, and ecology. They grasped that socialist construction was inextricably bound up with waves of mass struggle and experimentation. But much of this would come as news to many socialist scholars. The prejudices of Western Marxism have mixed with the contaminants of the ideological assault mounted against communism by the Western ruling classes. Seizing upon the collapse of the oppressive societies in the former Soviet Union and in Eastern Europe, the ruling classes have tried to pound into people's heads the idea that communism has failed and can only fail. This message has left its mark and taken its toll in contemporary discussion about the future of socialism. On the one hand, it has produced a deep pessimism in many progressive quarters about socialism. This is truly ironic, since the Soviet Union had not been socialist for decades. It was a society which in its essential aspects was not fundamentally different than what exists in the West. The collapse of the former Soviet bloc proves nothing about the vitality and viability of socialism, but much about the moribund nature of capitalism. Let the dead bury their dead. On the other hand, the pageantry of failure has inspired all manner of attempts to reinvent socialism. One hears the refrain that socialism must be freed of its supposedly unhappy historical legacy. Socialism, on this account, must redefine its politics, which usually means adopting electoral, multi-party democracy, and which has suited Western imperialism just fine, and must redefine its economics, which often goes no further than glorified versions of the welfare state. A veritable cottage industry of socialist economic model building has sprung up. The models are stitched together and spun out, conceptually fanciful, mathematically formal, and characteristically non-revolutionary. This is not liberating. It is not a project to overthrow bourgeois dictatorship, it is not a project to remake society on the basis of proletarian rule. It is warmed over capitalism. 282. Here is the rub. The Chinese Revolution pioneered solutions to some of the most critical and difficult problems of planning and managing an economy to meet social needs and to revolutionize society. It stands as the most advanced, practical model of an emancipatory socialism. But this rich and inspiring body of socialist economic theory and practical experience has been largely hidden and greatly distorted. One of the challenges of this period is precisely to bring that suppressed history and achievement into the light of day. Socialism is a historical movement and historical process that has engaged the energies, sacrifice, and daring of much of oppressed humanity. It has passed through one historical wave. The initial breakthrough was the short-lived Paris Commune of 1871. The next, and more thoroughgoing, assault on capitalism was the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, which represented the first attempt to construct a socialist economy and to defend, deepen, and spread socialist revolution. In 1949, the Chinese Revolution gained victory. The high water mark of this first wave of proletarian revolutions was the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China. We are now at the end of a historical period that began with the founding of the First International, the International Federation of Working Class Organizations that Karl Marx helped to establish and guide, in 1864. 2. There are no socialist countries in the world today. Is this because socialism is inherently flawed and thus doomed to fail? No, socialism met defeat, in the Soviet Union in the 1950s and in China in 1976, by the still more powerful material and ideological forces of world capitalism. It is a bitter truth, but one that must be put in historical context. The socialist revolution seeks to rip up every strand in the web of oppression that ensnares humanity and to cast off the dead hand of the past. Is it any wonder that such a revolution has encountered difficulty? The world proletarian revolution does not go forward in a straight line of unbroken triumphs. It is not an arithmetic sum of separate national revolutions where socialism is simply and decisively secured in one country after another. Rather, it moves in spirals, with upsurges and advances, consolidation and retreat, setbacks and reversals. It proceeds through struggles between revolution and counter-revolution, restoration and counter-restoration. The communist revolution is a complex, protracted, and tortuous world historic process. But it is not back to square one. In 283, the great accomplishments of the working class where and when it has held power and in the understanding, including of its mistakes and shortcomings, that has been gained through the struggle to create a new world lie a foundation and inspiration to carry forward. That is the spirit in which this essay is offered. Capitalism has turned the world into a nightmare for the majority of humanity. It is a world that must be radically transformed if the fundamental needs of the masses are to be met. Revolution must be made. This is happening in the jungles and shanty towns of Peru, where Maoism is illumining a path to liberation. As Mao said, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Society must and can be run differently. This essay examines the principles, methodology, and practice of Maoist planning, focusing on three elements: the role of politics in the planning process, the relationship between centralization and decentralization, and the nature of economic balance under socialism. It aims to uncover the Maoist achievement in the realm of socialist planning, and in so doing not only to stimulate consideration of a socialism that is both visionary and viable, but also what is even more important, to assist the struggle to make it a practical reality. 284. Politics in command. Without a correct political approach to the matter, the given class will be unable to stay on top, and consequently will be incapable of solving its production problem either. Lenny. Grasp revolution, promote production. Slogan of the Cultural Revolution. What is the fundamental objective of socialist planning? Economic growth per se, or moving beyond the framework of commodity production and money and forging a new society? What should be its main criteria of success? Efficiency, productivity, and profitability, or the degree to which collective mastery over society is promoted? The issue boils down to this: what kind of growth, and for what purpose? A socialist society must mobilize productive resources and accumulate and deploy a social surplus, the portion of social product above and beyond what is necessary to reproduce society at the same level of development. But as Bob Avakian, chairman of the Revolutionary Communist Party, has pointed out, the decisive question is not whether a surplus will be produced, nor its exact size, nor the most efficient means for producing the greatest surplus, but whether the surplus will be produced through means, guided by principles, and utilized in such a way as to make the greatest possible strides at every point toward the revolutionary transformation of society and the world, above all. For in socialist society, the invisible hand of the market must be replaced by the visible hand of politics. This is not to deny that socialist planning must pay attention to cost and strive to economize on labor power, materials, and funds. But that must be subordinate to revolutionary politics. For instance, when the Chinese revolutionaries decided to locate industry in the less developed interior regions, this was not undertaken because it was the most efficient way of expanding total industrial production. It served the goal of reducing regional differences and inequalities. But once these factories were established, efforts were made to run them efficiently. 285. There is no aspect of economic development, no form of economic organization, no organization of the labor process that exists outside of specific production and class relations. The most basic issues of economic development, what to produce, how, for whom, and for what, cannot be answered, indeed cannot be understood, except in class terms. Capitalist efficiency is class-bound, it is based on maximizing worker output and minimizing worker resistance, on shackling the producers and their collective creative capacities. Economic rationality has no meaning apart from the class relations it embodies and reproduces and the ends it serves. This is an incredibly important component of Maoist thought. For the Maoist revolutionaries, socialist development had to be linked with overcoming disparities between industry and agriculture, between town and country, nationalities, men and women, and between mental and manual labor. And putting politics in command fundamentally meant making sure that economic strategy promoted the revolutionary transformation of society, relied on social mobilization and the spread of socialist values, and served the cause of world revolution. In a socialist society, the masses must be politically armed. They must know what is needed and what the problems are, learn from advanced experience, have initiative in their hands, and be engaged in struggle over the goals and nature of planning. The lesson Mao summed up was that by putting politics in command, not experts, not computers, not regulations and production quotas, and certainly not profits, problems of economic development could be solved and the economy could be pushed forward in the interests of the masses. Guiding and measuring economic development. It has been observed that Western economists often encountered great difficulty in making sense of the Chinese planning system because so many non-economic objectives were fed into it. Revolutionary China's standards of economic performance were far broader than the achievement, and overachievement, of production targets. The revolutionaries weighed the social and long-run economic effects of economic development, in assessing the efficiency of particular production methods, techniques, and factory organization. The revolutionaries widened the very concept of efficiency to include the social benefits and education. 286. Side effects, as well as the contribution to local developmental needs, of such processes and forms of organization. 5. And the Maoists did not accept, indeed they deliberately struggled against, the supposed logic of modern industrialization, the idea that economic development necessarily implies big and concentrated industry, massive urbanization, and regional specialization. In terms of plan fulfillment, quantitative goals were important and had operational significance at the national and enterprise level. But these were secondary to and served qualitative goals. For instance, the important thing for a factory producing agricultural equipment was not simply that it meet its financial targets, but that it really understand the needs of agriculture and strive to do a better job in meeting those needs. In working out and evaluating plans, the insistence on putting politics in command entailed subordinating individual and sectoral, this or that branch of industries or particular regions, interests to the collective interest and to advancing revolution, relying on the masses, acting in accordance with what was called the general line on economic development of going all out, aiming high and achieving greater, faster, better and more economical results in building socialism, and implementing a series of principles which included be prepared against war, be prepared against natural disasters, and do everything for the people, and taking agriculture as the foundation and industry as the leading factor. All this had very real practical consequences. Here we can delineate 4 significant elements of socialist planning, both with respect to its goals and its methods that reflected and served the politics in command orientation. First, the Western pattern of industrial investment and urban growth was rejected. China sought to disperse industry and prevent the uncontrolled growth of cities and the clustering of industry around large cities. In fact, for the first time in history, a process of industrialization was not simultaneously a process of unrestrained urbanization. Efforts were made to stabilize, or reduce, the size of large cities and to promote the growth of small and medium-sized cities, to shift industry to such cities, and to site new industrial zones on the outskirts of cities to better cope with residential needs and control of pollution. 6. Industrial policy was also aimed, as mentioned earlier, at narrowing regional growth and income differentials. 287. The planning system facilitated the development of relatively independent and comprehensive industrial systems in each of China's provinces and encouraged self-sufficiency in grain production. New kinds of production complexes in which industry would be more directly integrated with agriculture, and residents with work, were created. China's industry was oriented towards serving agriculture, at the same time that rural industrial and technical networks were promoted as a means of harnessing productive potential in the countryside and reducing the social gaps between town and countryside. By 1973-75, rural small-scale industry accounted for close to 60% of China's cement and fertilizer output, 35% of its hydroelectric power generating capacity, and 15% of its steel output. 7. Most farm machinery and equipment, except for the heaviest, was produced in local small and medium-scale plants. But not only did these policies begin to profoundly break down age-old patterns of economic and social development in which cities ruled over the countryside, and not only did such policies contribute towards narrowing the difference between mental and manual labor. These measures also contributed to a profound break with the imperialist world economy and the dependency that imperialism foists on oppressed nations. There was an important strategic dimension here. The self-reliant, self-generating, and decentralized development that China embarked on would enable it to better stand up to imperialism's economic pressure, to resist possible attack and invasion, and to do more to serve the needs of the world revolution. Second, plan was primary, price was secondary. At the society level, profits, prices, and various financial measures of capital effectiveness could not determine where investments would be made, what would be produced, the rate and direction of technological change, or the purpose of enterprise activities. If price and profit were made principal, the state could not redistribute investment resources from the richer regions to the less developed regions. Neither could it encourage the development of industries supporting agriculture which themselves were not highly profitable, nor increase the output and subsidize the selling price of basic consumption goods, nor extend comradely aid to revolutionary movements. The structure of prices was still connected to underlying cost conditions. Prices were not totally arbitrary. But prices were set con. 288. Coasly and uniformly, throughout the country, to achieve certain goals. They reflected political line. One striking example was how the price system favored agriculture, and the peasantry. In the terms of trade between industry and agriculture, prices were kept low for agricultural equipment and fertilizer, while the prices paid by the state for agricultural produce were raised, which is totally opposite to what typically happens in third world countries. Prices and monetary return could not be allowed to play an autonomous guiding function in the economy. At the enterprise level, making plan primary over price meant that the costs and benefits of economic activities could not be calculated in narrow financial terms or judged from the narrow point of view of maximizing the income of the individual production unit. As the revolutionaries explained, in some cases, judging from appearances, the loss might be bigger than the profit to an individual factory. However, judged from the overall situation, the overall benefit to society might be bigger than the loss. If we are concerned only with petty profits and ignore the major issues, if we pay attention only to the present and not the future, if we only take care of our own unit instead of considering the overall situation, and if we exert efforts only in proportion to the amount of individual gains expected, we must have been poisoned by the Theory of putting profits in command. 8. Was it enough simply to fulfill the production plan regardless of the larger social costs, such as worker alienation, harm to worker health, and harm to the environment? These were issues which the Maoists insisted could not be treated as separate problems of secondary importance. Enterprise efficiency, or profitability, could not be placed above everything else. Individual units had to take into account the needs of the whole of society, and workers and staff had to be guided by the spirit of doing anything of benefit to the people. The revolutionaries insisted that costs and benefits could not be determined on the basis of immediate monetary return. What if worker initiative created temporary problems in production? How would strict fulfillment of plan targets be an excuse to suppress workers? A common experience in factories in the years prior to the 289 Cultural Revolution was that when workers pioneered new designs and methods of production, they would often be disciplined and punished by managers. These managers worried that such innovations would disrupt established practices and thereby threaten the fulfillment of quantitative plan targets, and their bonuses. This attitude towards plan fulfillment and this contempt for workers came under sharp attack during the Cultural Revolution. As a result, an atmosphere was created that encouraged workers to break with all kinds of convention, whether in building ships in ways that had never been attempted before in China or in rethinking machine design. This had the long-run effect of promoting production. Pro-market ideologues attack socialism as a system where quantities mean everything, where factories just jump out shoddy goods to meet production quotas. This is the so-called plan fulfillment indicator problem. In other words, managers simply do whatever is easiest to meet production and value targets, even if it means disregard for quality. 9. Actually, one of the issues of struggle between the Maoists and the capitalist readers, who now run China, concerned precisely whether revisionist forms of management, which one-sidedly emphasized quantity or financial return, and which in general took a narrow approach to plan fulfillment to the detriment of party and state goals, would dominate economic management. In revolutionary China, success indicators cut against the tonnage mentality of Soviet-type planning. Indeed, one of the slogans raised by dock workers and popularized during the Cultural Revolution was "Be masters of the wharves, not slaves to tonnage." In judging output performance, the primary concern was whether resources and output were serving larger policy goals, getting the right mix and quality of products, and promoting socialist enterprise cooperation were more important than output value or rate of return. The key yardstick was neither price nor quantity but social use values, that which serves the needs of society, and the overall content and direction of economic activity. This is not to say that cost accounting and efficiency were abandoned. On the contrary, great efforts were made to minimize expenditure, to reduce cost, and ensure output quality. But this became the responsibility of the workers, both through forms of group accounting. 290. Analysis of economic activities, and financial management, and through mass movements to innovate and cut costs. Managing, administering, and motivating through politics. 3rd, industrial organization and management were socialized and revolutionized. Plan objectives included limiting the alienation and social fragmentation that accompanies job specialization. Craft distinctions were broken down, personnel were periodically rotated between jobs, and factories would dispatch workers into the countryside as well. Oppressive work rules were discarded, and bonus systems that pitted workers against one another were eliminated. Technicians were trained from among workers, and technicians and workers joined together in technical innovation teams. Collective forms of management were developed, and management was simplified. Enterprise leaders would spend regular periods working on the shop floor. The industrial enterprise was more than a self-contained economic unit. It would cooperate with others, even at the expense of short-term gains. It would take account of local community needs and social services, and, above all, it would be redefined as a site of political and class struggle. 4th, the economy was administered mainly through political and ideological means. For a plan to be effective, there must be a society-wide commitment to carry it through. Otherwise, there can be no real coordination, no real planning. This objectively poses the question of compliance with the goals and norms of a plan as it is transmitted and translated at different levels, especially at the industrial enterprise level. Capitalist theorists contend that socialist planning authority is faced with the insuperable task of coaxing and pressuring enterprise managers to implement a plan's mandates. The problem is said to derive from plans that are unrealistically conceived and from the necessarily clashing perspectives of planners and managers. The result, according to the bourgeois account, is a tug-of-war between planning and managerial authority that grows wearying and which eventually resolves itself institutionally into a planning system characterized by the repressive and unresponsive transmission of directives from above and by passive and pragmatic adaptation from below. 291. Plan execution is an imperative task of a socialist economy. But how is this to be conceptualized? During the period that the Soviet Union was socialist, plan coordination and implementation were generally viewed as regulatory issues, and enterprise compliance was exacted through a control and inspection network that tended to bureaucratically expand. The Maoist revolutionaries summed up that an administrative system that tries to rule by regulation and that mainly tries to police people into sticking by regulation would not only become excessively bureaucratic but also wouldn't work. It is relatively easy for any level of authority to get around external controls and regulations issued from above. As Mao pointed out in 1957, regulations alone will not work. Men's minds must change. Thus the importance of the ideological dimension, the need to shape the ideological environment in which decisions are taken at all levels, and the importance of collective responsibility, of people internalizing goals and engaging in vigorous political struggle. The point is that planning is not only subject to technical and administrative constraints but to political factors and to the limitations imposed by ideology. It takes place in the context of class struggle in society. Towards what kinds of transformations is planning oriented? For whom and for what? These are not givens but issues of struggle. For Mao, the issue to solve was not principally one of the enforcement mechanisms of planning authority versus the prerogatives of managers, but rather the role of the masses. The masses must grasp what is politically necessary and have wide knowledge of the whole system, its economic laws, its goals, its contradictions, so that they themselves become the actors rather than the inert material acted on by market or bureaucratic planning processes, so that they can analyze and act on contradictions, so that they can regulate the regulators. Rather than administering by technical and economic standards, the Chinese revolutionaries fostered non- and anti-bureaucratic methods for communicating policy and raising a different kind of standard, that of advanced experience and moral example. They popularized and encouraged people to learn from model institutions, rural brigades, communes, or factories that implemented the general line. These were studied, and in many cases, first-hand, with peasants and workers from various parts of the country visiting actual sites. But 292. These models were not studied to be strictly copied, as if they were blueprints. The idea was for people to learn how problems were analyzed and overcome, how breakthroughs were made in the face of resistance from capitalist readers, what advances were made in reorganizing property and social relations as well as the continuing political and technical problems, and how to apply these lessons to local conditions. The experience of building the Red Flag Canal, a monumental collective effort by peasants that vastly increased the amount of irrigated land, or fighting cruel natural conditions in the rural Takei Brigade when it was a revolutionary stronghold, were examples of the masses conquering all kinds of difficulties and defying convention in economic construction. The Anshan, steel works, constitution set a standard of revolutionary industrial management. In short, these models enabled people to grasp more deeply both the goals and methods of the communist revolution. At the same time, national political campaigns were vehicles to focus mass attention on and sharpen awareness about key issues confronting society. Several such campaigns, like those to criticize and restrict bourgeois right and to criticize Confucian ideas of subservience and blind submission to authority, were launched by the revolutionary forces in the early and mid-1970s in the context of the struggle between the capitalist and socialist roads and the two-line struggle in the party. The aim was to arm people to make decisions and evaluate activities with broader interests in mind, and to figure out what class interests were in fact being served by particular institutions and policies, and to strengthen the capacity of the masses to wage the struggle to maintain and extend political power. The proletariat's political power is concentrated in its state. The proletariat needs a state to represent its interests. It is not enough to leave things at the local level or at the level of the individual factory. The proletariat needs to take up questions of society and the world, politics, culture, and ideology. One of the guiding insights of the Cultural Revolution was that the laboring people, through their experience in struggle and study of Marxism, had to grasp the link between two-line struggle over questions of economics and two-line struggle over issues in other realms. The revisionists' economic policies were part of an overall program to turn the masses back into beasts of burden. And if the masses were to wage, much less win, the battle on any front, including economics, and prevent capitalist restoration, they had 293. To be concerned with and influence what was happening in society overall. And so it was extremely significant that enterprises were transformed from mere production units into what Mao called universities of class struggle, where theoretical study groups were set up, where proletarian cultural activity took place among other things. At the same time, worker and peasant teams came into the universities in connection with the larger political struggle. The fact is that it would not have been possible to initiate and carry through the radical transformations in economic organization, management, and the labor process that have been discussed if ordinary laboring people were not politically mobilized around these broader issues. The proletariat needs to transform society in its entirety: the condition of women, the oppression of minority nationalities, the values promoted by the education system, and so on. It needs a state to see to it that political, social, and economic transformations are carried out in a way that serves the world revolution. And it needs a state to defend its rule against the forces that would bring back and impose the old order. But all this means nothing unless the workers are actually becoming masters of the state, waging struggle over the nature and actions of the state. Because who controls the state will ultimately determine who controls the means of production. 11. This is why politics must command economics. Fundamentally, a plan must concentrate the advanced experiences and aspirations of the masses, it must be constructed for their use, and it must unleash their initiative. This requires political leadership of a specific type, not a dominating clique but a real vanguard party with links to and serving the people, a vanguard capable of leading people forward through the complex struggle to bring a new society into being and to revolutionize the vanguard itself. This too is what it means to put politics in command. 2. Centralization, decentralization, and the problem of information. Only the state dictatorship of the proletariat can represent the fundamental interests of the working class and the masses of laboring people and determine the principles and policies to be. 294. Followed by enterprises, the orientation for their development, the production and distribution of their products, and the disposal of their assets. In dealing with enterprises, the state practices democratic centralism, that is, centralized power on major issues and decentralized power on minor issues, centralized leadership, and level-to-level administration. Writing Group, Kirin Provincial Revolutionary Committee 12. Under no circumstances can history be regarded as something the planners rather than the masses create. Mao Zedong 1. Perhaps the central criticism of socialist planned economy is that it is built on a totally unrealistic assumption, that planners can somehow obtain and process all the necessary, and ever-changing, information about production and consumption that truly effective planning at the society level would require. Here is how the argument goes. Modern industrial society is so complex, and its aggregate knowledge and skills so widely dispersed, that it is plainly impossible for a central planning authority to process and communicate all the relevant information that is necessary for the many different economic actors to coordinate their actions. Only the price mechanism detecting changes in the relations between the supply and demand for goods and the bargaining that goes on between contracting parties can functionally convey this kind of information. To attempt to run an economy according to central guidance will only lead to bureaucratic nightmare. A request for a minor repair will have to pass through countless levels. And once a central plan becomes the sole or primary source for providing relevant information to producers, then what follows is extreme centralization of decision-making. Since the central planners are trying to hold together what fundamentally can't be held together, a vast centrally run economy, they have no choice but to run things with an iron, dictatorial hand. This critique sets up a straw man, the all-knowing planner who is supposed to operate with perfect information and perfect foresight. And it sets out the task or challenge facing a socialist economy to be essentially computational and administrative, to crunch the right number. 295. Bears in order to NZ0 manage the economy from the central bank down to the smallest factory. Planning, a profoundly political task for which the masses must take collective responsibility and over which they must assert collective control, becomes a computational and accountancy exercise by which state planners attempt, successfully or unsuccessfully, to achieve detailed control over the economy. 14. Capitalism and the problem of information. Before turning to some of the political and operational issues bound up with the transmission of economic and social information in a genuine socialist planned economy, a few points need to be made about the supposed superiority of capitalism in this regard. First off, in the Western market economies, private capitalists and consumers are nowhere close to possessing all or most price information, cheapest suppliers, lowest price for a consumer good, etc., when it comes to making economic decisions and choices. So there is no full or perfect information in a modern market economy. It should also be noted that the inability of capitalism to solve major social problems, such as homelessness in the United States, has very little to do with insufficiency of information. The problem is well known, as are many potential solutions. Nor can it be said there is insufficiency of social demand. The poor certainly demand decent housing. But whether capitalism recognizes and meets a particular demand is principally determined by profits to be made and money income to be spent. Secondly, the claim is made that while a socialist economy lumbers under a sprawling command apparatus to find things out and to direct economic activities, a capitalist economy has an automatic and efficient means of transmitting essential information to producers. It is to be found in the operations of markets and prices. If a price is rising, there is demand to be filled and capitalists proceed to produce more of that product. But this must be seen for what it is, an indirect and anarchic mechanism of communication and coordination. Under capitalism, economic development is not guided and shaped by any prior plan or social purpose. Society's overall production needs and requirements are not, and cannot be, confirmed and planned in advance, because the productive activity of society is fragmented into privately organized units of capital. These individual capitals attain a high degree of organization, and even plan, at the firm and enterprise level. But 296. There is no coordination at the society-wide level, and these individual capitals do not know ahead of time for whom and in what necessary quantity they are producing, or even if what they produce is really needed. They are engaged in a battle for profits and market share, and they expand production and introduce new technologies to wage the battle. But whether the labor processes under their command are actually needed or up to competitive standard, that news and information only comes later, when the market clears or doesn't clear what is thrown onto it for sale, and by movements of prices and profits. In response to these market signals, investments are steered here or there, the labor force increased or contracted, etc. Thus the discipline of the market expresses itself through a hit and miss, too much and too little, trial and error process of after-the-fact adjustment. Further, if the market and price mechanism work so efficiently, one has to ask why capitalism requires a bloated army of stockbrokers, market researchers, and advertising personnel to make its markets function profitably. The answer is that competing firms and corporations must gather ever more information ever more rapidly in the anarchically moving market in order to gain competitive advantage. The ensuing waste and squandering, whether it is the proliferation of all manner of technologies and activities to read the market and capitalize on market information, or the $130 billion that is spent each year in the US on advertising to stimulate and steer demand, is a major indictment of capitalism. Finally, while it is true that market prices convey information upon which capitalists base their production decisions, there is some absolutely crucial social information, like the environmental and health damage caused by a polluting steel mill, that the market price mechanism fails to register and in fact systematically ignores. Individual firms and enterprises do not take into account the effects of things they do that do not fall within their particular, private, universe of cost and price calculation, and they do not take into account things they do that do not have prices. Pollution is not generally bought and sold. Actually, the market tends to reward firms for ignoring the larger social costs and longer-term effects of their activities, because this raises profits. 15. Still, the opponents of planning argue, look at the economy of the former Soviet Union in the 1970s and 1980s, where central administra. 297. TIV expenditures were enormous, where individual enterprises were routinely sending false information to the planning agencies, and where central planners really did not know what was going on. How can this be regarded as an advance over capitalism? Clearly, there was no efficient and informed coordination of production. This is certainly a correct description of the situation that had existed. Enterprises would deliberately overstate their resource needs and understate their production capabilities in reporting to and bargaining with planning authorities. At the same time, layers of the bureaucracy multiplied as planners hopelessly tried to monitor and control the economy. But these were not the workings of socialism. Misreporting and concealment of production capabilities by enterprises were a reflection of the competition among state capitalist enterprises for centrally supplied credit and resources in a system of profit maximization. In a perverse way, this was a strategy to outplan a plan that wasn't really functioning, so enterprises tried to accumulate and hide supplies, and in the long run it only made things worse, as planning became even more unreliable and chaotic. Let's talk about a genuine socialist economy. To be sure, complete and perfect economic information would not be obtainable even under its conditions. But this is not a terribly profound or useful observation. And it is hardly an argument against planning. Socialist planning is a process of continuous discovery arising from the interplay of knowledge and action, with information flowing in many different directions to coordinate production, increase understanding, and serve social need. Moreover, planning must make allowance for unforeseen circumstances and upheavals, for adjustment to new conditions and the correcting of mistakes. In short, a plan cannot be a precise, and never to be altered, numerical forecast or frozen blueprint. Rather, it involves fundamental approximations, estimations, and projections in the pursuit of basic goals. In technical language, it must be cast in probabilistic terms, and the key thing is to learn from experience. Nevertheless, it is quite realistic for a socialist society to identify and rank economic and social priorities, to determine what social needs have to be met and which are the most pressing, like building new hospitals versus new sports stadiums. It is possible to formulate broad targets and to evaluate appropriate and alternative means and methods of meeting them. It is possible to carry out the necessary 298 material supply balancing, that is, to figure out how a desirable output of goods can be produced, or industrial construction and expansion undertaken, given the resources, available technology, and production and labor capabilities of society. And Maoist economics emphasized the role of the human factor in opening new possibilities in solving production problems and to arrange the necessary links between different sectors of production. In the case of socialist China, agriculture was consciously made the starting point in planning. This meant first making a realistic estimate of potential agricultural output and the resources, fertilizer, iron and steel, and machinery, etc., required to meet agricultural targets and on that basis working out a detailed plan for industry. In this way it was possible to formulate reliable plans that promoted mutually supportive relations and arrangements between agriculture and industry, as part of a larger project of overcoming the division between town and country. In sum, it is possible to conduct conscious economic calculation. It is a form of calculation that proceeds from social needs and politically defined goals and that takes measure of long-term impacts, such as the ways in which patterns of production and consumption react on the resource base and the ecosystem. Maoist decentralization and area planning. A major issue posed by opponents of planning concerns the nature of centralized control. Does a planned economy necessarily lead to massive and oppressive bureaucracy? In fact, it is capitalism that requires hierarchical and bureaucratic control over people. One need only consider the internal organization of the modern corporation with its many echelons of managers, technocrats, and supervisors, not to mention the vast governing and political apparatus of modern capitalism. Mao emphasized that socialist planning must combine centralized leadership and direction with decentralized initiative and administration. This is what enables a socialist society to bring economic processes under conscious control and to maximize mass participation in running the economy, something that is impossible under capitalism. The proletariat needs to exercise its centralized state power to defend the revolution against internal and external enemies and to carry the revolution forward. It needs strong political leadership to concentrate advanced experience and understanding. It needs central 299. Planning to coordinate social production. But on this basis, there must be extensive decentralization in order to unleash people and solve problems at the most appropriate levels. Mao had summed up that too much top-down, vertical, control over the economy stifled popular initiative. Such a system of planning could not give full play to local capabilities and allow for creative utilization of local resources. It also undermined unified leadership over the economy as a whole, since there was no way that a complex and diverse economy could be managed on the basis of detailed commands from the top, no matter how thorough the statistical information and price calculations may be. This kind of detailed management and control of the economy by industrial ministries and central planning authorities, which was practiced when the Soviet Union was socialist, also distorted economic calculation and produced certain irrational practices. For instance, if a plant needed extra supplies, it would have to make a request to the appropriate industrial ministry and sometimes wait for months to receive them from a geographically distant supplier that was under the control of the same ministry. Instead of obtaining the supplies from a nearby producer that happened to be tied to another ministry. In Maoist China, the national plan projected the principal requirements of the provinces. But, and this was a sharp break with the approach developed under Stalin, substantial powers of economic planning and administration were delegated to the provinces and localities. Mao understood that central planning could not encompass all the decisions that have to be made to run an economy. The principle was to pass decision-making power down to the level at which decisions would be carried out. This was decentralization to local political authority, and its purpose was to allow tasks to be defined and carried out, and problems to be solved, at the local level and to allow for greater mass initiative. In Eastern Europe in the 1960s, decentralization had taken place, but this was entirely different. It was capitalist decentralization. Some authority was transferred from central planners to managers of industrial enterprises, and this was combined with greater reliance on market forces, not people. Before the Great Leap Forward of 1958 to 60, which saw the rise of the people's communes and tremendous revolutionary upheaval and innovation, the Chinese planning system shared many of the features of the Soviet planning system developed under Stalin. The Central Min. 300. Ministerial authorities drew up plans for their own industries, and large manufacturing enterprises were placed under fairly tight control of the ministry of the branch of production concerned. But this was changed from a system of planning and management in which each item industrial product is the main focus, to one in which the localities are the focus. 16. What was developed was a system of dual-track planning. Plans were drawn up by the industrial ministries to meet the needs and requirements of particular branches of production, one track, and plans were also drawn up to promote the development and meet the needs and requirements of geographic areas, the other track. They were then coordinated with one another by the Planning Commission. But the main track was that of area planning. As indicated earlier, a goal of Maoist planning was to develop comprehensive and self-reliant regional and local industrial systems with links to agriculture and to encourage more initiative from below. For these reasons, production plans were formulated principally in terms of areas. By having local areas take responsibility for basic production decisions and allocating resources, the whole process of coordinating social production was simplified and efficiency was raised. And this freed up central planning authority from a lot of superficial calculations and daily management, enabling it to focus instead on major questions of overall national economic planning. Provinces assumed responsibility for supplying key goods to enterprises within their borders. Area planning broke down the rigid separation of enterprises by the products they manufactured. Neighboring producing units were encouraged to establish extensive linkages so that they could coordinate with, aid and learn from each other, and serve the surrounding population. Where possible, components and supplies were to be produced within localities. The flexibility built into this kind of planning made it easier to cope with shortages or interruptions in supply. When an enterprise required additional supplies that weren't covered by the plan, it could go to the provincial authority, it could organize for supplies locally, or it could seek out and develop substitutes or find ways to economize on materials. The revolutionary line also encouraged enterprises to diversify their production activities and to develop the capability of meeting more of their parts, sup. 301. Supplies, and repair requirements from within the enterprise, and this too made for simpler administration of planning. 17. This kind of area planning and integration fostered all-round industrial agricultural development, instead of leaving ministries to develop and locate industry based on the existing level of development of the regions, which would keep the backward. And it was an approach that could more effectively link economic growth to broader societal concerns. It had been summed up that vertical ministerial-based control and organization reinforced tendencies to put production above all else, and this cut against non-economic goals. Clearly, these were problems in the Soviet Union when it was socialist in the pre-1956 period. In pursuit of efficiency and rapid economic growth, planners went in for gigantic industrial enterprises and put intense pressure on enterprises to maximize output. At the same time, the industrial ministries tended toward departmentalism, primary concern for enterprises in the same industry. This had negative economic and social, as well as environmental, consequences. Area planning, on the other hand, could concern itself in a more all-round way with issues of population density, pollution, health, the ways in which residential areas could be developed into new kinds of units of collective economic and social life, which has tremendous implications for the emancipation of women, and urban-rural differences and interrelations. Here it might be added that decentralization was also reflected in scale of production. The Maoists were not spellbound by large factory size but sought flexibility in the spread of small and medium-sized and popularly managed enterprises. Once again on centralized direction, local coordination, and social information, while the Maoist revolutionaries put great stress on local initiative and local responsibility, the central government remained intimately involved in the planning process. The levers of central control in the planning system included the material supply system and transfers of resources and finances between provinces, national financial policy, including centrally determined and uniform prices, and the system of joint management of enterprises by the appropriate central government ministry. This was the centralized aspect, and the relevant local political authority at the province or municipality level. This was the 302. Decentralized aspect. Thus there was centralized direction over output levels of major products, over the distribution of industries between provinces, over retail prices of key commodities, and over the distribution of funds between ministries. In order to mobilize resources for priority needs and sectors, to effect rapid structural transformation, and to prevent political and economic fragmentation, centralization of this sort was essential. However, the number of central ministries and other central planning bodies was reduced through the Cultural Revolution. Except for a few key enterprises decisive to defense and nationwide economic construction, most state industrial and commercial enterprises were, by 1970, placed under local control. Of 5,000 large and medium-sized enterprises, some 2,000, or fewer than 40%, were under direct central control in the early 1970s. 18 At the same time, the planned activities of centrally controlled industrial units were integrated into provincial and municipal plans. The provinces had pre-arranged financial obligations to the center. But provincial and local governments had control over a worked-out proportion of revenues above their assigned targets. As far as major investment projects were concerned, for example, the construction of large, technologically advanced steel mills, decisions about national industrial capacity of a given type were taken at the center and materials and finance were centrally allocated. Here the industrial ministries had an important role to play. But the specific plans to increase industrial capacity were integrated into provincial plans. And the number of materials placed under centralized allocation was reduced through the Cultural Revolution. It was in the range of 200 to 300 in the early 1970s, as compared with a much higher number during the time the Soviet Union was socialist, and as compared with as many as 65,000 materials controlled by the Soviet Central Authorities in the 1970s and 1980s. 1900 told, and this is rather extraordinary in modern economic history, administrative and planning channels were simplified in China, despite increasing diversity and complexity of the economy. Socialist planning requires material balancing. This means estimating the quantity of inputs required for each unit of output, for instance how much steel is needed to produce a desired amount of machine tools. In other words, it means making sure the necessary production. 303. Resources are made available to meet production requirements and that different branches are in sync with each other's needs and linked to each other, in order to carry out the plan. And it also means that norms be set, that is, standards of how much labor or raw materials should be necessary to produce a given unit of this or that commodity. In China, the national plan would set broad production targets for particular commodities, but it did not set down exact quotas. The regional and local governments managed detailed material balancing. The broad commodity targets would be broken down into specific products, with specific quality standards, etc., and delivery contracts through face-to-face meetings between producers, planners, and consumers at supply and sales conferences. This conference system was something new in socialist planning, an innovative attempt to bring together representatives of economic units and organizations to work out arrangements between enterprises and supply and delivery contracts, and meet the requirements of balancing. This was a way to distribute materials for production that neither relied on the market nor on far-removed planners. This conference system, with its institutionalization of direct personnel linkages, improved the flow of information between enterprises, not just between units connected to each other in a given branch of production but between units producing and units consuming the items in question, and this made planning more efficient and flexible. As for consumer needs, the planning system sought to sensitize itself to consumer likes and dislikes. The commercial departments of the state economy made considerable efforts to conduct consumer research and surveys. At the same time, factories producing consumer goods would routinely dispatch worker representatives to stores selling their particular items in order to size up consumer satisfaction and preference. It was not unusual for such representatives to visit communes for the same purpose. The Chinese showed that a socialist economy could assess and respond to consumer need and taste, although the concern was with the needs of the broad masses, not an elite consuming luxuries. 20. The discussion has focused on society's collective understanding of production and consumption needs. But there is another crucial dimension of the information problem. This is society's ability to share and spread knowledge of what has been learned in the struggle. 304. For production. In a capitalist economy, there is a fundamental tension between the privatization of innovative ideas and the diffusion of those ideas into the economy. 21. A capitalist economy rewards innovators for keeping their ideas from others. A capitalist firm can get a leg up in the competitive battle by developing a new product or technology and using secrecy, patents, etc., to prevent others from utilizing or benefiting from it. On the other hand, if a firm feels it cannot profit from an innovation, or that others may benefit from its efforts, it may hold back. Socialism eliminates the barrier of private ownership. Innovations and knowledge become social property. One task of the planning system in China was exactly to socialize such knowledge. This process included the establishment of cooperative links between producing units so that new ideas could be spread and new production technologies learned, worked out donor-recipient relationships for equipment and on-the-spot assistance, the practice of sending technicians out from more developed to less developed areas and production units, the establishment of special worker institutes in factories and schools in the countryside in which technical and political study were combined, the sending down of educated youth into the countryside, and the widespread use of popular manuals. 22. By broadening the capabilities and experiences of ordinary workers, and by breaking down narrow specialization in tasks and skills, a socialist economy can generate far more useful information, to the well-being and advance of society, than is possible under conditions of capitalist specialization and hierarchy. 23. Planning through line. The Maoists insisted on two-way initiative in planning. From the center and from the local areas, and on giving the local areas as much responsibility as possible. But how within this system were immediate and long-term interests balanced, competing interests reconciled? What safeguards were there to prevent provinces and areas from just looking out for their own interests? How would coordination be achieved across these many different units of planning? Here the centralizing aspects of the planning system come back into play. There were certain basic guidelines which had to be observed. The structure of management was generally uniform through. 305. Out the country, individual units could only exercise decision-making powers and the authority to act on their own in various matters on the basis of sticking to the general political line and directives. Profits of state-owned enterprises were transferred to the state, and the specific performance of an enterprise did not determine its wages and salaries. These were centrally set, and key plan targets, once set, could not be altered by autonomous decision of the production unit. The Chinese relied on a kind of indirect centralization in which politics, not heavy-handed control, was principal to coordinate planning and make sure that it had mass support. This was accomplished by means of what the revolutionaries called the five unifiers. In an important study of the Chinese planning system, Roland Berger spells them out. Unified understanding, that is, people were acting on the basis of a revolutionary political and ideological understanding of where society needs to go and were raising that understanding through study and political struggle. 2. Unified policy, which meant that this general political line would be applied at each level of the economy and in each phase of development to solve specific problems. 3. Unified plan, that is, there would be coordination of different sectors and interests in applying this policy. 4. Unified direction, which was a principle by which leadership for each economic and social unit would come from the next unit above. V. Unified action, which meant that the masses had to be relied on and unleashed at each level. 24. Thus the policy of giving greater scope to local authority was carried out in dialectical unity with unified central leadership and unified planning. Local initiative would have the effect of strengthening, not weakening, centralized leadership and unified planning. But the real glue of the system ensuring that the interests of the whole and the overall needs of the revolution were being met was political and ideological. And decisive to this was the practice of the mass line, from the masses to the masses, to ensure that planning was carried out in accordance with the interests of the masses and on the basis of mobilizing the masses. 306. The Maoists had a phrase to describe planning that was divorced from the masses, that put planning in the hands of experts. They called it planning by the typewriter, the computer, and the telephone. Maoist planning was based less on detailed gathering of statistics than it was on in the field, in-person investigation and consultation by planning authorities, in fact finding a way from workbenches, and exchanging of experiences among enterprises. We must leave our offices, and go amongst the masses, have confidence in and rely on their strength, and not merely close the doors while doing estimates and calculations, 25 said one article written during the Great Leap Forward. The key directional flow of information was from the bottom up, in the overall coordination of production. It is the center that has to be bombarded with reports, data, and returning planners, who have been to the localities and conducted investigations. 26 In drawing up and reviewing plans, the revolutionaries emphasized the importance of continuous consultation at each stage of the planning process and of planning through line, through mass political discussion and debate. The application of the mass line meant that discussions of proposed plans would take place at the grassroots level and that suggested modifications would work their way upward, as back and forth exchanges continued between upper and lower levels, and with the most valuable suggestions getting incorporated along the way. This overall process was described by the Chinese as the two ups and the two downs. An initial plan, based on mass experience flowing upward and the overall needs of advancing the revolution, would be formulated and sent down through all administrative and production levels. It was then put to mass review, with suggestions getting transmitted upward. Then a final modified plan would be sent back down. The main thrust of these procedures and mechanisms was that plan goals and norms, standards of production, were the object of mass discussion and evaluation, according to the general political line. But planning through line not only required this back and forth process through which a more correct plan could be drawn up. It required that people be won politically to the plan, so that they could define and carry out their specific responsibilities with the interests of the whole revolution in mind. If this approach were not taken, then the spontaneous tendency would be for people either to take a passive attitude. 307. And just figure out the easiest way to fulfill their particular assignments, or to twist the plan and go in for whatever would bring the greatest immediate or local gain. Planning methods are not neutral. They exert effects on class structure, on who and what is being controlled. And the very means by which information is gathered and evaluated reflects the class struggle. China's planning system was cohesive yet flexible, and it was based on mass participation. This was the result of a unique combination of centralized and decentralized planning mechanisms and the practice of a mass revolutionary politics. It was a new kind of socialist planning. 3. Economic laws, balance, and plan flexibility. The revisionist approach to planning denies the dialectical movement of things and attempts to impose order and balance from the top, through bureaucratic methods and decrees divorced from and opposed to the masses and mass initiative as well as the actual laws of development of the economy. T. 27.3 Bob Avakian 3. Balance is relative to imbalance. Without imbalance there is no balance. The development of all things is characterized by imbalance. That is why there is a demand for balance. Plans constantly have to be revised precisely because new imbalances recur. Mao Zedong 28. Socialism cannot be built in an atmosphere of calm seas and gentle breezes. 70 Mao Zedong. The nature of economic laws under socialism was the object of continuing investigation and theorization by the revolutionary forces in China. This is clear in studying. Mao defined objective laws as things that appear over and over, not accidentally, in the movements of phenomena. 30 Economic laws refer to basic, yet dynamic, connections and relationships that regulate social production and economic development and that compel economic units to organize and behave in certain ways within certain ranges. These laws are rooted in the objective economic structures and processes of society. 308. As it has historically developed, it must be frankly admitted that much more needs to be understood about the operation of economic laws under socialism. but the experience of socialist construction has shown that the force of economic laws will invariably be asserted, even if negatively, by failure to understand and act in accordance with them. Socialist construction must be consciously guided. Here it might be said that one law-like characteristic of socialism is that there is no invisible hand that directs socialist economic development. But this is not the same as voluntarism. Mao is often charged by Western and Soviet ideologues with having the view that you can just do anything at any time regardless of material and ideological conditions. The formulation and execution of plan involves the conscious study and utilization of objective laws, and, through application, investigation, and summation, the gaining of a more comprehensive grasp of the nature of these laws. On this basis, the scope for intentional and purposeful human activity, including restricting the range of operation and negative effects of certain laws, vastly increases, as does what the Maoists called the initiating role of the superstructure, broadly understood to mean the dynamic play of politics, culture, and ideology. With respect to planning, the Maoists focused attention on three laws. The law of value reflects the quality of exchangeability of commodities. Commodities exchange in proportion to the labor time socially necessary for their production. In a socialist economy, this law continues to play a role in economic planning, in calculating cost, in influencing price determination and the ratios in which different products exchange for one another, and in spotting inefficiencies in production. But it did not play a controlling and regulating role. As a holdover from capitalism, this law had to be restricted. The law of planned, and proportionate, development requires that social labor and means of production be distributed in correct proportions between different branches and spheres of the economy so that the economy can harmoniously develop as a whole. This law reflected the requirements of social production under conditions of public ownership. But it did not set the direction of social development. This, the Shanghai textbook points out, was determined by a more fundamental economic law under socialism, the satisfaction of the ever-increasing needs of the proletarian state and the people. 309. Economic laws operate as tendencies. They are influenced by other laws and factors, as well as by historical circumstances, and these laws are themselves contradictory. So the actual movements and effects of economic laws are complex, not simple and straight line. This remains the case in socialist society. Socialism is a transition between capitalism and communism, and economic development cannot but be a struggle between the road of socialism and the road of capitalism, a transition marked by upheaval and transformation. One of the common misconceptions of socialist economics, or, perhaps better said, one of the tenets of the law and order phony socialism of Soviet-style revisionism, is that socialism is a stable social formation whose economic laws will enable production to develop smoothly and society to evolve gradually and ever so surely towards communism. Hence a preoccupation with equilibrium and with order. The Soviet revisionists would appeal to economic laws that supposedly put society on a kind of automatic pilot to communism. Ideologically, this served the function of politically demobilizing the masses. The state bourgeoisie would tell the masses not to worry about politics, everything that exists is what is supposed to exist, and socialism will take care of itself, provided, of course, that leadership, i.e., the new bourgeoisie, manages the economy scientifically in accordance with economic laws. The reality of the Soviet Union was of course quite different. Hyper-rigid mechanisms of state capitalist planning only intensified economic disorder in the long run, because capitalism and its laws cannot be controlled. Stability is not the highest goal. In a genuine socialist economy, conscious regulation of the whole economy, macroeconomic regulation, becomes possible. By this is meant that society can control all branches of the economy on a regular and system-wide basis. But this raises some important questions. Does this ability to control social production mean that a planned socialist economy can achieve macroeconomic stability? And to what degree should that be an overriding objective of socialist economy? Clearly, part of the argument for, and objective superiority of, the socialist system is that socialized management of the productive forces. 310. Enables society to coordinate production according to a conscious plan based on social need. This eliminates the economic dislocations and social misery inflicted by the capitalist drive for profit and the violent fluctuations and market adjustments to which it gives rise. Socialism overcomes the underlying anarchy, planlessness, of capitalist social production and the condition whereby blind economic forces rule people's lives. Again, conscious macroeconomic regulation becomes possible. But socialist society is in motion, there is struggle and change, and stability and control are relative. In the Maoist conception, the task of planned socialist construction was not to achieve equilibrium in each sector of the economy or at each phase of development. This was an impossible quest anyway, but rather to unleash and harness dynamic forces, the most important of which is people, in the pursuit of specified political and social objectives. Here is how Mao explained the motion of socialist economic development. Economic construction is not devoid of forward and backward motion, it is not steady, straight-line advance. Economic construction is wave-like, there are peaks and troughs with one wave following each other. This is to say, there is balance, disruption, and after disruption, balance is restored. Of course, these fluctuations in wave-like advance should not be too great, otherwise it would be adventurism followed by conservatism. But wave-like advance is an inevitable and recurring feature of economic construction. 31. Mao rejected the linear, undynamic, approach of the traditional planning model, which took production capacities, supplies of reserves, and technological capabilities as fixed givens, and which viewed balanced growth in terms of static input-output planning. X amount of machines require Y amount of steel, just put the right pieces in the right places to get the right results. The Maoists certainly paid attention to the technical requirements of coordinated production, as discussed in the previous section. But their emphasis was much more on the stimulus that came by unleashing people to solve problems, on grassroots innovation, on creatively mobilizing human and material resources as part of digging out potential, and this would hardly be neat and orderly. In the unfolding of plans and mass mobilizations, imbalances were bound to crop up. Some imbalance was economically and socially. 311. Undesirable and had to be promptly and resolutely corrected, bottlenecks and weak points would have to be overcome. Some imbalance was the result of obstruction and interference by capitalist readers. But some imbalance and disruption opened up whole new avenues for development, as did the bursts of social, economic, and technical change that occurred during the Great Leap Forward. Some imbalance was the unavoidable side effect of the pursuit of larger policy objectives. For instance, bringing industry to the countryside enabled peasants to master industrial production processes and to transform rural society, but it also created short-term labor and supply demands in some situations that adversely, though temporarily, affected agricultural production. Finally, much imbalance actually represented advanced experience to be learned from, thus the Maoist call to take a positive attitude towards imbalance. Imbalanced development was the very process through which growth unfolded. The task of planning was not to avoid or outplan imbalance as such, but to ride those waves Mao speaks of in order to push development forward, and to utilize and more deeply grasp the spiral-like adjustment cycle of balance to achieve the ever more conscious social regulation of production. One-sided insistence on balance would have three negative impacts. 1. It would restrain some of the irregular but dynamic elements of the economy, like China's small-scale industries in the countryside and cities, which Mao's revisionist opponents regarded as a threat to economic order. 2. It would actually make it more difficult to cope with difficulties and unforeseen circumstances by reining in sectors and units in the name of short-run balance. And 3. It would stifle mass initiative and experimentation. The revisionist approach to planning made an absolute out of balance, order, and control, whereas for Mao the key thing was not economic or political stability but change, revolutionary change. Plan flexibility. Mao's dialectical approach to balance found concrete expression in planning methodology. Medium and short-term plans all reflected overriding political principles. As far as time horizons were concerned, broad economic and social goals were embodied in long-term plans, but these plans served more to indicate the future shape of 312 society than to function as quantitative master plans. More operational 5 and especially 1-year production plans were formulated in more detailed numerical form. But targets and assumptions could not be etched in granite. As Mao wrote, a 5 and 1-year plan could not meet all the requirements of economic law. This could only be obtained through practice. In China's specific conditions, overall economic balance was very much conditioned by fluctuations in agricultural production. And there were the unpredictable variables of political struggle, war, and revolution. Advance coordination is essential to effective planning. But socialist society is not a clockwork mechanism set in motion by planners nor, as mentioned earlier, mechanically governed by economic laws. A planned economy must have feedback mechanisms, the feedback of political debate and discussion on the shape and priorities of development, and the feedback that comes from experience in the struggle for production. A plan must be proven in practice and subject to modification. Observance of goals and norms is essential to effective planning, as is the commitment to fulfill specific plan targets. A plan must be implemented. But the Maoists rejected the idea as enshrined in revisionist Soviet planning methodology that the plan is the law. The planning system in revolutionary China did not insist on rigid quotas. Now, this did not mean that targets had no purpose, authority, or motivating role. But it did mean that targets should be sufficiently broad so as to allow for continual review and adjustments, within the framework of keeping the plan consistent and on the basis of level-to-level consultation, in the course of their execution. And, again, these targets were mainly based on conscious political inquiry, not price data. In short, it was more important that the economy be able to accommodate itself to making readjustments than that it be tied to rigid targets. 32 It also meant that problems should be solved at the lowest levels concerned, through self-reliant and cooperative means. Importantly, the revolutionaries moved away from what has been called taut, or tight, planning high output targets with low input allocations, in other words, asking for more than could be reasonably delivered. Such excessively rigid planning causes frequent supply problems. It also reacts on the morale of the masses. 313. Plan targets should be advanced. But this does not mean that the higher the targets, the better. Plan targets that are too high to be practicable not only fail to unleash the enthusiasm of the masses but will dampen it. Leave some leeway. 33 The leeway in the plan was a margin, or surplus amount, of material and financial resources, as well as labor, that would enable regions, provinces, or county levels to meet emergency situations and enterprises to cope with problems or new conditions. State-owned enterprises were granted a 10%, and sometimes higher, allowance in the use of production factors for unexpected circumstances and for local initiative. Quantitative targets were centrally set for enterprises. But as Table 1 shows, of the 12 major targets, 8 could be changed without permission by the enterprise. This added another measure of flexibility. The revolutionaries had summed up that a complicated and compulsory set of targets, as was the practice of the Soviet Union when it was socialist, and which the Chinese had emulated in the early years of their planning system, actually worked against coherent planning. It often led enterprises to concentrate on some targets at the expense of others, or even to falsify statistical performance. Technical conditions varied considerably among enterprises, and economic and political circumstances were bound to change, and this had to be taken account of by the plans. The net effect of these kinds of planning innovations was that changes and adjustments could be made in the course of carrying out a plan without throwing the whole plan out of whack or forcing it to be abandoned altogether. 34 Plan flexibility was not merely a question of cutting enterprises and units some slack. Fundamentally, the way to adjust for imbalances caused by uneven development and to overcome various bottlenecks and shortfalls was to encourage all levels of the economy to tap the potential of resources previously unknown, unnoticed, or wasted, and to mobilize positive factors through mass movements. This was the principle of active balance, which meant searching out solutions to reach goals that had been set, and using the experience of the advanced to inspire the less advanced to catch up. It stood in contrast to passive balance, which proceeded from the need to attain a formal balance, even if it meant putting a halter on the dynamic sectors. A deeper sense of balance. If imbalance was viewed as the necessary condition for society to advance and for future balance to be established, this did not mean that the Chinese planning system under Mao was unconcerned about balance or did not view balance as a desirable goal of a planned economy. One can go back to Mao's 1956 speech, on the 10 major relationships. This was a critique of major features of the Soviet growth model under Stalin, in particular the one-sided emphasis on heavy industry which took too much of the product from the peasants and left them too few funds for further accumulation through their own efforts. In this work, Mao conceptualizes socialist construction as a whole series of contradictions, and he sets forth a dialectical approach to arranging priorities and proportionalities. It was in this speech that Mao also criticized overemphasis on central control. Proportionate development required that certain key proportional relations be handled correctly, between agriculture and industry, within agriculture, between food grain production and other lines, within industry, between key links and secondary links, between agriculture and industry, on the one hand, and communications and transport on the other, between economic construction and cultural and educational activity, and between accumulation and consumption. Approaching these relationships correctly called for attention to investment priorities, growth rates in key spheres of the economy, and their effects on proportionalities between different sectors and industries. But it also called for attention to how these proportionalities affected class relations within Chinese society. Industry required certain agricultural materials to produce goods in social demand. But getting the proportionalities right between these two branches of production, industry and agriculture, getting the right ratios of inputs, from agriculture, and outputs, what industry produced with them, was not simply a technical matter. It was also political. If the peasants were squeezed to achieve the correct input-output balance, or taxed too heavily to achieve financial balance, this could undermine the confidence of the peasants in the system and erode the worker-peasant alliance. 316. Maoist planning showed a profound concern with balance. But, as with every other aspect of Maoist political economy and strategy, this was seen through the filter of the advance to communist society. Balanced development hinged on three key elements: broad sectoral balance, fundamentally between agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry; regional developmental balance, that is, reducing the economic and social inequalities between regions; and technological balance, meaning there should be a balanced spectrum of techniques of production in society, not just the big, the modern, and the foreign. 35. The central planning system was more concerned with these kinds of balances than with detailed material balancing and target setting. And in the 1949-76 period, the Chinese economy made notable gains in achieving this kind of balanced development. Agriculture received major attention. As mentioned, it was the starting point in the planning process. Considerable resources in the industrial sector were devoted to supplying agriculture with modern industrial products. Substantial direct state investment was made in agricultural infrastructure, like water conservancy projects, and mass-run rural industries were developed. Earlier in this essay, the question of prices was discussed. During the Maoist years, the terms of trade between agricultural and industrial goods improved dramatically. Chart 1 provides dramatic evidence. Between 1952 and 1974, the prices of farm products paid by the state increased by 64% while prices of industrial goods sold in rural areas increased by less than 1%. Concern with technological balance brought forward the policy of walking on two legs, or utilizing both advanced and simple, or traditional, technologies, and spreading technology and scientific know-how that people could master and apply. For example, peasants learned and practiced seed selection and seed crossing. Regional balance was aimed at avoiding what is sometimes called air bubble development, wherein modern and fast-growing industry is concentrated in a few coastal areas cut off from the rest of the country, which is condemned to stagnation. This kind of lopsided development is reasserting itself with chaotic vengeance in China today under the banner of reform and modernization. A policy of rational dispersion of industrial capacity was pursued. New industrial centers appeared in the interior regions, and there was a steady increase in the share of industrial output by inland provinces. This can be seen in Table 2, which shows the declining share of output, with the slight exceptions of two categories, by China's coastal provinces, which were the traditional centers of industrial development. The central government also made determined efforts to redistribute investment and financial resources from the rich to the poor areas. As illustrated by Table 3, highly industrialized areas sent well over half their revenues to the center while less developed areas received considerable subsidies. Skilled labor and technical labor power were systematically transferred from more developed to less developed regions. By the early 1970s, Shanghai had supplied over 500,000 skilled workers to industry in the interior of the country. 36 As a result of these and other policies, the least industrialized regions had experienced the highest rates of growth, although their absolute level of development still remained considerably behind that of the advanced regions. 37 For Maoist planning, the proper handling of key economic and social relationships was more important than growth or balance per se. In the long run, this approach to balanced development promoted sustainable growth that both increased collective mastery over the economy and narrowed social, economic, and regional inequalities. For it worked and opened new possibilities. Revolutionary China scored great economic successes. It can be seen from Table 4 that in the 1952 to 1966 and 1966 to 76 sub-periods, agricultural and industrial output grew steadily. In the countryside, the food problem was solved, mass hunger and disease wiped out. A basic consumption level was established below which people were not permitted to fall, and living standards for the masses rose. During the years of the Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976, when Maoist China was supposedly on the brink of economic disaster according to its detractors, industrial production achieved an impressive average annual rate of growth of over 11%. There were major industrial breakthroughs, like the development of a large machine-building industry and advances in ship construction capabilities, and major scientific breakthroughs, like the development of synthetic insulin. Consumption for both urban and rural inhabitants grew at a moderately good rate of over 2% a year. Revolutionary China's quantitative growth record as measured against that of other countries stood up well. Compared with the growth rate of contemporary advanced industrial countries during the periods between 1870 to 1900 and 1900 to 1971, only Japan's performance in growth of per capita income may have been better. Compared with other low-income third-world countries during the 1965 to 75 period, China's growth rate was quite high. 38 But more important was the quality of this planned growth, its emphasis on reducing social inequality, its refusal to allow the market to determine the allocation of resources and the distribution of income, its insistence on growth on the basis of collective control by those on the bottom of society. And this was its reality. Urban income and consumption differentials were, by any standard, extremely low. No other low-income country came close. Within industry, the highest paid managers and technical personnel were typically paid only about 5 times the wage of unskilled workers, a 5:1 pay ratio, whereas in many third-world countries of Africa and Asia it was not unusual for the ratios to range from 30:1 up to 50:1. 39 Urban-rural inequality was addressed through a series of measures that included the previously mentioned efforts to improve the terms of trade in favor of agriculture, as well as the development of rural industrial and technical networks, expansion of secondary schooling, recruitment of peasants into the universities, sending down of university youth to the countryside, and vast expansion in rural health and welfare services. Prior to the Cultural Revolution, 2/3 of budgetary funds for medical and health care were spent in urban areas. As a result of the Cultural Revolution, this proportion was reduced to 40%. A large, underdeveloped, and overwhelmingly rural society had an average life expectancy that ranked far above that of other low-income countries. 40. As for China's largest city, Shanghai, by 1975 its infant mortality rate was lower than New York City's. This was a radically different kind of economy and society. Take the workplace. Social control was asserted over technology. The labor process and the social division of labor became the object of transformation. Administrative bureaucracy and technical hierarchy with their oppressive pecking orders, rules, and regulations, and their institutionalized antagonisms between manual workers and mental experts were criticized, overhauled, and simplified. Management was made accountable to workers. And bold worker and peasant innovation was 323. Made the order of the day. Throughout society, base-level institutions of popular control developed. No authority was exempt from criticism by ordinary workers and peasants. Above all, the masses were drawn into debate and struggle around the cardinal political issues of the revolution. Imagine a society organized around the principle of serving the people. That was Maoist China. The fact that Maoist China was a very poor country with a large peasantry has led some observers to conclude that while there is perhaps much to admire about revolutionary China's strategy for economic development, this is essentially only relevant to overcoming underdevelopment. These observers suggest that there is little else about the Maoist experience that is relevant to advanced industrial society. But this is quite mistaken and, it must be frankly stated, quite Eurocentric. To begin with, the proletarian revolution is a complex and world-embracing struggle that must, as one of its key objectives, overcome the existing, unequal, distribution and concentration of productive forces. The majority of the world's population live in a third world dominated and penetrated by imperialism. In these neocolonial areas, revolution must completely recast the lines of dependent and distorted development that result from this domination. The Maoist road to socialism in the Third World, what it actually means to delink from the imperialist world economy and to achieve self-reliant and sustainable socialist growth, is of enormous relevance in the world today. It might also be added that high on the agenda of any victorious revolution in an advanced capitalist country must be the dismantling of exploitative relations with the oppressed nations in the context of promoting world revolution. Secondly, the Maoist strategy of economic development has even wider applicability. Many of the particular issues of industrial development with which revolutionary China was grappling, such as location and scale of industry, forms of integration of residence with work, and industrial production with non-industrial activities, pollution and waste management, and breaking with lopsided urban population, industrial transportation growth and consumption patterns are certainly issues and experiences that matter very much, indeed urgently so, in Western industrial society. There is a larger issue. To seriously confront and solve the kinds of problems that exist in advanced capitalist society, whether we are 324 talking about health needs, education, pollution, or the condition of the inner cities, requires a revolution that will not only focus resources according to priorities based on human need, but a revolution that will catalyze total participation and emancipate people's minds. The experience of revolution in the 20th century has shown that a socialist society must develop and release human energy and creativity by promoting socialist values, raising consciousness, and encouraging mass initiative at all levels. The Maoist project in China was exemplary in this regard. The experience of socialist revolution in the 20th century has also shown that a socialist economy must combine socialized productive forces, which require a significant degree of centralized coordination, with extensive decentralization and local initiative. The Soviet model of planned economy, as it evolved under Stalin, went way overboard with centralization. On the other hand, capitalist market mechanisms erroneously construed by some as a counterweight to entrenched bureaucracy lead inescapably to concentration of wealth and power, the subordination of living labor to the accumulation of capital, and anarchy of production. Maoist planning represents the most advanced synthesis of centralization and decentralization, of structural coordination and mass participation. Lastly, there is the question of planning itself. A plan is not an end as such but must serve and be evaluated from the standpoint of abolishing commodity production and classes. It must attack the material and social basis of exploitation and oppression, transform and ultimately eradicate the conditions and relations which give rise to class, national, and male-female divisions. It must, in association with deep-going political and ideological struggle, aim at breaking down the distinctions between mental and manual labor, between intellectual and worker, between state functionary and ordinary member of society. This was the path of planned socialist economy in revolutionary China. Is this to say there were no difficulties or problems in Maoist China? Of course not. Society was, after all, being sprung in the air. Workers, peasants, women, and other former nobodies were entering and conquering the forbidden arenas of intellectual knowledge, technical expertise, and culture. There was not a lot of experience, there were not many models to draw on. Much of what was being undertaken had a certain experimental quality to it, so lessons and mistakes had to be summed up and modifications made. And it cannot be 325. Forgotten that the changes brought about by the Cultural Revolution challenged the privileges and positions of those who had lorded over the masses. And they fought tooth and nail to prevent or undermine these changes. As for the economy per se, despite the overall and quite positive thrust of economic development, there were problems and new challenges. The revolutionaries were keenly aware of them: structural weaknesses in certain sectors, like power, coal, iron ore, and transport, a static growth rate in agriculture, still significant differences in living standards between communes, difficulties in making most productive use of capital inputs, and new tasks in resource management and environmental control posed themselves with the further development of the economy. The Maoists were prepared to tackle these and other problems and challenges, and had the only approach for doing so. But Maoist policies, including the planning principles discussed in this essay, were not implemented in a vacuum. They were being fought for and carried out in the context of two-line struggle within the Communist Party and a continuing contest for power. The mid-1970s saw a new round of class struggle shape up which, as it intensified, affected economic performance, spilling over to planning, enterprise management, struggle over discipline and forms of payment, and eventually the quantity and quality of output. The revisionist forces grouped around Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping had a vast network of functionaries under their organized control, and they resorted to bureaucratic intrigue and all kinds of disruptive tactics. The Maoist forces on the other hand sought support from below. This was the reality of the situation, and owing to a variety of internal and external factors, the alignment of forces was not favorable to the revolutionaries. Socialism in China did not collapse in failure or wither away in utopian irrelevance, but rather met defeat in a battle with the domestic and international forces of capitalism. More relevant than ever. At a time when capitalism's triumph is trumpeted, the basest motives of human behavior glorified, and revolutionary hopes and dreams declared unrealistic, the ideological defense of socialist revolution. 326. Assumes heightened importance. This is a world in which the organization of social production divides people from each other and from their creativity, a world that has never been more polarized into haves and have-nots, a world in which blind economic development threatens ecocide. And the reason is not hard to pinpoint: the world is dominated by a system that uses profit as measure and motor of social development. But the material basis exists to organize society on a planetary scale on a non-exploitative foundation, while the oppressiveness of this world system breeds resistance. At such a time, in such a world, the struggle for socialism must not only be upheld in principle, but taken up and fought for in practice with renewed urgency. The collapse of the Soviet Union proves not the failure of socialism but that nothing less than a liberatory socialism, a revolutionary communism, will challenge the structural and ideological foundations of exploitation and class rule. And that is why the experience of revolutionary China is so crucial. It demonstrates that socialism can and must be both visionary and viable, and charts a direction for defending and advancing revolution against would-be exploiters. The legacy of Maoist China is a storehouse of experience and insight, method and principle, and theory and practice for uprooting the old and forging the new. Can we learn from and build on it? Can we afford not to?